Good morning then, everybody. We are here at a, blisteringly hot Allianz Stadium. Harry Scott Munro with you today for the first day of the County Championship finals, and I'm delighted to say that Kat Merchant is alongside me, and even more pleased to say she's brought the sun cream with her.
Yeah, I got that factor 50 out. It's not my first rodeo at Twickenham for the counties finals. It's a long, fantastic day of rugby, but notoriously it is always boiling. So got my cap, got my factor 50. We are good to go.
We are good to go. I've learnt my lesson from last season. I think I turned up in about 32-degree heat in a long sleeve top and jeans, and Rocky Clark just looked at me and just went, "You're an absolute muppet." I think by the end of it, I was 5 different shades of red. But we got there, we've learnt our lesson, and we're ready to go today. 3 brilliant matches, and just a small matter of the England XV versus France XV game sandwiched in the middle as well. It's a great day of rugby.
Oh, fantastic day of rugby, and I think for some players, it's very rare to get the opportunity to play at Twickenham. So for these to come and do it on a day that the England men are playing has got to be quite some experience, because even just the stadium itself, the changing rooms, just all of it is a fantastic experience. I was fortunate to do it in my time as a player with England, but also a university. We got to a final and I got to play there, and it doesn't matter who you're playing for. It's just such a cool stadium.
It really is. Just talk to us a little bit more about that, if you can. Obviously, like you said, you've been there and done it on the biggest of stages. You've done it at that university level as well. But that magic of walking out onto that turf, it's just so special.
Oh, it's running through the changing rooms, because the changing rooms are massive, because you're quite used to, especially when you're playing like club level and things, you're used to quite small changing rooms, and then you come into Twickenham, your shirt's hanging up like on your place, and you run out. And my favourite bit of all is 2 bits. It's the fire as it comes up as you run out, because that always just feels awesome, and then the heartbeat just before kick-off, dun, 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 dun. Oh, it gets me goosebumps every time.
Oh, I hope for our sake there isn't fire coming up today, because I think we would completely and utterly
I saw
melt.
Rehearsals, there was fire went up, and I was like, I'm already on fire. I don't need this. Yeah.
It is going to be sweltering today, so thoughts and prayers for the players that are going to be out on the field. But they've also got the small matter of some county championship titles to compete for. This first one up for us, it's the Jason Leonard Men's National Under-20s. It's Lancashire versus Devon, 2 brilliant sides. And, well, looking at it, Devon have had quite, I don't want to say an easy route, but comprehensive route into this position. They beat Essex 40-15 in their semi-final, smashed Berkshire by 50 points to 12 in their divisional final. Lancashire, they've had to work hard. They beat Northumberland by 7 points. They beat East Mids by 9. But once you get to a final, anything can happen. Yeah,
anything can happen, and I actually think having close games going into a final can be pretty useful, because you've practiced your defence a lot more, whereas when you're putting 45 points on teams, 50 points on teams, you might not have had a chance to practice that defence all too much. So, going to be a really interesting battle here.
It really is. This final last year was one that went down to the final kick of the game. East Midlands beat Dorset 20 points to 18, an 83rd minute penalty to snatch that one. So if you get anything like that level of drama this morning, we're going to be in for a treat. It's a big weekend for Devon as well. I know you're here tomorrow, Kat, but they've got 3 teams in the finals. The men's, I think it's Division 3, women's as well. So a huge day for the West Country. The Tractors are going to be working their way over across the 303, and they're going to be here in fine voice over the next couple of days. Yeah,
it just shows how strong the rugby is down there, and I think it's really great to see rugby and how it is spread out, and it's not just London clubs that are doing things in the counties, really getting that opportunity to showcase the talent that they have. So great to see.
It's going to be fantastic here, and we're building up towards kick-off now. Here's the teams for you coming up on screen, starting with Lancashire. It's 15, it's Jack Roberts, Vinnie Durgan at 14, Louis Gallo and Cam Brown in the centres, Tom Hesketh on the other wing, and Dan Slawson and Gabe Maguire at half-back. Up front, it's Archie Fowler, James Noblet, Rhys Dixon, Will Greenwood, Paddy O'Loughlin, Max Senior, Ben Sunderland and Ollie Mills. And the replacements for Lancashire, you can see there, James Armour, Harry Coxill, Tom Loveday, James Sutcliffe, Ashton Cassim Sharples, Zach Barker, Rowan Abbott and Joe Donnelly. Their head coach is Chris Johnson. And here is the Devon side today. We'll go through it again for you. At 15, it's Max Whitlock, Austin Crowe at 14, Will Kingsley and Callum Findlay in the centres, Max Hammond, Matt Smale and Jamie McMurray, the rest of the backs. And then up front, Callum Arnold, Kieran Doherty, Phil Hayden make up the front row, Archie Gray and Jack Doherty in the engine room, Finlay Cackett, Tom Windsor and Rory Medley in the back row. The replacements then for Devon: Daniel Butt, Ollie Williams, Jake Parks, Luke Gibson, Harry Venning, Robert Hennessy, Ben Zacharias and Oliver Stride. Their head coach is Nathan Gosling. Nice little smattering of fans already in here, and well, there's next to Chiefs logo, so there is somebody that has already made their way up, well, the 303 or the M5. They've got the choices down there in Devon, but some representative honours across both teams and a nice mix of players for this under-20 side as well. Oakhampton, Sidmouth, Brixham, Plymstock Oaks in the, well, that's just 4 of the first 5 names on the team sheet for Devon, and this Lancashire team as well, the likes of Vale of Loon, Preston Grasshoppers, Rochdale, Fylde, Blackburn. The county championships are so special, Kat, because you get the opportunity to represent your county, but you're doing your club proud as well.
Oh, definitely. And I think I love under-20s. I just think it's such an exciting thing to watch, because they haven't quite developed the need to play by so much structure, and I think they are willing to just throw that ball around a little bit more. I'm a winger, I love seeing it go wide, I want to see offloads, I want to see that loose play, and I love that they play with freedom, they play at such a pace, so yeah, just want to see these young lads run around and really just take that opportunity. Lovely wide pitch as well, Twickenham, so yeah, I'm hoping to see some great tries.
Well, hopefully we're going to be in for a treat this afternoon. The fans below us have got their phones out. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, really, for them as well, to come and support their friends, their family, their loved ones running out onto that hallowed turf as well. And that's the thing about this occasion. It really is a family affair, a whole county affair, as the teams make their way out onto the field. Lancashire being led out by Will Greenwood, their skipper. Matt Smale, fly half for Devon, leading his side out onto the pitch. You don't need this place to be completely full to understand the importance of it, but also to hear the racket as well. There is a pretty decent crowd below us already for 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and that was pretty loud by all accounts as they saw the two teams make their way onto the pitch.
Yeah, and as you said, it's going to be your family and your friends that are there, so that's more important than strangers watching you play. So you know, they'll be running past. I remember playing here, and my nan, I caught her in the crowd, and I was like, oh, it's just great, because you just, you know, that's what it's about. It's playing for your friends, your family.
It really is. It's a special occasion. It's a special occasion for the match officials as well. Jack Morehouse, our man in the middle, assisted by Henry Pearson and Tim Bailey, with Rebecca Rees, the 4th official. Lancashire get us underway in the first county championship final of 2025. There's a huge collision coming in, and an early penalty goes the way of Devon.
Maxer.
You can hear there the referee, Greenwood, penalised for holding on early doors.
Yeah, and I think there's quite often in games like this, big final moments, there's penalties early on, because people are just so pumped up and ready to go, and things like off feet or things where you don't quite get that right. So not unexpected, but a settled platform now with a line out just on the halfway, so a nice opportunity here.
First opportunity then for Kieran Doherty to throw for Devon.
5, 10-point the line out, let's go.
man.
That's really good work on that replay, getting in really early, those hands on ball to get that holding on penalty. Good decision there.
Great work early doors from Devon in defence, and now a first meaty shove forwards, but the ball has been stripped by Lancashire. Superb work there, and well, they thought about throwing caution to the wind. Instead, they've been sensible. They've gone route one. It was a daisy cutter of a kick, and it was great work initially there from Devon, and they've got the ball wide now. Max Hammond getting his hands on the ball. Peroxide blonde locks.
Stop.
And the kick in behind. That one's just being shepherded back by Roberts. And he looks to find the option.
Release on the floor.
Not many opportunities there for Gabe Maguire, the scrum half, who's had to carry into contact.
Tackle.
Roberts steps in then to allow his scrum half to get back into position, but he's under all sorts of pressure here from Devon. Too much pressure for our referee. Side entry, penalty for Lancashire, and an opportunity to get out of that proverbial coffin corner.
Yeah, initially it looked like a really good clear and pressure on that breakdown, but done so illegally in at the side, so Lancashire can breathe a bit of fresh air, but they've not made touch there, so they're going to put themselves under pressure again.
Missed touch finder, and Devon looked to chip through. Contestable in the air, a wonderful take, wonderful leap like a salmon from Smale, and now here goes Archie Gray.
Number 12. Right,
charging forward, and a penalty advantage coming. Devon then again using the boot early doors here, putting the pressure on. Slawson back for his side, but no advantage coming. Our referee runs back, and Devon
Number 12,
with an opportunity to get themselves into that 22, and they're just playing sensible rugby at the moment.
Yeah, well, I like that kick through, because sometimes with penalty advantage, players just kick the ball away, and it seems a bit aimless, and it's a 50-50, and they just hit and hope. That one was really smart, because there was a good chase on it. There was a lot of pressure onto that receiver, so they know they've got the penalty to come back to. I thought tactically,
make sure we hinge at the
really
hip and tackle below the base of the sternum, please.
You can hear our referee there just explaining to Lancashire that he thought that they'd come in, just gone off their feet, hands coming down onto the ground. For those joining us for the first time watching a game of rugby, you can't do that if you are competing for the ball. Got to be supporting your own body weight. An opportunity here then for Devon to open their account here in this Jason Leonard National Under-20s final. There's Smale then lining this one up. It's got good legs, it's got good accuracy. Opening score of this final goes the way of Devon, and it's the skipper, Matt Smale, who puts his side ahead early doors.
Yeah, nice, calm, composed, first opportunity for points. They take them. Again, they're just playing really smart rugby.
Good start from Devon. Now it's a case then of what have Lancashire got in response. There's still plenty of time, obviously. We're less than 5 minutes into the final, but it's a good early settler for Devon. Smale boots that one long. Lancashire taking it quickly, though. They want to play quickly today. Senior, it was there. They went into contact, and he's got a penalty for his side. Well, I'll tell you what there, Kat. Maguire wanted to go quickly again. Lancashire are here to play.
Yeah, they are. And I think that was an important with the ruck there. So hands again. So this is what you were talking about technically, hands pass. I think that was slightly unlucky on that one. That was really touch and go for it. I thought he'd done enough to maybe get that ball and support his own body weight. But referee's the one that's right in there in line, so we would have just seen even a fingertip on the floor past that ball. So penalty. So been rewarded for taking that quick line out, and yeah, now having a second attempt.
Lads, green, stay on the edge of the paint on your mark. Red, maximum of the metre. Let's get it straight now, both teams.
You can hear the referee in the middle there, Jake Morehouse, just laying down the law early doors at line-out time, making sure that there is the gap, and that's a wonderful line-out straight off the top. And Lancashire now can charge forward in anger. Out the back, oh, the pass doesn't quite connect, but Vinnie Durkin tidies up. He's collared into touch. It's a high tackle coming in from Max Hammond. Another penalty for Lancashire. The pass didn't quite connect, but you can see what they're wanting to do, searching for that edge out wide and getting their speedsters into it.
Oh, yeah, you could feel it, couldn't you? You were like, it's got to go, and it did go, but just not quite enough zip on it, so it didn't go to hand. I thought it was initially really good cover defence, tracking across from Hammond, but it ended up being too high, but an absolute nightmare here, and they've kicked it dead. So that opportunity for that penalty and getting on the scoreboard just drifting away from them there, but real error.
Massive error early doors then, and that's the thing with finals, isn't it? It does funny things to you. You go for broke when you normally wouldn't, and that's the thing.
Well, yeah, because if you go in for that 5 metre rather than the safe one of going, maybe the kick goes 10 metres out, but that is the difference of a driven line-out try potentially. So you want to go for, go for the kill, go for broke, go for that 5 metre, but just drifted there, and yeah, we're dead.
So Devon with possession from the scrum.
Head in.
Jamie McMurray with the ball in his hands, the man from Topshamar FC. They were here in the Papa John's Trophy finals a couple of months ago. That's a huge shunt coming on from Lancashire, and they've made all sorts of a mess of that one. McMurray had to go fighting and wiggling about on the ground to get that one. He's done well to get it back for his side.
Yeah, that was a big scrum there.
It's a huge scrum, but then Lancashire not releasing on the floor. These are starting to creep in early doors, and it's giving Devon early opportunities to cannon the ball down the field, like we saw there from Smale.
He didn't even take his time on that one, did he? He just went, yeah, we're going right down there, and he's nudged that just inside the 22, so a very casual but effective kick there.
Stay on the edge, lads.
That was like playing in the fields with your mates on a Sunday, wasn't it? Just pick it up, hoof it, and hope for the best, and, well, he's pretty much got the best possible outcome.
Definitely, yeah, in there.
Line out time for Devon then. Doherty goes to the back and it's lost forward, slipping off of the hand of the back jumper. And Lancashire can come away with it now. Maguire clears it downfield. Hammond gives it to Whitlock. Looked initially to kick, but he's seen some space. And the pass didn't quite work. It's gone into Lancashire hands. A few knock-ons creeping in early doors for both teams, and a little bit of a fillet for Lancashire here. An opportunity to build possession and momentum.
Penalty advantage.
Just inside.
Just get me that number off the floor, Henry.
The half, and now they've got a penalty advantage as well. You can hear our referee
15, thank you.
On your stream.
Stop, stop, stop! Thank you.
Bit of a nothing kick in the end, but they had that penalty advantage, and Lancashire, from being right under pressure in their own, pretty much their own try line, miss line out, opportunity to attack, infringement from Devon, and it shows us how much this game is ebbing and flowing.
Oh, it really is, the possession going into this, and you can tell that's a good tackle down there. There is a hand in. I think, yeah, that one, that extra hand in there, just penalty.
A little bit safer then on that kick from Slauson.
Yeah, not going to make that same error twice, but it is just outside the 22, so you would say they probably want more on it, but you'd rather guarantee the possession, have that line out than what happened just a couple of minutes ago for them.
And that's the thing here for this Lancashire side. It's all about possession at the moment. Only trailing by 3. 10 minutes into this one, it's another crisp line-out play. They've teed up one of the big men to have a rumble, and boy, has he done that into the 22. And now here come Lancashire again, looking to free the hands, working it down the short side, but the hands not quite working on that edge again. Devon living dangerously, but doing enough on the edge at the moment to disrupt Lancashire.
Yeah, defensive effort coming across, really making sure that they've got things covered. But both teams looking dangerous when they have ball in hand, for sure. So it's not neither side dominating, I wouldn't say much. Both are pretty even.
It's what you want from a final, though, isn't it? It's been great, it's been fast-paced, and it's like you said, it's been so evenly matched.
Yeah, definitely.
Here go Devon then, looking to try and stick the spiral up, put the pressure on. It's taken by Roberts incredibly well, and he's chipped through. And the ball, oh, so unfortunate there. Jack Roberts The bounce of the rugby ball just deceiving him at the last, but a wonderful bit of invention.
Yeah, a really good bit of skill, because actually it is really sunny. I know we've mentioned it in terms of heat, but that high ball was directly square on, sun in his eyes, took the ball. The decision for the chip kick was right. I think the space was definitely there. He's got good pace on it as well, but bounces just up, as you said, just maybe a bit aggressively into him. Wasn't quite expecting it then, but you have to say, if that's Gabbard, you've got to back him to score there.
He was clean through, wasn't he? You could see him kicking the ball away in frustration, and we can just see on this replay here.
Really nice, outside of the foot, the bounce just comes in, but he'll be disappointed not to take it, because it wasn't one that was a horrific bounce really low, but just an awkward bounce, I think, for him, but good vision to put it through.
There was a bit of pressure coming on as well from Hammond behind him, just adding an extra dimension to the attempt to gather it. And I'll tell you what, Lancashire, well, they've given away the penalty at the scrum, but they're putting Devon under all sorts of pressure early doors.
Oh, definitely, both of those. So we didn't see what that penalty ended up being for, just watching this big, long kick there. They were going for touch, but they've ended up going long. This chase could be pretty important here, but they've decided to go wide with it.
Always in.
Well, Roberts wanted to have another run. He put the ball in, and in the end, the sensible option was to kick, and it's a wonderful kick, 22 to the 10-metre line. And well, Devon Smale isn't messing around with those penalties, but we've seen there from both fly halves just perhaps trying to take a little bit too much off it so far with some of their kicks.
Yeah, and I think that one, we said he was quite casual when he comes up to take the kick, and that was pretty casual, but that bounces back in. But there was a good chase, which is really important, because that was nearly, they were nearly caught in their own 22. It was fingertips away from that tackle, but they managed to exit, and now we're back in. It is neck and neck.
And it is also breakneck speed. It has not stopped here. Big looping pass forward. Surely that one drifted. Yes, it did. You can see what they were trying to do, getting the ball into Hammond's hands. But that one, off the hands of Smale, you could see the moment it left his hands there, was flying forwards, I think, with... well, he dropped the ball as well, so it would have been a scrum regardless for Lancashire, but that one was pretty clear-cut. Yeah,
either a scrum on the 5 or on the 15 from where the pass was. But I like that intent to get that ball wide, because they've left him out wide on his own. He's clearly got gas. So if they can get that play, hold their discipline, get Hammond a tiny bit deeper, the pass can then be flat, he can hit onto it, and then we're away there, and then it's a foot race.
He's got form for scoring here at Allianz Stadium. Max Hammond scored for Topsham in the Papa John's Trophy this year as well, just a couple of months ago. It's not bad, is it? You wait all your life for an appearance at the Allianz Stadium, and a bit like buses, two come along at once.
Yeah, definitely.
Lancashire then, they are showing their ascendancy at the scrum, and it's given them this opportunity. Slawson was away for a second. They've got the scrum advantage, and they've chipped through. Now it's a foot race. Devon covering back.
Goal line.
And that was the end of the penalty advantage as well, so it'll be a goal line dropout. I thought our referee might come back for that one there, but again, Kat, like you were saying, with the sun that we've got, that invention, putting those little kicks in behind, daisy cutters along the ground, is a really nice option.
Oh, definitely, and the pressure that it just puts on. So this is the initial run here. I like that he doesn't pass that, actually, but look at that cover tackle and the speed to get on feet, to get on ball. I thought defence was really good there, because that looked like a line break waiting to happen.
Lancashire coming again then. Roberts it was going over, and they looked to spin it out the back. Slawson, the filed fly half, keeping things ticking for his side early doors, and they're up to the 22 again. Another big carry coming in midfield, and a penalty as well. They've taken it quickly, and now the opportunity. Maguire is reeling and ducking away. And huge collision in midfield. Archie Fowler taking names early doors here, and surely the try is on. There was so much space for a second, and Maguire now has to dart and weave the other day. Brown saw his name in lights, but perhaps the pass was the sensible option. Here they come again, the big men having a chug. Mills it was, he's inches away. And now Lancashire look to go wide. Surely they're going in on the far side. Opening score of this county championships final for Lancashire, and it's Tom Hesketh who goes over. The Rochdale winger helped his side get promoted to level 5 this year, and here he is scoring at Allianz Stadium. We thought they butchered it, Kat, but they made amends on the far side. Yes,
I really thought there was a little bit of white line fever before that, because you had the other winger on that right-hand side just waiting, Durkin calling for the ball. It doesn't come to him, but it doesn't matter because they move it all the way across to Hesketh instead, who goes over. But that was a well-worked try because they got close to the try line. Yes, there was an overlap on the right-hand side. They didn't choose to use it, but didn't matter in the end. They had players out there. Nice pass, had to still be taken, but that you felt that was coming, didn't you? It really was their time to go and to execute, but a lovely score there.
It's a wonderful score, and you just feel like Lancashire have upped the pace of this game in the last few minutes. They've got their reward, and like you said, yes, there's going to be that disappointment. There's going to be, well, I think Vinnie Durkin isn't going to be buying Cam Brown a beer anytime soon after that one. Yeah. But Brown made up for it. It was his pass out wide there for Hesketh to go in, and as the conversion just drifts wide, they've got themselves into the lead, Lancashire, and in the end it was composure to recycle, go again.
Yeah, and it was the pace of it as well, because they'd brought in that Devon defence. They'd had to defend in tight because it looked like they were going through the middle, they were punching, and then actually the ability to get that ball wide to wingers at pace, beautiful thing to see.
That was a wonderful try to open what we hope will be a bit of a try-scoring fest here today at Allianz Stadium. And the kick goes straight out from the restart. Lancashire then, they've upped the tempo, they've upped the pace, and Devon at the moment struggling to live with it. Just a couple of errors creeping into the game after a really composed opening 10 minutes from the side in green and white.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. What they've done, as you can see, they've got their flyer who's going to try, and they want to put that right on the edge, maybe get Hammond to make that tackle into touch. So there's something obviously they're used to doing, but just overcooked it a little bit by a metre, and that's gone into touch.
Lancashire possession then from the scrum here. Crouch. Options left and right for Maguire to choose from. And Devon are going to want to try and look to respond here. They've been under the cosh at scrum time. That one is a lot more stable. And Slawson comes to the right, and the ball goes again into touch. It's suffocating pressure, and it's brilliant work from Finlay Cackett off the side of the scrum, racing over like a man possessed and putting the pressure on. Yeah,
lots of pressure, but that pass was forward anyway, even if that isn't. So they just need to watch the overrun, or just, I think a couple of times for both sides they've got caught in whether to pass or whether to run, and once you've made a decision, you just go with it. Like, don't go, oh, I'm going to try and pass this out, because then it's too late, it ends up being forward.
Saw it last week in that Gallagher Premiership final, didn't we, at Allianz Stadium? It wasn't pretty at times, but Bath in the end, they were the side that took their opportunities and had the composure in the crucial moments. It's what wins you finals. Pretty rugby's wonderful, but hard work under the cosh gets you those results. Oh, absolutely. Finals, sometimes you can see great champagne rugby and it's brilliant when the pressure's off, but when it's close, it doesn't matter how you win a final, you just want to win it. Win ugly, doesn't matter, you just want to win. Exactly that. Nobody remembers the score, they just remember the name on the trophy. And they'll remember the names of Arnold, Doherty and Hayden there. Devon have been right under the pump at scrum time so far, but that is one for the Devon pack. The front row responding, getting their first scrum penalty of this one. And Smale there just took his time a little bit more on the kick. A bit more composure coming back into the game, and again, probably a little bit too far out for the driving maul, but it's given his side a wonderful platform. Yeah, a really nice platform. He's got a really good boot on him, gets good distance. Off the top then, McMurray gets it out to his fly half, and the big man in the middle. It's all backwards, play on. Arnold, it was originally, and the ball came out. And Devon now coming again, a little show and a go, and they're looking to free the hands, but they might go all the way. Closest Devon have been to a try in this one. Wonderful offloading play, under pressure, he's got the ball down. Tom Windsor, the open side flanker, the man from Kingsbridge. Devon respond instantly, and his wonderful composure again. Windsor going over under the sticks. He had to fight for that. There were 3 men on his back.
Oh yeah, there were some really strong runners in that, but I really love that offloading, that ability to move the ball away from the defence, and that's what got them that try, that support from there. So it's quick off of the base, it's a dummy run, they think it's going to the big man, they actually even make the tackle on him because they think he's got the ball, and look at that offload. But then, as you said, there's a lot of work still to do there to get that ball down, to have the ability to twist body, all about body management. A really nice try, and you can see it perfectly. Lovely, as I say that, they move the angle away to the kick, but yeah, you can see a lovely offload.
Brilliant offload, and such is the heat today that we are taking a break, quarter of the way through this one, a drinks break for both sides. Well, they've royally entertained us in these opening 20 minutes or so, and didn't quite see it on the replay there, but I think a word for Callum Arnold as well, because he was like a freight train coming through in midfield.
Oh, absolutely. I like that, you know, they had dummy runners, they had options, they had options of people to go to, because that's what's going to get that defence in and confused. So a great first opening 20 minutes, and as you said, because of the heat, having that quick water break, which is an important one. Yeah.
It certainly is. It's an opportunity for the players to take on a little bit of fluid and get themselves back into the swing of things. But our match officials as well, you can see there, our referee in the middle taking on a little bit of water, and a couple of messages between himself, his ARs, and his fourth official as well. We'll talk about the players' cap, but it's also a huge occasion for an official when you get given a final here at the National Stadium to run out and call the shots. Oh, definitely, and it's nice that they get a break now to sort of talk about potentially what they've been seeing or what to watch for, because it's teamwork as well. And those referees, the assistant referees, a way they communicate, they want a game to run smoothly. And as a referee, I think if you can be pretty, like after the game, if no one mentions you, you've done a very good job, because there's no controversial decisions. And I think the thing is, referees get a lot of slack, and it's one that annoys me, because if you're, as a player, as a team, if none of you have made a mistake that entire game, it would be completely, you know, that's not going to happen. So referees are going to make mistakes as well, of course they will, but everybody does out there. It's just theirs maybe have a bigger impact. So yeah, a lot of respect for the officiators out there doing a tough job, because it is tough out there. It certainly is, and we also would not have our game without them. They've been really good, actually, I think, in these first 20 minutes. Consistent, clear messaging. We've been hearing it in our headsets. You've been hearing it on the stream as well. Our man in the middle there, Jack Morehouse, he's been really clear, really direct.
And as I said, it's about consistency, so whether you agree with the referee's interpretation or not, that hands past the ball, he's been spot on it. Like, each time he's gone, yep, this is what I'm looking for, that's what I've got. So players need to adapt to that quickly, and I think both teams have. I think they've played very well. We've not seen a crazy amount of penalties right at the start, maybe a little bit as pressure was building, but no, I think they've responded very well.
Well, Devon are ready after their drinks break. Lancashire just taking on a couple of messages as well as some water, and that was a nice moment on our screens. Max Hammond spotting someone in the crowd and giving them a huge toothy smile and a wave as well.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that, because yeah, you don't know how often you'll get to play here. It might be the last time you do, so yeah, take every opportunity.
Wonderful to see, and well, he'll be smiling at the moment. His side 10-5 ahead after the opening quarter of this one. And Lancashire will just wait for the referee's whistle, and Slawson wants to get us back underway. Huge pressure coming in instantly from Lancashire, and they've won the ball back. Knock on from Devon. This game is continuing to move at speed, and so was Rhys Dixon there, the Preston Grasshopper. His side are back within range now, going through the phases, building nicely. Good work over the ball there. And they look to spin it wide. They've had one score on that far side already. And Greenwood, the captain, went himself there. There's Dixon again. agonisingly close, but Devon do enough, and it's prop on prop. It's Callum Arnold who comes up with the turnover, and a crucial moment for his side.
Yeah, a really crucial moment. And I think turnovers, especially on your own try line, are so important because it frustrates the other team, and you manage to get, obviously, that pressure away. I don't think enough credit is given to those turnovers and how important they are in the moments and context of momentum in a game. So here's that battle, as you were saying, on the floor where the penalty comes.
And you can see there, Dixon in his desperation on the floor, just shoveling the ball back towards his scrum half. Can't do that when you're on the ball. It's got to be a clear presentation. And Arnold, the Oakhampton man, got his side out of danger, but the line out hasn't gone straight, and Lancashire will look to come again.
Yeah, one of those ones that's not particularly a high-pressure line out, and it's just not straight, so they'll be disappointed with that.
Give me a picture I want to see now, all right?
Clear comms again from our referee, talking about clear pictures. The scrum, Lancashire had the ascendancy. Just before that drinks break, Devon was starting to get themselves more of a foothold. It's all about those little inter-player battles, inter-element battles of the game. Who's going to control the set piece? Who's going to control the kicking game? And normally, if you win 2 or 3 out of 4 of those, you come up trumps. Here we go then, Lancashire, wonderful play out the back, and now there's an opportunity, now there's a foot race, and Roberts pins his ears back, all down to ground, and Devon desperately looking to try and stop the try, but they're not going to, because Vinnie Durkin will not be denied. The Manchester Met University student is over in the corner, and he thought he had a sniff about 10 minutes ago. He's got that Allianz Stadium try now. Yeah,
really, really nice finish there. The backs really stretching it. They had a nice wrap-around play, which ended up going out wide, and then this is just that try, that pass. But I thought he was unlucky not to get the pass earlier, but then he goes and gets one over. But yeah, really nice width, good decision here. That go the other way and then close to the touchline. He thinks about going under the post, realises there's a lot of pressure coming across defensively, so better to bank the 5.
Made sure of that one, did Vinnie Durkin, and I think huge credit there to Gabe Maguire as well. He looked up, realised that there weren't many options. He had players closing in on him. Then, like all good scrum halves, there's a little snipe, a little duck, and he was away. Well,
I think the player outside him had slightly overrun, so it would have been forward. So pulling it back and coming that way was really good, and then a great kick there adds the extras from the corner.
It's a huge nudge from Dan Slawson. It edges his side 2 points into the lead. And well, Devon had scored just before that drinks break. It looks like it came at the wrong time for them. It's given Lancashire a chance to reset, and they've come out all guns blazing again. Smale then gets us back underway. O'Loughlin it was under the high ball. Another one of those Rochdale players in this Lancashire team today. Oh, the ball control off the toe doesn't quite work out, but there's men in the backfield to cover.
Keep retreating, Green.
And that one goes high. Contestable kick. It's bouncing all over the place, and in the end, it's come back in those Devon hands again. First receiver there was Fowler, and now here goes Max Hammond again, getting the offload inside. But Lancashire survive, get the turnover in, and clear the lines.
Ball's live.
Taken quickly by Smale. Wonderful play from Devon, so quick that it caught me napping, and they're going again. There's space on the outside. The covering tackle comes in.
Use 9.
Relentless from both teams here in the heat. And another huge carry from Arnold. What a game he is having here. That one looks to have drifted forwards, it has. But Devon showing what they can do when they get it wide, and that peroxide blonde hair was away. Yeah, he's clearly their danger runner because they're looking to get him that ball. That one did just creep forward. The one before that where we saw his line break was beautiful flat pass out to him from the prop, and then good footwork, but it's, yeah, forward across there. But he's dangerous, isn't he? He's got pace. So you can see why they want to get him the ball.
Substitutions. Oh, sorry, just 1 and 8.
Certainly can. The substitution coming up as well.
Becky, is it 1 and 8?
Ashton Casson-Sharples it is coming on.
Just 1 and 8, sorry.
Into the back row. Well, a little bit of confusion there. They thought there was 2 of them coming off. There's only 1 for the moment. You can just see that replay there, how close Devon were.
Well, absolutely worth giving that offload, because otherwise that cover coming across might end up going into touch with the tackle. So give the offload, because either player could have got that. And to be fair, if Devon get their hands on it, that's probably going to be a try. But Lancashire capitalise, they get it, and yeah, but they're still under a bit of pressure here. It's their ball, but they are, you know, towards their 20, just outside their 22, so they're going to have to do something to exit this pressure.
The new man in at number 8, Ollie Mills, is the player that has departed proceedings for the moment. And Lancashire, they're not afraid of running it from deep, and here they go again with the ball out to Hesketh, and Hesketh looked to put the accelerator down, but a crucial tackle comes in from Austin Crowe, and that was pace versus pace, and in the end, Crowe won out.
Yeah, really good tackle, smart tackle to get into touch, because you can see they're really wanting to. Here we go. That's a lovely tackle, textbook tackle, slide down the legs, pulls them across, because if you just go for a hit there, maybe doesn't go into touch, but that was enough to shift his momentum to get him in, so really good tackle from Crowe.
Devon then building in midfield. Big ball carry again. There's some big units in this Devon side, and they are making the most of that so far. Hammond twinkle toes up the touchline, keeping himself in play. Arnold again popping up at first receiver.
Let it come, to run.
Pressure comes on.
Release,
Rory Medley.
Must clear release.
He straps on the floor, gets the ball back for his side, and there's the try scorer, Windsor.
Move.
Opportunities that Devon are hunting for. They're switching things up with Whitlock coming in at first receiver, but it's Lancashire who get their hands over the ball, get that turnover in, and they will be able to clear up the field. Now, Kat, it just felt a little bit like Devon was starting to run out of a few options there.
Yeah, I think they had options both sides, and they were just starting to build into it, but really good defence from Lancaster to spot when they'd got themselves isolated, get their hands in there, win that holding on penalty, and get a hold back in the game, because it is only 2 points in it. So they're both playing with wanting to build. They're not comfortably enough ahead or far enough behind to chase, so it's a real neck and neck, as we've kept saying through this first half.
It certainly is, and another substitution for Lancashire below us as well, as that line out goes awry. Harry Coxill of West Park and St Helens makes his way onto the field, and he is replacing Archie Fowler at loosehead prop. In the end, line-out didn't quite go to plan. It was all a little bit of a mess, and it's pretty much as you were, back in pretty much the same position here with another Lancashire line-out.
Yeah, a couple of the line-outs we've seen have been really beautiful. A couple have been a little bit messy. The last one's slightly messy, and see what they've got this time.
Well, that one wasn't straight. The option coming in, and it's that thing, isn't it, as a hooker. Medley going up in the air there for Devon. You go to throw, you just see him in the corner of your eye, and it just forces you to slightly overcompensate, and that's what happened there.
Yeah, you can see as he takes it, it's you know, to his right-hand side, not down the middle, so on his outside. Referees are always going to call that.
And Devon opting for the line-out rather than the scrum, where it's been a little bit of a free-for-all. And how on earth has Medley held on to that? Well, he hasn't. I thought that had rolled across somebody's back for a second, and indeed it had.
I think that was touch judge feeding that in, because referee looked at it and I think thought it was okay. So good example of the teamwork, because I wouldn't have known how. It looked like a knock-on, didn't it? Like, it looked like there was some loss of control in there.
And in the heat, more substitutions being lined up. Daniel Butt, Jake Parks, Ben Zacharias, all coming on to the field for Devon. Oakhampton, Plymstock Oaks and Exeter Engineers make their way on to the field. Exeter Engineers, for those who don't know, are one of the social sides at Exeter University. So Exeter University have their elite programme. The Engineers are the social side that play in the regional leagues, and they've got a couple of players on the bench today for Devon. So university representation on both sides of the field.
Longer, you stay off the arm, all right? Let's reset.
Scrum opportunity then, and Maguire just feeding some messages in to Slawson.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
And Lancashire look to get the march on.
Use our play away.
Play away is the call from the referee, as Butt ended up on the ground on that loose head side. Callow tries to power through the middle. It's slow ball. Devon making a mess of it again at the breakdown.
Release.
Sunderland comes away with it for Lancashire. And Greenwood is the next to have a go.
12, no. He's on the wrong side.
Slawson, inside ball. Wonderful offload with a huge hit coming in. And Brown weaves his way out and gets the hands going. And it's wonderful, intricate offloading play. And Roberts then goes route one, keeps himself in play.
Last feet.
Kasim Sharples goes forward now. Patient play from Lancashire, and they look to go through the middle. Sunderland. There's a welcoming committee there for the open side flanker. And a little check back inside, a skip and a dummy from Callow. Oh, the out the back didn't quite work, but Brown is there to tidy up for his side. And they get the penalty as well. Devon not releasing, and patient play again is the moral of the story.
Yeah, because I was just watching that one, not on the screen, watching that one live and seeing how it was coming. I actually felt that might end up going the other way, because they looked like they were slightly isolated, looked like they were slow to get there. But because the tackler hadn't released before going for it, goes the other way. But you have to say, they looked like they were getting slightly tired, like not managing Lancashire to get that support in there quite quickly enough. But they get it, get the penalty, and they have an opportunity to extend their lead.
Slawson then will line this one up. As you said, Kat, that you could see they were starting to get tired, they were starting to run out of a few ideas, but you've got to applaud the invention as well. Slawson nails that one, extends the lead to 5. But I mean, how many times do you see two phases pretty much in a row where you're trying the out-the-back pass? Lancashire are loving it here at the moment, and it did very nearly come off. Yeah,
the first one, that back inside pass at pace, I know I'm not particularly a big fan of it, but I think because it only ever works 1 out of 20 times you do it, but when it does work, clean through score. So like, it's a bit more high risk, but yeah.
I say, when it does work, it's one of those that gets clipped up, goes viral, and you make a name for yourself on Instagram and TikTok as well as on this hallowed turf.
There was one we were watching, and I was watching with my other half, Mike, and I said, I don't like that back inside pass, it never works. And the next time they did it, they went straight through and scored, and he just turned and looked at me and was like, I thought you were a commentator. It's like, yeah, all right. Yeah.
Brutal feedback, that.
Yeah. On the edge, mate. Red on the edge. Stay on the edge.
It's one of those plays, actually, that people that are watchers of the Premiership Women's Rugby, that Saracens like to employ an awful lot. Lottie Sharp, Jess Breach, they like to get them off their wings, coming through on that reverse pass from the scrum half.
Well, they had a lovely one where they put Jess Breach, who's absolutely rapid, normally a winger. They've had her at full back, and they did that back inside, and she went straight through. I think it probably was that one that I was talking about, but it was great. Yeah, so, but thanks for bringing that up. But no.
A little bit of PTSD in the commentary box at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, that line out wasn't straight. We'll have a scrum pretty much on halfway. We've been treated this year, haven't we? There's been some wonderful finals across the board, across the game in this country. The Gallagher Premiership final last weekend, the occasion, brilliant. The game, tight and nervy, I think it's fair to say, rather than fast and frenetic. that PWR final at Allianz Stadium, a wonderful occasion. Gloucester getting that three-peat. The Papa John's Trophy finals that we've had recently. There's been some wonderful, wonderful occasions. It's a wonderful, wonderful scrum from Lancashire.
Nine marks back here, mate. I told you before.
And I think Maguire actually is probably going to be thanking the referee there, because he looked to take that quickly, not quite from the mark, but tapped it a little bit above his head and was suddenly looking around, panic in his eyes, wondering where it had gone.
15.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because outside them, I don't think they were expecting the quick tap. I don't mind a quick tap off a scrum penalty, because obviously everyone's bunched and there's probably going to be some space out there. But yeah, called back for not at the mark. Nice kick there, not gone quite as far as he'd have wanted, about a few metres away from the 22, but getting that composure you mentioned, trying to bring that composure into the game.
Numbers red. Numbers, lads.
It just feels, since that drinks break, that it's pretty much been all Lancashire, bar that one opportunity for Devon, where Hammond looked to try and flick it inside. All of the play pretty much has been down in and around this 22. And that's incredibly well taken, coming down from the air.
Break away! He's broke away.
And he's broken away, though, has the Lancashire man. He's fighting to get to ground. He's managed to get his knees down. Good work there, as Devon looked to try and force the turnover. Final couple of minutes of this half. You feel like a score here for Lancashire would be big. And they're looking around for options again. The Fijian flair of an offload coming out. And if they could have freed their hands there was the opportunity. But Doherty sensibly takes it into contact.
22 move.
Noblet, sorry, I should say it was there. And then O'Loughlin. Slawson looking to try and find space, and Sunderland it was who freed the hands again. Kassem Sharples goes over, protecting the ball for his side, and Maguire. Well, that one was down around the ankles, and it's incredibly well taken again. Slawson it was, and then a big carry from Coxhill. O'Loughlin again, fighting into the 22. Maguire, Slawson, wonderful tip on to the skipper, and Greenwood is away. Devon appealing, saying that one's gone forward. It has. Frustration for Lancashire, what an offload too many, but again, you've got to applaud the invention, and you've got to applaud the line there that was picked by the captain, Will Greenwood.
Yeah, lovely line, nice balanced run as well. So yeah, you can just see the knock on just as they tried to scoop that one up, but you had to say it felt like a try was building, so credit to the Devon defence of just relentlessly going from one side to the other, defending phase after phase after phase, and now they just want to keep it safe, they want to kick it out, just go into half-time, regroup, because they're only 5 points down.
Crouch! Bind!
Devon have been under pressure at scrum time. They've got a couple of penalties out of it as well, but, well, they're going to get a third as well, so... there you go. I'm not going to say commentators curse this time. They can thank me for calling that one.
Yes. They're like, yeah, we're good at this. So you'd assume, yeah. So tap, because they don't want to have the line out. So tap it first. Then it seems it's dead, because if it kicks straight out, we'll then have to play off of it. So there we go, wrapping up that first half.
Fast, frenetic, incredibly entertaining. Lancashire have the lead by 15 points to 10. But that only tells you half of the story. There's been opportunities for both of these sides. Lancashire with 2 tries from their wingers, Hesketh and Durkin. Devon responding with a Tom Windsor try and a penalty apiece from Matt Smale and Dan Slawson. It's beautifully poised for the second half. 15-10, Lancashire lead. Welcome back to Allianz Stadium. Kat and I are suitably refreshed. We've updated the sun cream as well. So we're ready to go for this one. The players nearly are as well. And Kat, it was a fantastic first half. I think we're going to be able to look at some of the best bits from it coming up as well.
Yeah, so we've been treated to some really nice play. That lovely wide pass there going over for Lancaster's score in the corner, but really well taken. They'd been working really hard, getting from whip to whip, and coming away with that one. Really nice for Tom Hesketh. And then Devon with a beauty of a try of their own, like a bit of a different style, straight through the middle, some strong running, but then some good, I mean, really good offloading. This one there, absolute treat of an offload, and then a great score there for Tom Windsor.
It was wonderful play, wasn't it? That was a little bit like that Tide Burn try last night for the Lions, just those dummy runners creating the space and the opportunity. Yeah,
absolutely. You have to, you know, he did such a good line. The defence really drew into him. They even went to tackle him, even though he didn't have the ball, because it was that convincing a line, and then out of the back. And then the response here, I really did like this one. That wraparound play, that pass, so important going into it.
It really was, and they managed to finish it off and put themselves into the lead. Well, Devon wasted no time in that first half with the way they wanted to keep the pace of the game moving. They've wasted no time getting us back underway either.
14.
Lancashire gear up to halfway.
Yeah, both teams have decided, you know, we've seen quick taps, we've seen quick line-out throw-ins, even to himself, which I always think takes a lot of confidence. I've never went for one of those, just because the embarrassment as if you got it wrong would just be far too high. But no, he did it very well. So no, there's some that they want to play this game very, very quickly.
Motoring forward then from the maul, and Devon breaking away, breaking free, up towards the 22. There's a pair of legs that went flying into the air there. Such was the ferocity of the clear out.
Move 14.
And Devon coming again. There is Hammond, the danger man, but the pass didn't connect. It's gone forward, and now there's an opportunity for the breakaway. Probably not the man that they would have wanted out there, Sunderland, but it doesn't matter because they found the pass. And Louis Callow races clear under the sticks. And it was all Devon in those opening minutes of this second half, but it's Lancashire who strike first and extend their lead again. A bit like Argentina last night, Kat, out of nothing and pouncing.
Yeah, that was a really nice try as well. I mean, Louis Callow was centimetres away from that touchline, so take it, they go in wide, they've got their forwards carrying, but it's the offload there, and then look here, just the absolute gas. He is millimetres away from that touchline, and there's a desperate tackle attempt, but no, just too fast. And sometimes just pure gas, it is enough to get you a score, and that was and against the run of play as well. But the offload back inside was an important one, and he actually does. It's not just gas. In fairness to him, from that angle, you can see he does a slight hold to get the defender to stop and then re-accelerate, which is always, I love seeing that.
It's just such clever play, isn't it? Because you're going at what feels like 100 miles an hour, but having that sense of your surroundings to slow and check and go again, just creating that space.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the check, which you're very rarely in rugby so much quicker than someone else. You can go all the way around them without just getting them to either turn their hips or to pause or get on their heels, and that's how you can then utilise that slight pause from them to then get away. So that was really nice balanced running.
It was a great try there. Slawson converted it as well, so Lancashire, from being a few points down, are now 12 points clear.
Tackle!
It's the furthest any side has been ahead in this one. That feels like a big try. And, well, Louis Callow, the forward Waterloo man, a fresher at Loughborough University as well. And he's had his opportunity here. If he's a fresher at Loughborough University, then second year next year, I wonder if they'll be looking at him for their Nat 2 side and a bit of Buck Super Rugby action as well.
Yeah, you got to, because this is the platform again. People give players a platform, especially the young lads out here today, like see what they can do, and yeah, no, and they both sides have really taken opportunities and they're stepping up.
Crouch.
One thing that hasn't quite gone to plan, I think it's fair to say, for either of these two teams so far has been the restarts, though. And we've seen it again here. A knock-on from Lancashire and Devon with the scrum. They were going backwards, but they've got the penalty. Driving at an angle. You can see there, clear call from the referee. And, well, wonderful try, wonderful play to make sure that Callow went over. But Devon with a chance to instantly respond. Well,
Devon haven't had as much possession or territory as Lancashire, but what they have done is when they've been in the areas to score, they've really pulled it off, and they've taken opportunities. So this is really dangerous now for Lancaster, because Devon in these areas are really dangerous.
And that kick from Smale, pretty much on the money, 5 metres out for his side. And now they're going to look to rumble forwards. Butt was in there with his hands on the ball. But now it's gone out to the hooker, Kieran Doherty. An instant riposte, an instant response for Devon. And the Sidmouth man gets his side back within a score.
Yeah, and it's an important one as well, because the scoreboard was starting to run away from them, actually. So it was a really important response that they got that one in there. And one thing you've got to say, for Devon's side, you know, South West Rugby, like they love a scrum, they love a maul, they want their, you know, their big players coming into this, so driven line out score, very well timed, exactly the right time to peel off that as well. Sometimes players keep them in for just a bit too long and it becomes a bit of a battle, but good spot, good pick, goes for the score.
Timed that to perfection, Kieran Doherty, he really did. Down in Devon a few weeks ago, I was speaking about it, about sort of that strength that they have up front across the game, across pretty much age grade up to senior level, and someone described it to me as farmer strength. I think, yeah, fair reflection.
Definitely, yeah.
Smale then lining up this conversion, and it drifts to the left of the upright, so it stays a 7-point Lancashire lead. You can see he's shaking his head there. He feels he should have slotted that one, but it was his kick that put them into that position in the first place. And you can see there he's learnt the lessons from the first half. He's found the right kicking accuracy now, and they got the rewards.
Yeah, really. You know, this is just looking at how close this is and coming back in. And I think that was such a good response from Devon, and they needed to do it then. So they now need to just be sensible, but the bounce has not been kind to them there. And you mentioned it, the kickoffs of both sides have not particularly gone smoothly.
This match is starting to feel a bit like one of those where one team says, you score, I'll score, and we'll just see who scores more at the end of it. And Lancashire have got possession back. Devon are hunting in packs, trying to force Lancashire backwards, and they have pushed them back a bit until Coxhill puts his head down and drives forward. And Slawson gets it out to Greenwood again, the captain with a wonderful offload and a vicious fend. And oh, Roberts was away, but he's got the ball free. Callow hunting a second. Lancashire hunting a fourth. Coxhill again. Roberts at scrum half. And Maguire gets it out. O'Loughlin, the next to have a go, and they're getting closer. The referee having a good look. They're metres, inches, centimetres away now, Lancashire, and they found the line again. It's Harry Coxhill, the replacement prop, the West Park St Helens man, who's gone over. And they extend their lead back up again to 12. Devon, what were you doing at the restart? But Lancashire, how well did you do with the opportunity?
Yeah, just the bounce of the ball sometimes can be cruel, but so they've, you know, we've seen them move the ball out wide. We've seen the, you know, the flair that they can have, but they've also shown they can do the dirty stuff too. They can do those carries by the line, big strong runners going in as well and getting their scores too. And that's the pick and time. And again, it's good body strength because there's defenders there who are trying to hit him back, but the strength to be able to do it. And I don't think, if you haven't played rugby, you don't know actually how hard that is. You often see winger tries running in, but those close quarter ones, I know this for a fact because I tried to do one myself once. I was like, it can't be that hard, and got absolutely nailed. I was like, never again. I'll leave that to the big girls, I'll stay out wide.
One and done, and left it to the tight five to have a go.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was like, I once as well, I ran in and hit a ball that was going, and and I thought I'd made like this big impact, and I was like, oh, did you fit? And they didn't even know I'd hit it. I was like, all right, cool. Just stay out of it. Yeah, it's better.
Getting flashbacks to that Johnny May on the side of the scrum theme from a couple of years ago.
Yeah. No, that is one thing I did when I had to go in the scrum. I did push as hard as I could. Yeah, no, Johnny May was not. Yeah, looked a little lost, let's say.
Good thing that he is incredible. Still incredible playing in France now on the wing.
Out and out finisher, wasn't he? Just getting the ball, watch him go. Lovely thing to watch on that left wing, just flying down.
Brilliant when he was in full flight, and some of the wingers that we've seen so far in this first match have been as well.
Absolutely.
But it's the big men at the moment that are wanting to have a go. A half charge down. Came in, and that's given Lancashire possession back. As O'Loughlin carries forwards. And Slawson finds Coxill again. Charge down, comes in this time from Devon on Callow. Both sides just trying things a little bit at the moment. But Devon have got a penalty, hands on the floor.
2 off feet.
And having got themselves back within a score, they're now 2 scores down again, but they have got the opportunity, with Oliver Stride on the field now as well, to get themselves back into that attacking area.
Yeah, that was a good charge down as well, like really good to regather it yourself, which is often, normally it bounces off you, someone else might pounce on it, but to actually have the reactions to be able to have it hit off you and then dive on it, really good.
Red, take the line. Green 9. Green 9 change.
Substitution being lined up
On the edge.
down below us as well for Devon. Harry Venning coming on to the field.
Red on the edge.
Topsham RFC.
Red, you've got the mark on the edge. Stay there. Don't start
An
playing
Exeter
beggars,
University student. I've had a message come in, so I've been asked to give a shout out. He is also Mel Antow, who works at Saracens, a big name in the women's game. She is his godmother and sent me a nice little good luck message for him. Has said he's come through the Richmond ranks, plays at Chiswick when he's home now, and wishing him all the best this afternoon.
No,
I'm loving the shout-outs. Yeah, that's good.
It's who you know, not what you know, here in the Coventry gantry.
Yeah.
Devon coming again now, though, looking to spin the ball. Tied up 5 metres out from the line. And there is Venning getting the ball out. It's juggled and bobbled, and the offload doesn't quite stick.
Play advantage. Take the
Scrum advantage,
Not
knock
forward
on,
by
and
Green.
Devon, like we saw in the first half, Cat, 1 pass away from a wonderful try.
Yeah, I think you've got to go for those ones, because sometimes you might say, slow it down,
The
slow
9 was in the way
control.
first, all right,
Actually,
just
if
about
that goes to
timing.
hand, it's probably a score, so it's worth it. So good initial carry there. Do have time off it, but it just that first one doesn't go to hand. But then hands just a little bit low on that offload. Keeps them higher, that goes.
Like you said, that's just a little bit high. That's up at chest height. They're walking in. They're right back in the game again. But they have got Lancashire down right where they want them.
And their scrum, Devon scrum has been very strong, so we can see how this goes. And hopefully we can put, for their sake, a lot of pressure onto the leaders. And it's pretty solid.
Solid, stable play as Kassem Sharples comes away from the base.
Tackle now!
Done well there to make some valuable meters and also create a bit of an angle for Dan Slawson. There still wasn't much to work with in the circumstances. He's done really well there to get that as far up the field as he has.
Oh yeah, he'll be really happy with that. That's relieved a lot
Red
of
3,
pressure,
7
tight
and 15.
angle, tough, so he's done well.
Time's off, lads.
Time's off. The referee here shouting there, 3-7-15 coming off for Lancashire.
Just taking subs.
So that's Rhys Dixon, Ben Sunderland and
3,
Jack
7 and
Roberts
15.
coming off. They are being replaced by Tom Loveday, James Sutcliffe and Rowan Abbott.
Time's on.
Opportunity for some of these subs to make their mark as well. It's such a hot day, you need that impact from the bench.
Just thinking that you need, because it is, I know we're harping on about it, but it is so hot. We're up in Coventry and feel pretty hot and bothered. So out there, although one person that doesn't look like he's bothered is Devon coming through now.
It was Route 1 play
Tackle!
from Kieran Doherty, and his side were charging forwards. They've just been ushered into touch there, but for a moment, time seemed to stand still, and Doherty was the only person moving. Wonderful carry from the hooker, and very nearly Devon back in there.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. You can just start to see they're putting so much pressure on. A good offload back inside. There was good cover defence there to stop that offload. So, for me, did he go in touch there? I thought he was just shot of touch. Close. But yeah, no, as I said, they're in line, but we're right up here. But that did look very close.
Under pressure at the line out there were Lancashire, and James Noblet had to come charging in to make sure his side held on to the ball. Maguire back into his fly half's hands. That is a cannon of a boot from Slawson. Smale, his opposite number, tidies it up, floats the pass wide with pressure coming in from Rowan Abbott.
Advantage, 12 high.
And a high tackle. Could hear there, so an opportunity with his penalty advantage. Venning thinks about the dart. Oh, huge collision there, you could hear that. And nothing coming, will come back for the penalty. But what about the impact there? That was two units meeting each other, and we heard it.
Yeah, it was, but Devon had they had two-man overlap on that right-hand side, so they went in the middle, and actually it just had to go. They had to move it, especially with the advantage. Just get it wide, not a kick, just hands through. So I think there was a missed opportunity there. That's the high hit that came in that meant they were playing with the advantage, and they just got a bit too bunched through the middle, I think, and should have moved that.
2, 16 and 12. 16.
Some more changes being lined up this time for Devon. 2, 16, 12 making their way off the field, our referee says. So Kieran Doherty, Daniel Butt and Callum Findlay making their way off. Ollie Williams coming on. Callum Arnold making his way back on to the field as well.
Time's on, we've got numbers, lads.
He was like a man possessed at times when he was on the field in that first half, and his side are going to need him to do likewise here, chasing a deficit. But they've got a driving maul to work with. And the driving maul is going forward and then some. They've got to try and keep this in play. They have done. But they're 5 metres out now as Medley look to get it out, and then a huge shot comes in, flying tackle. And Lancashire have managed to turn it over. But the ball is going to stay in play. It's non-stop action, and Robert Hennessy, his first touch is to almost shovel that one forwards. And over, there's a player down in the backfield for Devon, so they're playing with 14 for the moment. Looking to go down that short side. Hammond.
Put him safely. Tackle.
Well, we said he was one of the danger men. There's a welcoming committee of 3 there to meet him. And the turnover is good again from Lancashire. Devon, though, win the ball back with the penalty, and they've gone quickly. Venning wasn't waiting around, but the referee called him back in, wants him to come back to the mark.
I think it may be because, was it because the player was down? Because I think that was from the mark, and he wanted to go quickly with that. So I think they're going to start to, what Devon need to know is then not to get frustrated, because they've had a couple of opportunities here. They've been denied. They need to just stay really, really focused, because they're doing some really great rugby.
They are, but that is going to be a concern for them, because the man that is hobbling and has now been told you need to come off is the captain, Matt Smale, the fly half.
Edge of the paint, 17.
Really sad way for his game to end.
Yeah, he's had a good game, he has. He's ran it really well. He's put in some big hits. Speaking of big hits, that was the one on Hammond, the winger, getting, as you said, that welcoming committee. But yeah, no one wants to see players get injured, and especially not in big finals.
So Callum Findlay, having just left us, comes back on, the number 12.
No rest for you.
None at all. Enjoy your day out in the sunshine. You're going to be out there for the full AC.
Absolutely.
Line out again. It's just not quite clicking, is it, at the moment?
No, there's been a few not straights. And it's not windy out there, so you haven't got that to go for.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
Just heard on our ref mic there, one of the players from Devon just looking at the ref, just going, are we uncontested now? Not quite, I think. I think he might be a little bit worried about the power that Lancashire have been starting to bring on to the field, but you've got to try it. In the final, you've got to try everything, and fair play for asking the question.
Yeah.
Crouch. Bind.
So we're coming up to the last 20 minutes of this one. Lancashire have managed to stretch the advantage.
We're never stable, lads. We're never
Such
stable.
a fast-moving game. I think it's the first time we've had a scrum reset all day, which isn't bad for 59 minutes into it.
Yeah, no, really good.
Let's get the balance right, lads, OK? Wait for the ball to come. Let's go, lads. Quick reset.
Good, clear instructions from the referee. Now, I'm imagining in a minute or two's time we will have another water break. We had one in the first half after the 20-minute mark.
Lads, OK?
So
Crouch.
our officials will be looking for an opportune moment.
Bind. Set.
Lancashire scrum then gets the shunt on originally, then Devon managed to hold. But the Lancashire under-20 side want to play with ball in hand. They want to go from deep. Slawson eventually says he's had enough of that. Boots that one down into the corner, and Hammond tidies it up. Wonderful dancing feet from Max Hammond, and he's made valuable metres for his side. Venning to Windsor, and now they're looking to come forward. Medley puts his head down and goes route one again. Whitlock with the little chip in behind, and now the chase is on. Callow tidies it up beautifully, but he's under all sorts of pressure. Abbott was there to help him out.
No. No, it's in the foot. Step back.
Oh, difficult kick there. It was touched, I think. It's kept in field, and Lancashire tidy it up. And now they're looking to go again. Big men in the middle.
Not now. Take him back.
They'll check inside there from Max Senior. And Slawson out the back, and now there's an opportunity out wide. The pass, again though, not quite on the money, and Vinnie Durkin, again, looking like a frustrated man. He had a one-on-one if that one had gone to hand.
Yeah, I think possibly if they looked at that, it would have drifted forward anyway, like with that one. But yeah, knock on there, and then they're going for the water break. So it's not a pretty one. But a nice decision to kick on had it have been kept.
Wonderful endeavour though, both sides still wanting to play. You do wonder going into the last 20 minutes if there's a world in which Lancashire could maybe start to protect what they've got. They've got a 14-point lead. Could they start to use that boot of Slawson a little bit more, try and shut this one down and pin Devon back? Yeah,
they might start to think about that, although when you're out there, you're at Twickenham, sometimes you might just want to play and go for it and get hands on ball. I know what you mean. The actual tactical thing to do would possibly be to do that, but actually, yeah, I think they'll want to go for it. Yeah.
You can see there, that was the opportunity for Devon, the kick in behind. Austin Crowe, good football from the Devon man, but Louis Callow was back there tidying up. We saw his jet heels for his try. We saw them there in defence, and he saved his side.
Yeah, and the exit from it as well, a good clear. Weren't sure if it was going into touch or not, and it was the chase, end up get the ball back. So they're, you know, from a kick from within their own dead ball becomes they get the ball back, they start playing like so. Some really brave defence.
Well, we're taking a deep breath here with the heat up in the commentary box. You can see some people in the crowd doing the same, trying to fan themselves with anything that they have got.
The breakdown is a lot bit messy in terms of like
and Lancashire in this drinks break. You can see them on the screen now, perhaps sensibly going into the dead ball area, going into where the shade is still protecting them. Devon, they're pretty much out in the middle of it. But they've got 20 minutes left to try and turn this one around. And we've seen when they've scored, they've scored quickly, and then they've challenged again for a try pretty much straight after. So there will be opportunities. They just got to capitalise. Definitely.
Like when they have it, they got like I could see why they would be frustrated, because I said they've had probably 3 opportunities to score. I'm wondering about that line-out one that they were talking about uncontested, was whether actually Lancashire went up which I didn't notice at the time. So if they didn't, then obviously the knock straight doesn't matter. They should have carried on playing. So I wonder if that's what they were talking about. But yeah, but they do just need to. It's 14 points, yes, but they can score 14 as well if they don't need to panic about the scoreline. 20 minutes is long enough.
There's still plenty of time to go, and both teams have shuffled their sides around a fair bit as well, using those benches to great effect. You can see there Ollie Williams on your screen, the Paynton RFC man, number 17 in the blue scrum cap for Devon. Another one of those who has come onto the field to join us in the last few minutes.
Your scrum. Their scrum with a knock-on.
Here the referee there just explaining it's going to be a Devon start with a scrum to get us back underway. "20 minutes left then in this Jason Leonard men's national under-20s final. 2 more county champs finals to follow for you today as well. The Gill Burns Division 1 final and the Bill Beaumont Division 1 as well. So stick around for those. Gill Burns final coming up for you at lunchtime. Then Kat and I will be taking a pause for the England 15 against France 15 game, and then we'll be back with you the final game of the day. This is the Jason Leonard game, sorry, that Bill Beaumont Division 1 final between Yorkshire and Kent. A repeat of last year's nail-biter. Will we get a grandstand finish in this one though? Devon certainly want to ask that question, and Hammond, well, he seems to want to go himself there, but he's flung the ball back to Crowe. And Crowe continues to go forward. Supreme strength from the right winger. And Hennessy is then stepping in at first receiver with a penalty advantage coming. Devon lost their captain, Matt Smale, to an injury just before the drinks break.
Still got advantage. On the 10,
you can hear our referee saying that penalty advantage is still coming, so they've kicked forward, nothing really much coming from it.
Just there, yeah.
And we'll come back.
Whole back line, offside.
You hear the referee there. Nice and clear again, entire back line offside, and Devon with an instant opportunity here to try and pump this one up towards the 22 and see what they can do.
Yeah, it's that balanced play. Forward carries. They've got strong runners, haven't they, as well? And
they put too much on the kick. It's gone dead. They went for broke. Obviously, you don't want to see it in a final. When it happens in the first half, it's one of those. There's still time. When it happens in that last 20 minutes, those championship minutes, it starts to feel a little bit more momentous.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned the word that they're a bit frustrated and they need to not not focus on that, but then that's going to frustrate them just straight back in. And it's those moments where the whole team goes, that can be when you're 14 points down. You just don't want those moments.
Crouch.
And more importantly, from a Devon perspective as well, they've gone from a potential attacking line out to gifting possession back to the side, who lead them by 14 points. Maguire gets that ball in. That one is solid as a rock, and Lancashire look to switch to play. Wonderful ball out to one of the danger men, Louis Callow. And there goes Greenwood again, the captain charging forwards. Devon, they're getting those initial shots in, but the leg drive from Lancashire is keeping the ball moving quickly. And the passing is wonderful and intricate, and so is the show and go from Durkin.
Not there, 12 He's on the wrong side.
Devon chasing hard, looking to force errors. They forced a knock on there. It was a big intervention. It was an intervention that was needed. It looked like it was Jack Dorothy there, the vice-captain, giving his side a sniff, because Lancashire were building again.
They were, and as you said, maybe Lancashire start to think about that lead, that time running down, just keeping the ball, so actually not wanting to give Devon any opportunity to have it, but there's good line speed, isn't there, and good defence from Devon.
Let's go, seconds.
Let's go, back 5, out quick.
Crouch. set.
Well, that scrum was going forward at a rate of knots for Lancashire. They've got the penalty, and even at the moment the referee's arm went up in the air, you can see them already gesturing for the tee. They know how important it is to stretch this lead, and it's a huge moment.
Yeah, stretch the lead, build on it, make it further than 2 scores. Ahead, really just focusing on that. So yeah, massive scrum and an important moment. You know, we spoke about those momentum ones when you get a turnover right on the line and how important they are. A scrum penalty there in this context for Lancashire when you've already got that 14-point lead, huge.
You can see Will Greenwood, the captain there, already gesturing to the bench as the referee's arm was going up. He knew what he wanted. He's put his faith in Dan Slawson to extend this advantage. Big moment for Slawson here. It's been pretty solid off the tee so far today. The kick is starting to fall, and it's fallen to the right of the posts. So it stays at a 14-point lead, and Devon wasting no time, booting that one down the field, straight back into the hands of Lancashire.
Never on the ball.
Looking to play quickly. There was a ball on the touchline there that just went flying pretty much into our eye line. Caught me off guard for a second there.
Yeah, I think they assumed he was going to get the 3, so it was set in the middle of the pitch, ready for the kickoff.
What's your entry?
Lancashire coming again then. Coxill with the charge and the go, and he gets the ball out. It goes to the deck, but this time it goes backwards. Now, Lancashire come again. A try here surely would seal it for them.
Tackle now, release!
Durkin coming off of his wing. The point from Kasim Sharple says go the other way, and Maguire does just that. Senses an opportunity himself, frees the hands, but it's been intercepted, and now it's a foot race, and Devon going, seeing if they can go the length. It's a huge break. It's now a foot race at the end. It's an incredible covering tackle, and Lancashire, how on earth have they got themselves out of that one? Oh, head in hands for Devon. I thought he was away when he beat the final man. But it's Louis Callow again. We saw it just before the drinks break. We've seen it there. I've not seen wheels like that down the wing at Twickenham for a long, long time. Oh,
just pure fuel. But you can see he's in the pain cave there in his face. But does look like, are they going to look at that as a high tackle for the cover?
They could do. It doesn't look like they're happy.
I think they have, but yeah, that did look high.
9, red, 9, 5,
Our referee is actually making
subs.
A shout for a couple of substitutions. I thought they could be looking at that. I think looking at the replay we saw there, it did look a little bit like Crow was almost already going to deck as the player was coming in, which is probably what the referee's seen as well.
Yeah, but that was a great run from Crow, like so fast. And handing someone off who's behind you as well is really difficult to be able to put that power into it. But for him to then be able to use that to accelerate himself even further forward, that was a fantastic run. And you know, great cover tackle as well.
The cover tackle was exquisite. 3 more subs for Lancashire below us as well. Ollie Mills returning to the field alongside Zach Barker and Joe Donnelly.
You're in this line out.
So they are going to get a run out as well. The Blackburn man, Zach Barker, and Joe Donnelly from Rochdale onto the field in the final. Devon nearly managed to get a hand to that one, but it's drifted forwards. Lancashire
from the knock-on.
Boot to ball. Advantage over. So it will be a Devon line-out. There is still time. They do have an opportunity, but Lancashire, we asked the question, were they going to start trying to wind the clock down? I think we've seen the first example of that with that Slawson kick.
Yeah, because they're coming into 11 minutes left, 14 points clear. So, yeah, they're just starting to play smart rugby. I think they would have wanted more on the kick, though, because this is still, as you said, a dangerous area to be. Here's that Crow run, so fantastic running. Good palm as well. But again, it's hard from behind to be able to get the power to be able to do that. But yeah, a great runner.
Hands, well, it was bobbling and bouncing. into them, and Devon, well, they initially held on to it, and then they held on for it for too long. Lancashire coming away, and you can see there, Baker, the replacement scrum half, his hands just telling his side to calm things down. He's come on for Maguire. Maguire had a great game. Baker's come on, said, let's see this game out now. Really good awareness.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You get different styles of nines as well, and sometimes tactically you can use players and say sometimes you want someone to come on and be like, right, we need to pick this pace up, and other times you need go on, I want you to close this game out, and you do have your different players for that, or they're versatile, can do both. But clearly he's been told, come on, play it out, keep this win.
Archie Fowler back on for Lancashire. Well, Matt Smale looked like his day was done. He's back on, the captain. Hopefully that's just a dead leg or something like that for him. Back onto the field, and he's going to see if he can try and turn things around for his side. Slotting back in at 10.
Red, they're on their mark. Close the gap. Too big.
It's Callum Findlay again who departs. So he's not quite going to get that full 80 minutes. Did a really good job stepping into that 10 position for his side with his captain off the field, as again the line out goes the same way that a lot of them have done so far.
Yeah, so many not straights, which you just, you know, it's not when the corner flag's completely square, but he's saying same as the one down there. So yeah, there was a competition for the ball, and that's the important thing with the new law. And if you don't bother, it's why it's always worth going up, because put pressure on that throw.
Does mean that Devon get possession back as well, which is something that they need into the final 10 minutes of this one.
Can you imagine how hot it is in that scrum? Oh, like I'm hot sat here.
Honestly.
That. This is beautiful backs, whether I would have loved it on the wing, but in that, imagine the second rows, how sweaty they must be.
Knock-on advantage.
You feel sorry for them. I feel very sorry there for Harry Venning as well, because he has been clobbered from behind and lost the ball forwards. And Lancashire can build and go forward again. Slawson. There's a little bit of potential crossing there, but the referee was happy for play to continue, and Armour goes forward now.
Anything there too.
Ball goes out to Cam Brown, and he goes route one. You can see now Lancashire. They were trying to chuck those offloads a few moments ago. They're still trying them, but they're being a lot more reticent to do just that. They want to keep hold of the ball, and Greenwood, he's been good today, the captain, Will Greenwood.
Tackle move!
Mills, the next to have a carry in Lancashire. Huge shot coming in, had to be made. Zacharias, I think it was, number 22, racing out of the line. But Lancashire coming again through Cam Brown. Little dart this time from Baker. And the big man Fowler goes again. Out the back, drop goal opportunity. It's drifted wide from Slawson. It'll be a 22. But Cat, again, not a bad option. I know he's missed it, but it kills more time on the clock. Yeah,
it kills more time. It's going to get kicked back to him. So I think, and from my eyes must be going, because I thought that looked pretty like in line. But yeah, I thought it was a good shot and attempt. But it's the confidence to take. No, clearly going over to the right there. But yeah, I think the confidence to go for them in big game moments is really key as well, and good experience, because when it happens again, oh, there's some good pace going on here, good footwork.
Lovely little bit of jinking play just to create the opportunity, and Slawson now with ball in hand to Loveday, and now Lancashire are galloping forward, the offload to Greenwood. He looks to free those arms, he can't quite, but his side are where they want to be. Sutcliffe takes the ball into the 22. Lovely tip on, huge carry, and Mills gets the hands free again.
Never on the ball. No
this has been Lancashire's speciality all day today. Sensing the opportunity, getting the hands going in tight spaces, and they're 5 metres out now. Big carry coming in again. They're powering up to the line. They're powering up towards the title. That is surely that, arms aloft. Lancashire are going to be our Jason Leonard men's national under-20s champions, and it's the power game that's done it.
Yeah, and you could see how much it meant to them as well, and everybody dropped. I think Will Greenwood actually dropped to the floor in celebration as that happened, because they knew that's the moment, that's the... And I think they have had that, I mean, pure power. I mean, that is an individual try. That is like 3 players hanging off him, and he's still managing to leg drive and go through. Really excellent, strong running there from Ollie Mills.
Wonderful play from Ollie Mills, the Blackburn man. Well, he told us that he was a big ball carrier. He's lived up to the hype that he gave himself. And with 5 minutes to go, that is surely the title settled now. He set a new county record earlier this season, 22 carries in a game against Northumberland. But for all of those 22 carries he made there, that one is the biggest of his season.
Oh yeah, huge, and such an important moment as well to do it, to kill off that game. 22 carries, oh, that's brutal. That is just brutal.
I hope for his sake it was significantly cooler than it is today when he was doing that. Slauson slots the extras then, 36-15, less than 5 minutes to go, and Kat, I think I'll bring you in now. It's time to name our player of the match for this first final. Standout performers on both sides, but let us know who's got the nod.
Yeah, so for me, I think across the board there were some really good performances, but the man for me who has been absolutely everywhere in this final is the captain, Will Greenwood. I think he has been so important. He's carried well, he's been right out on the wing, he's been in the thick of things, and he has ran things very smartly, tactically. I think a standout performance.
Will Greenwood then is your player of the match in this Jason Leonard men's national final. He, in a few moments' time, will be lifting that trophy. But Devon are not going to go down without a fight. The game may be gone, but they are going to want to try and have one last say. Ball, though, goes forward and into touch, and you could see Max Hammond there forlorn as the ball drifted off of his fingertips into touch. Disappointment for him.
Yeah, I think there's just been, I've said it again, but they're frustrated. They're going to be frustrated because they definitely have opportunities, and you know, they've clearly got their danger runners. I mean, both of the wings have done some exciting moments today. Crow got that run earlier, and they want to be able to get their pace runners, and it's just not quite been their day.
It's one of those, isn't it? The bounce of the ball sometimes goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, and you get a little bit of a feeling as to whether you know what's going to happen. And it was really tight, actually. That first half was only 5 points in it, but Lancashire has been a clinic in finals rugby the second half.
Yeah, they really just have been smart with their rugby. They haven't thrown anything too high risk, or their only high risk areas. They've done it in where they're far enough away, so it doesn't matter if they give enough. They've been very, very smart, although a penalty against them here, and not letting them go quick.
Devon want to keep the pace up until the very last moment, and you've got to applaud them. They're still going to keep going, still searching for a third try. As we said, the game may be done in terms of the result, but it's certainly not done in terms of trying to get another score. And they'll be disappointed to suffer defeat here, but if they are able to come away with the final say, that will be a big boost for them to take into next season's county championships, and there is an opportunity for another player to try and get their name in lights, try and get a final moment, quite literally in the sun.
100%, and I think, yes, you care about the result, and that's the biggest thing, but actually when you are on that pitch, every single minute and every moment and every play, you want to do something good with, you want to score.
And that was something good there. Oh, Callum Arnold, even in a losing cause, what a game he has had. And Devon are going to get another save. Rory Medley, he's another one who, in a team that's sadly going to come out on the wrong side of it, has put his hand up and performed wonderfully well. The Brixham man gets his try, and Callum Arnold, the loose head prop from Oakhampton, even in defeat, has been on the rampage today.
Yeah, and I think it's those, again, that scoreline is more representative of how this game has been, because Lancashire has clearly, this second half, have dominated. They've done a masterclass of how to win finals, but Devon have been in the game more than the scoreline reflects. So to get that, I think is important and a fair reflection.
I think just looking at the replay there as well, it's a brutal bludgeoning carry from Callum Arnold. but then it was so simple. He looked to reach out, realised he wasn't going to be able to, placed it back cleanly, and then there was the opportunity for Medley to finish. Conversion's good, so it's a 14-point game. We're into the final minute, so there isn't going to be enough time for Devon to fight their way back into this one, but they have made sure, Kat, as you said, the scoreline is a lot more representative of what's been a really entertaining final.
Yeah, really great. I think both teams have played some really exciting plays, and you can see how slow Lancashire are now walking back. It's the only time I think I've seen them walk in the whole time, and you're like, don't worry lads, Devon can't win this, there's not enough time, but yeah, they're slowing it down.
Probably the slowest that Lancashire have moved all day. They've cannoned it down into the 22. They know the game is done. Devon, well, they're going to want to chance their arm, try and finish with another score. Oh, there's a player gone down with cramp there, but Hammond finally thought he was going to get away, but the ball's drifted forwards. And surely that is going to signal, I thought that was going to signal the end of the game. The referee still wants to go. That's time up on our clock, not quite on our referee's clock. We're not synced in with our match official today.
30 seconds.
There you go, you can hear him there. 30 seconds to go. There'll be a little bit of time off. Smale, the captain, he's made sure he's been on the field to the last, but that cramp is coming back to haunt him again, having gone off earlier in the match. He looks to be in a little bit of agony. Hopefully he can at least be on his feet for the final whistle, because he's put in a great shift again, the captain.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit of time off here, a little bit of concern.
Just cramp on it, carry on. It's last play, so you used all your subs.
Hear the referee asking then if it's just cramp, and then also if all the subs have been used, because it could be a case of Devon having to finish this one with 14 players if they have.
Taking him off, staying on. Staying on, yeah, okay.
He is back on his feet. Huge round of applause going out around the ground as well, as Greenwood is announced as the player of the match. And Smale, well, he's up on one foot, gingerly on the second, but he is going to make sure he finishes this match for his side.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
More or less the final play then, and Lancashire are going to see if they can make sure they crown their title with another try. They're flinging it wide. They've now got the foot race out wide. The wheels, the tackle comes in. But Lancashire go route one, but they're just in touch. Sutcliffe unable to convert, but it doesn't matter. The title is his and Lancashire's. 36-22 they win. And Kat, it's a fully deserved victory.
Oh yeah, an absolutely comprehensive win. They've done amazingly. They kept in a really tight game in that first half, and they pulled away in the second half. I just want to give a shout out to Crow, the winger for Devon. Just did 2 try-saving tackles in a row, and that's how much that meant to him for them to not get that final score. But no, a fantastic performance, and Will Greenwood, the man of the match on the screen there, like the captain, he's put everything into today, and you can see just how much that means to him.
You can see how much it meant to him as well when they went over for that try, arms aloft on the ground, taking in air. You could see at that moment he knew that was the game, but fantastic at the set piece, at the line out, winning those crucial balls. But it was that handling and those lines that he was picking as well around the park. Yeah,
it was the work rate for me. Every time he just seemed to pop up, and he was, you know, he's obviously galvanising his team, getting them going, and just think, you know, he's done a fantastic job out there today.
Well, the players are congratulating themselves and each other on the pitch. That's game 1 of 4 here today at Allianz Stadium. And if they're going to be as fast-paced as that, I think Kat and I are going to be struggling for breath by the end of it.
Yeah.
And Devon readying themselves to tunnel Lancashire through. They'll be sad not to have won this one, but they can look back on a fantastic county championships campaign. Brilliant victories over Essex, over Berkshire, to get themselves to this position. But it's Lancashire's day, and Kat, you said right at the very top of the show those close, hard-fought battles that Lancashire have had to get here could have helped them, and it did in the end.
Yeah, I just think there's something in when you've had to fight for a win. It's been close. You've had to, you know, we saw their defence incredibly, and they were smart with their rugby. And I think it's yeah, I don't think it does teams well to smash everybody in the build-up to it and then go in almost not quite prepared for a battle. Although I do think Devon stood up and they were ready for a battle. But yeah, Lancaster just were the ones to just really execute.
Execution was the name of the game in the end. Devon had those opportunities, as you said. They weren't quite able to convert them, but Lancashire were the ones that made sure they did so. And it wasn't just in attack, as we've said, some superb defence as well. Louis Callow, one of the best try-saving tackles I think you will see here at Allianz Stadium in a long, long time.
Oh, yeah, and then like those two in a row at the end, yeah, as well. So absolutely fantastic.
It's a day for wonderful tries. It's a day for wonderful defensive efforts as well. And Lancashire will be the ones to celebrate. There they are, cheering their captain through the tunnel. We'll hopefully be able to hear from him shortly as well. But in the meantime, Kat, you've won your fair share of stuff in your career. It's a moment that's so special, whether it's your first time, your third, your fourth, your fifth.
Yeah, because that's when you come together as the team and it's all that you've put your hard work into, and you can see for a lot of them it means so much. You've got limping bodies around there holding each other up, and it's fantastic.
It is such a special occasion, and on a finals day, even if you do end up on the wrong side of the result, it's still a day to celebrate. The disappointment is going to be there for Devon, but by the time they've had a couple of drinks with their mates in a few hours' time, maybe tomorrow morning, but they will sit back and they'll reflect and they'll be so proud of what they did to get to this stage and the fact that they showed what they still managed to show on this stage. Yeah,
they can be proud of themselves because there was really good performances out there. So, yeah, still their day. They've been out. They'll be disappointed, but they should take a moment just to regroup as a team.
And they'll get that moment now. Matt Smale leading his side up. Went down with cramp twice in that match. Feels a little bit brutal getting him to walk up and down a couple of flights of stairs after that. But he's leading his side up. They will be disappointed, no doubt. But as we said, proud of what they have achieved. And they're making their way down below us. You can see a wave of phones that have managed to come out of people's pockets down below us as well. They'll be wanting to film these moments and try and get the selfies in as well. And Devon, it feels like it's a long walk, Kat, doesn't it, when you're going up to get those silver medals, as much as obviously you're still proud.
Oh yeah, it's quite a weird thing to get a medal for second, because you, as a player, they don't really, I'm not thinking for every player, but for me, silvers, I've got a World Cup silver medal. I don't know where it is. Okay, my gold one's proudly on display. Silver, genuinely no idea where it is. So yeah, no, we don't want the silvers, although it's hard fought and it's a moment for them to just regather. And you know, they've done so well to get here, and they've done some great performances as well.
Devon then, the final players making their way down the stairs below us. You can see them. There's Zach. So I should say there's Robert Hennessy at the back. Ollie Williams as well making his way down. And as they make their way down, our winners make their way up. Lancashire, well, they had to fight to get here. They knocked out last year's champions East Midlands in the semi-final. And here they are making their way up, ready to pick up their trophy. A wonderful performance by so many across the park. Whether it was the wingers, Hesketh and Durkin, managing to go over for those crucial tries, the work rate of Greenwood and O'Loughlin in the engine room, or the impact of Harry Coxill off the bench. It was a complete team performance today. And as the complete team make their way up to collect their medals, get their trophy lift in, well, there's even more cameras coming out below us now as well. People waiting for that shot to get it on the gram, get it on their social media channels, but then also for these players to celebrate a moment. It's not very often that you win a trophy. It's not very often you get to do it at the home of English rugby either. Such a special occasion as they collect those medals.
Absolutely, and it's one that they'll cherish forever. I was fortunate enough to be part of the squad in the London Sevens, which we won at Twickenham, and that was an incredible moment, going up, friends, family, everything, like, just, yeah, wonderful.
And they're slowly getting themselves into position now. The celebrations will be able to begin soon. And as the medals go on and the photographers get themselves into position, the last few players make their way through. And they will be waiting for Will Greenwood to try and squeeze. It's a little bit tight up there with 23 bodies around you, to try and get yourself into the middle to collect the trophy. He's doing that now. The man from Garston Rugby Club. His club side did the double. They won Counties 3, they won the Lancashire Bowl, and he has captained his county to the under-20s national title. The Jason Leonard under-20s title is Lancashire's. The celebrations can begin. Will Greenwood will be able to enjoy it, and they're going to milk this for all it's worth. And I'm going to stop talking for a second just so people can enjoy these teams. Both teams put on a clinic for us today in the sun, but it was Lancashire who came out on top, making their way down. They'll have what has now become that obligatory photo by the tunnel, and then we will hopefully be able to hear from a couple of this victorious squad. They're all making their way down, they're taking in the applause, they're getting the high fives, they're getting the handshakes. I'll tell you what, as much as they're enjoying the celebrations, they might also have to get a wiggle on, because the next final is coming up in just under 15 minutes' time. That one is the Gill Burns Division 1 final. It's Yorkshire versus Buckinghamshire for that one. And there'll be some familiar faces in both of those teams, the people that have been watching the county championships over the last few seasons, and potentially a familiar face to all those who know, I was going to say women's rugby, but the game of rugby in this country. And if you don't know the face, you will certainly know the voice if you hear her over the ref mic. We'll give the big build up to the rest of the players when that game gets underway, but Rocky Clark still going strong in a county championship final. You run out of words.
I know, to be going as well, I mean, she's got to be in your 40s and be kind of going out on a really hot day like this as a prop. But yeah, incredible.
There's loving the game, and then there's Rocky Clark. She lives it, she breathes it, and she absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
For the moment, though, the celebrations still continue down below us for Lancashire. A couple of photos still to get through. And Will Greenwood there, milking it for all his worth. And why not? They deserve it after the performance they've put in. And as they now start to congratulate themselves, go and find their friends and family. They'll be incredibly pleased, I think, first and foremost, to get out of the sun after how hot it was out there.
Yeah, I was hoping for a little 5 minutes in the shade before the next game, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. It's baking day.
It is. We might have to take a quick exit in a second to try and get a little bit of shade before that next final. One man who is not quite ready for that break in the shade, though, will be the skipper, Will Greenwood. We're just getting set up down below, and then we'll hear the thoughts of the captain and the player of the match in this final. And, well, they finished taking the photos for the moment. Will Greenwood's down there with his head coach as well. Phoebe, it's all yours.
Hi, so first of all, this is your first time at Twickenham with this team. What does it mean to come here for the first time and win?
Oh, it's been amazing. So we started in February, I think. We've had a number of games. The lads have been working really hard to get here. So to be here at Twickenham, just the occasion, and for the lads to win was just amazing.
And what was said at half-time for you guys to really come back and really claim that win? Because you extended your lead by a long shot.
Yeah. We felt we were pretty much in control of the game. Penalty count was a bit higher, some issues at the scrum, and then just to get into our shape and just start attacking a bit more, which I think, well, we did in terms of, we kind of figured it out a little bit, the boys figured it out, and, you know, to be honest, comfortable scoreline for us in the end, and we deserved it, I think.
Yeah, just echo what Jono said, a bit more clarity, obviously it's a big occasion, and the lads are all excited and all want to show what they can do, but just getting that structure, play nice rugby and get out there, so.
And you're obviously player of the match. You led your team with some great tactics. Was that something that you practice? And
Can you repeat that?
was it something that you practiced because you really led your team with a lot of tactics? It was a very formulaic game.
Yeah, Jono loves the structure. We all love the structure. The structure works. As you saw there, when we stuck to our phases, got to an edge, we broke the team down, Devon down, and won. Scored our tries. But yeah, it's just sticking to structure that we love the structure. Set piece, get out our areas, play in the right areas. So. Yeah.
You also did incredibly well to be playing for so long because you were really all over the pitch. It was absolutely fantastic. You got a lot of fans here today. What are you going to do today to celebrate?
So we're going to go have an after-match presentation. We're going to watch the Yorkshire game, England game, and then it's just going to go carnage after that, basically. Yeah.
A few drinks, I imagine. We're all wearing these big red roses, so I think we'll be pretty warm as well.
Warm.
So
plenty of beers, just enjoy
the day.
Yeah,
suck it in.
Very often, so.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It's a great opportunity, so yeah, just suck in the day.
Well, it sounds fantastic. Thank you so much, and a big congratulations.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back then. Well, no rest for the wicked. We're ready to get back underway with this Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 1 final. It's Yorkshire versus Buckinghamshire. And here's that Yorkshire side on the graphic for you. Steph Tharm at fullback, Chloe Brocklebank, Emily Russell, Adora Akwiwu, Georgina Holmes, Alex Taylor-Roberts, Jess Taylor-Roberts are the backs. Beth Arnold, Mary Stones, Liz Slater-Cook, Katie Patrick, Amy Gould, Rihanna Manson, Jazz Brankin and Becky Patrick are the forwards. The replacements then for Yorkshire. There's been a bit of number swapping going on, so we will see what we can do. But it's Elizabeth Innes, Amy Needham, Evie Putnam, Hayley Swan, Hannah Dawes, Ellie Erskine, Holly Veach and Cara Cookland that make up the replacements, with Tom Baxter, their head coach. The Buckinghamshire team then, Kaz Colley at fullback, Isabel Roman, Amelia Surridge, Emily Partridge, Holly Malins, Rachel Taylor and Nikki Gross are the backs. And then in the forwards, it looks like Rocky Clark is head coach slash player now. And then you've got Polly Peterson, Lorna Cook, Lauren Aluni, Sian Mills, Grace Morrison, Ellie Marks and Chloe Alcorn making up the rest of that team. And then the replacements. Well, there is Clark's name, with Maya Jewell, Leisha Burgess, Heather Barnes, Amy Lee, Ellen McAlevey, Caris Coletta and Bella Petit. Nathan Gosling is their head coach, alongside Rocky Clark, who can do it all. Here come the two sides then. And just to confirm, there's a little bit of confusion there on the graphics. So Rocky Clark wearing 16, but she is starting. You will see her in that blue scrum hat. Buckinghamshire in the black with the red trim. Yorkshire, that famous white. And this is going to be a cracking game again, Kat. Two teams going right up against each other from the first minute. And they've both come through pretty convincingly, I think it's fair to say, in their group stage fixtures. Buckinghamshire, victories over Warwickshire, Surrey, a narrow victory over Kent. Yorkshire, big wins over Lancashire, Staffordshire, Northumberland. And now they're back in the final looking to defend their trophy.
Oh, exactly, and both going to be really up for this and kick off a little bit messy to start with, but Bucks do retain the ball.
Buckinghamshire then, well, they've got the early penalty. It was a little bit messy from the kick-off, but perfect opportunity to get themselves down into that attacking half and see what they can build with early doors.
Yeah, both teams will want to get straight into it from the start, so that's a good good area for possession for them. They'd have wanted a little bit more on that kick, I feel, but a line out, middle of the pitch, wide pitch as well, as we spoke about in the first game. Opportunities there.
Might just take the edge of the line.
Plenty of opportunities for both of these sides, and well, we were so quick getting underway that we didn't really have a chance to mention the officials as well. Yulie Ange is our referee, Rebecca Rees, Jenny Burrows the assistant, and Katie Gent is our fourth official. The line out doesn't quite work, and it comes into the hands of Yorkshire. They are looking to retain their title. They were convincing victors here last year when they beat Surrey by 37 points to 5. And the kick is absolutely stunning. Beautiful play, and Yorkshire showing already that they're here to try and defend that crown.
I mean, that was from a turnover line out. Turnover line out, really quick hands, good offloading, get it wide, nice kick in behind, and 50-22. As well, so now they have the line out themselves, so what a start for them.
Wonderful start, brilliant work. An opportunity then for Mary Stones to throw in. The Wensleydale hooker, again, it's a little bit messy, but it's come back in her side's hands. That's a big carry coming in from Becky Patrick.
you.
The Barnsley woman.
No.
She scored a brace in last year's final. One of those big ball carriers in this team. And there is another one. It's Stones again, and the offload comes away. The offload again out the back. It's spectacular. Yorkshire celebrate, and it's an absolute ripper of a score to open their account.
Yeah, fantastic try right from that line out, the intent to then get the penalty across, but like really good play. This real error there, 6 flies up, gets like dog leg through, good running, great leg drive, and then that offload and the pickup as well, and strength to still bounce and keep going. Bucks need to stay more connected as a line and not let that dog leg, because Yorkshire really are just such an attacking team.
You can see them free in the hands, wanting to have the go, loving life early doors.
Get in, Al.
You can hear there the caller, get in, Al. That kick is good. Alex Taylor-Roberts adds the extra, 7-0 her side lead. And I believe it was Becky Patrick that went over for the try. We were just getting confirmation on the number there. Talked about her getting a brace in last year's final. She's raced in no time here.
That's a good pickup as well, because that was towards her knees and feet. Like, that wasn't an easy one to take and go over. So really strong start from there. Just so clinical.
Buckinghamshire then getting us back underway. Collected on that far side. Georgina Holmes coming searching for the ball early doors, and a big shot coming in from Rocky Clark forces the knock on. It's a big win for her side and a great attacking position here.
Yeah, if there's one person you probably don't want to run into on a pitch like that, run round her maybe, but like don't run into her, because yeah, you're going to get ended every time.
You can see her lining that one up, searching for the tackle, and she made it to great effect.
And there's the hit, and the ball's gone forward in the act as well. So the Bucks now have the scrum.
Crouch.
An opportunity for Nikki Gross, the captain, to feed in. Plenty of players from Buckingham Swans in and amongst this Buckinghamshire side today. But they've got representative players in that squad as well, from the likes of Milton Keynes, from the likes of OA Saints. But there is a big cohort of Buckingham Swans players in this squad today. A couple of Chesham faces as well. Becky Andrews, this Yorkshire team, the likes of Barnsley, Wensleydale, Sheffield, Driffield, West Park Leeds, all involved in this side. Here goes Alcorn off the base, and that's lovely play from Buckinghamshire. They're looking to spread it wide early doors. And Holly Malin's popping up on the other wing.
No heads, no hands.
Carey comes in. You can hear our referee saying no hands. So now Buckinghamshire look for the gap. They found an opportunity there. Partridge continues to rumble forwards. Eventually hauled to ground. Clark the next to have a go. Big tackle coming in. Mills goes next.
Penalty advantage.
And Cook goes with a penalty advantage coming for her side. It's all about the big carries at the moment from this Buckinghamshire side. And they're going to continue to go forwards again. Clark, literal millimetres away from the line. No longer, the try is scored. The offload came in, and it looks like it's Ellie Marks who's managed to pick up an instant response for Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, great response, an important one as well, because Yorkshire looked just so strong. I mentioned they were clinical earlier, and actually I think that was the wrong word, because it wasn't necessarily the prettiest, but what they did was they capitalised on it really well. But it's Bucks time here, so Rocky, as you said, gets millimetres away, but comes out the back, and that's a good pick as well, and good teamwork to get that, and an important response for sure.
We'll just confirm the try score here. Apologies, it was actually in the end Nikki Gross, the scrum half, who looked like she managed to find the gap and wiggle over. Another Buckingham Swans player. A great result for her side, getting things level. With Kaz Colley's conversion, they do just that. Well, Nikki Gross, we talk about international rugby players. Rocky Clark's history speaks for herself. Well, she's a former England Kabaddi international. So a lovely little bit of knowledge coming in, some great information that the Buckingham Swans and Buckinghamshire players have given us today. The same actually for the Yorkshire side. So we'll try and give you as many bits of the stuff that the players have given us, because there's some great little morsels in here. I love the fact that we're looking through all of these lists. There's CrossFit, this is what I do as a job. These are the things I like to do in the background. There's motorsport engineers, and then there's, at number 1, I've got 137 caps for England.
Yeah, as accolades go, that's yeah. Probably not many county players that can boast that.
Thank you.
Been a great start to this one, though. Frenetic, fast-paced, and we're barely 10 minutes in.
No, wide, beyond feet. Back.
Gross, the try scorer, gets it out and boots a ball there from Taylor. It's tidied up in the backfield from Yorkshire. That's a vicious, brutal fend that comes in from Steph Tharm. The Sheffield Tiger was part of that winning team last year. And Patrick does some of those hard yards, a bit of that dirty work on the floor for her side. Wonderful timing on that pass out to Jazz Brankin, the skipper. Oh, knock on coming in. Will be a scrum for Buckinghamshire, and slightly fortunate there that Akwiwu was actually behind the ball. Otherwise, we could have been looking at a little bit more than just the scrum for Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, and again, just a little bit messy, wasn't it, as it comes in? So that knock-on, as you said, bounced back. Whereas, yeah, if player in front, I always find those penalties, when they are a penalty, quite tough, aren't they? Because a player's instinct is just to go for the ball.
It's that natural thing, isn't it? You see something coming towards you, you just want to jump on it to stop it coming, but so you can't do that if you're in an offside position. Fortunately for Yorkshire, their inside centre wasn't, so it is just a scrum. The try scorer, Gross.
Go black.
Gets the ball in, and that's a great shove from Buckinghamshire, putting all sorts of pressure on to come out the back. So Taylor flings it away. Partridge now, and the ball finds its hands out to Colley. Oh, the out-the-back pass. You can see what she was looking to do there, just a little bit above the head of her winger. But great invention again early doors from Buckinghamshire, and they're here to play.
They are here to play. That should have gone, though. Pass has got to go. 2v1, give it your winger, let her have a go. Or you fend and you go yourself. It's the ones where you get caught in between, which are always the difficult ones with that. Because there's no issue if you decide not to. You decide to defend, you want to run, but the really want to keep in hand. So nice link play across, a lovely pass. You can see the handoff. You can, see the idea, but either give it before or just don't.
Fine. Okay.
Line out goes the way of Yorkshire, and Patrick steamrollering through in midfield, players buffeting off of her. Such a huge ball carrier, Becky Patrick. And that's a really clever kick into the backfield. Chasing back is Colley, though. She receives the ball off of her scrum half, but it's been charged down, and now it's a foot race. Tharm there for the try, and out of nothing, Yorkshire hit the front again. Steph Tharm, she's nodding her head. She loved that one, and her side will have too.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be so buzzing with that, because really Bucks have been putting the pressure on. They've had the possession, they've had the scrums, they've gone to get it wide. So actually that's a bit of something out of nothing, really. But, you know, that chase, that really good angle across on the ball, and then to chase it down herself. We said this actually in the men's game earlier, very unusual when you're the charge downer to then be able to get back and get it on it yourself. It's normally someone else running onto it because you've had to decelerate from that kick. But, yeah, good. They'll be very, very happy with that charge down and score.
Wonderful work from Steph Tharm. As we said, she was part of that winning team last year. She's given us a fair bit of information here as well. Being cheered on by her two cats, Bill and Kiwi, at home. So hopefully they're watching, as well as her family, and enjoying all of the action here. Steph Tharm, outside of the rugby field as well, an ICU nurse in the critical care department at Sheffield Hospital. She's asked if we can give them a shout out for all the hard work that they do as well. I think that's fully deserved for Steph Tharn for what she does away from the field as well.
Oh, absolutely, and not quite a shout out, but one of my friends from Chesham, Paul Hickser, said, "Hope you're in a room with aircon." No, we are not. We are absolutely roasting. I think cooking is probably the right way to put it.
The word.
Yeah, but thanks, Hicks, for thinking of us.
We wish we were in aircon. We went and found somewhere with a bit of a breeze for 2 minutes, but that was about as good as it got in between games.
And then called back in. Hurry up, get back. Oh, okay, let's go cook again.
Oh, no rest for the wicked. Oh, brutal collision again there. Here's Patrick again. She's taking names early doors in that number 8 jersey.
No more black.
Conversion was missed from Yorkshire. It's a 5-point game. There goes Brocklebank, the Driftfield player. Her first county championship final. And there's a player who's got plenty of experience in these county championship games. Taylor Roberts being sensible, putting boot to ball, and that kick has drifted straight out on the full. So it was a huge net gain for Yorkshire. And Alex Taylor-Roberts comes up trumps in the first of those kicking battles.
Yeah, Caroline Colley will be disappointed with that. She took a good ball take again. When it's sunny, it's difficult conditions to take one when you're square on, and she does have a fantastic boot. Really does have a super long kick in the game, but just went a little bit too wide on it, that extra metre, because if that stays in and rolls, then it's a really good executed kick. But yeah, so she'll be disappointed, but Yorkshire will not. They've got a shortened line out they've gone for there, a bit of a trick one, and capped the ball.
There's a trick play. They were looking to send Patrick. It looked like they were trying to send her down a blind alley. The way she started this game, she still probably would have tried to find a way through. Apologies for any of the language that you just heard there in the breakdown as well.
Back foot.
Referee
Back, please, back.
telling the players to stay back foot as Yorkshire look to build the phases. Katie Patrick with the carry there, the number 4. They're looking to go down the short side again. Patrick, every single time we're saying her name so far, there seems to be a player on the ground afterwards. Yorkshire are having to fight hard to try and stay in field on that far side. Georgina Holmes does a cracking job, actually. It's all just a little bit slow, a little bit messy on that far side. Buckinghamshire have done well to slow down this attack. And Yorkshire continuing to come forward again, though. Free in the hands again with Gould. But then the penalty goes against the second row. Great work at the breakdown. Polly Peterson comes up trumps for her side.
Yeah, it's a really good steal, hands quick on the ball. It forced the defence, Yorkshire, to force them to go off their feet to try and clear the threat. But that's a good breather now for Bucks, who will be able to put a big old long kick on this and get himself settled into the game.
It's a really good defensive set from Buckinghamshire as well, because Yorkshire, you could see they were trying everything. They were trying those carries through the middle, looking out wide, but that Buckinghamshire defence just was so solid.
Yeah, really solid. They've got numbers in. They were calling. They got themselves a little bit short, which is when we heard the swearing, because they knew that Yorkshire had gone round the corner back on that blind side, and Bucks didn't have numbers there, but they seemed to fix that and work really hard. So it's going to be work rate today, especially in these conditions. Is going to be, and they're wearing all black, which is going to be actually pretty tough out there. So yeah, going to have to work.
The little things, you don't actually really think about it, but yeah, all black and all white, it does take a toll in these conditions.
Yorkshire should have put someone up there, because that line out was not straight, but not contested, so they get to have it. So they'll need to have a little word and say, just put someone up.
It's out.
So Buckinghamshire get away with one. And Alcorn, wonderful inside ball to Colley coming on at pace.
No, right. Yep.
And they're looking around the fringes at the moment. The pass doesn't stick. So Malins goes back to try and tidy up for her side. And they will get the penalty. You can see there, the referee, Frankin, straight off her feet. Penalty for Buckinghamshire. And they've responded well again after that charge down.
Yeah, so second time as well they've done for off feet, so they're going to want to solve that problem for sure, because otherwise they're just going to be giving Bucks more and more possession.
Well, the good kick comes in, and now it's a slow walk for Buckinghamshire. They get themselves ready for the line-out.
Yeah, staying calm and composed. There's a lot of experience in there, and a good area on the pitch for them to be able to be attacking from as well. And Yorkshire have put someone up. They put someone up early after that throw that wasn't quite straight last time, but they've got it, and they look to move it through the hands. They have numbers out wide if they choose to get it there.
And here they go. It's Colley into the 22. Beautiful play from this Buckinghamshire side. Poetry in motion at times, and then they go for the hard, gritty stuff. Aluini carries into contact. Oh, Alcorn, the next to have a go. You heard the collision from up here, and Clark rides the tackle, draws in 2 players, and now Buckinghamshire looking to build again. Partridge.
No more weight, no more.
There goes Peterson now. Yorkshire are screaming for numbers on this far side. They're slowing the ball down at the moment as well. Really good work just to try and halt this Buckinghamshire charge as Alcorn goes again. That's better, good, quick ball. Taylor goes herself.
Thank you.
A boot's gone flying into the backfield as well as Alcorn, the next to have a go.
No, release first, thank you.
And Buckinghamshire are within range again.
Penalty advantage.
Penalty advantage coming. Lorna Cook going. Has she found it down? Rocky Clark thinks she has. The referee thinks otherwise. We'll come back for the penalty. And I think there, Yorkshire's defence has done a pretty impressive job. They've gone quickly again, though, here, Buckinghamshire. Free in the hands. Metres out again now. Relentless pace. Spun wide. Surely it's on. Surely it's in. It's Sian Mills who goes over. Buckinghamshire are level again. Relentless pace. The Buckingham squad's second row gets the try. An England deaf international. There's internationals in multiple sports, multiple forms of the game on show today. She got the offload away first of all there, Sian Mills, reloaded, and it was a wonderful finish.
Yeah, that's really good work rate, to be in 2 carries in a row, the offload initially, and then recycles around the corner, which is probably that extra play. They did have another number out wide if they wanted to use it, but yeah, Sian Mills there, credit for the work rate for the offload and then getting the scoring. But I love that they went for the quick tap. I love that Bucks decided to do that, to bring that tempo right in line with the refs so they could see it. They weren't going to be called back. They decided, actually, no, we've got this, got the tempo, and go for it. So really like that.
Tempo, the name of the game. And Kaz Colley then lining this one up with an opportunity to take her side into the lead. She's kept it low. She's drilled it straight through the posts. Buckinghamshire then, as we approach the first water break, have got themselves a narrow advantage. 2 tries apiece, but what a game so far.
I just can't believe that's the water break. That's gone so quickly. I'm just like, what are you talking about? What's the ref doing with the ref? But yeah, no, this has been really exciting stuff. Good from both teams. Some exciting play and really 14-12, just nothing in this. And Yorkshire started so strong as well, but Bucks have been the ones to retaliate. We've definitely got a game on our hands here.
We do indeed. It's been a wonderful start to this match. Just after lunchtime here at Allianz Stadium. And, well, it looks like it's probably the hottest it's going to get for the day, hopefully. It's 32 degrees now.
Oh, treat.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm popping away for a few days on holiday from tomorrow morning. It's actually going to be warmer here than it is where I'm going, which is a little bit of a heartbreaker. But actually, the way it's been going, it might be quite nice to get out of the sun for a few days.
Yeah, I'm back here again for 4 games tomorrow, so I'll be topping up the baking that I've already received today, so I might just be crisp by the end of tomorrow night.
We need a before and after shot. This is me Saturday morning, this is me Sunday afternoon.
I've lost the stone in sweat. Yeah.
Oh dear. Talking about losing your weight in sweat. I feel so sorry for those Buckinghamshire players in that black kit.
Yes, yeah, because that's just absorbing all that sun, and yeah, they're gonna you know, they've got quite a big pack as well, the Bucks players, so they're going to be working extra hard.
They have been sensible, though. They've taken themselves to probably one of the shadiest points of the stadium that they could find for their water break. And some messages going in. We saw in the first match, Kat, the water breaks, there tended to be a try or a big moment before them, and then it completely flipped the momentum. So Yorkshire, it's come at a great time. Buckinghamshire, not a great time. It'd be really interesting to see how they respond.
Yeah, definitely. But what you should do is because when you've just scored, that's the danger moment when you switch off, because you're feeling positive, you've done something, and that's when the other team as well will, as we saw last game, they then capitalise on that. So we'll see what Bucks do. But they're smart. There's some very experienced players in that team, let's just say. So they'll be smart. They'll be having those chats, and they'll be happy with that scoreboard after the first 2 minutes, I'd say.
So considering the way it started and the rate of knocks that Yorkshire began this one at, Buckinghamshire have done incredibly well. They've ridden the wave, they've seen out the storm, and they found themselves into the lead. Players and officials getting themselves back ready then for this one. And yeah, Kat, as you said, I can't believe we're only 20 minutes into this one. It feels like it's been non-stop action. Oh
yeah, that water break was so surprising, because it just, we've been so busy looking at the different phases of play, and it's been neck and neck.
Rocky Clark then just checking a couple of bits and pieces with our referee around some intricacies out on the field, and now her side need to ready themselves for the restart. Time back on. Short, shrill blast from our referee's whistle, and Taylor Roberts gets us back underway. Oh, there's a slip in the backfield there. Malins does well to regather that one. Malins and Roman have swapped wings. We've got 14 on the left, 11 on the right for Buckinghamshire. Rachel Taylor, though, decides she's going to send that one straight down the line. Good kick. Chase isn't the quickest, so there was time for Yorkshire to wind up and have a look. There's a big tackle coming in, then it was a little bit of a mess. Ruck eventually formed, slightly slower play than I think Yorkshire would have wanted, but possession back in their hands, chance to reset. Jess Taylor Roberts then goes down the short side, finds an on-rushing teammate, but Buckinghamshire respond well.
Yep.
Nikki Gross, an important scrag tackle there for her side. But Gould goes forward again.
Leave it.
Patrick, the next to go, and she's not held.
She's had a great first opening 20 minutes. She's been everywhere.
Back, Rocky.
She's been a woman on the mission in these opening 20 minutes or so, and she's put her side back in the ascendancy here. They're back into that 22. A big shot comes in. Taylor Roberts.
Okay.
To Akwiwu. Big tackles flying in. Alex Taylor Roberts, the next to have a go.
Ball's there.
Stones with the ball. This is patient play from Yorkshire. Jess Taylor Roberts gets tied up in the contact.
Thank you.
And Amy Gould looks to step in, goes herself. Aluini pulls her down. It's probably the first time so far today that Becky Patrick's been stopped on the gain line, but she's still powering, still trying to go forward.
I think they should move it out to the left. They've been building. They've got to go. They've got an extra number out there if they can get it there.
There's so much space if they want to go wide, but the pack at the moment are content to go themselves. Patrick is content to go herself. They need to start calling for it.
Here they go.
Here they go wide. Here's the opportunity. If they left it too late, it's a juggle, and Buckinghamshire wrap them up.
No advantage.
We'll come back for the penalty, but Kat, you were seeing it, you were calling it, just a phase or two late.
Yeah, there was 2 phases that should have gone before that, but they've decided to go quick now.
Oh, huge tackle. Surely that's going to be a card as well there. Not 10 metres.
Time off.
It was Rocky Clark. You wonder, could this be a penalty try potentially?
Yeah, well,
as well?
if you stop it in, yeah, you're not back tan. You go for the tackle.
So let's hear what our referee has to say.
There's contact around the neck. There's a low degree of danger because it's on the neck. Scoring opportunity. I recommend a yellow card. Do you agree? Thank you.
So she said it's a high tackle on the neck as well.
Okay.
I think you could see that.
Captain.
Well, it's Chloe and Rocky. There's 2
16 black.
tackles there. The 8s come in as well, high.
So take your pick of which one of them's going to the bin.
2 red cards, contact to the neck. There's a degree of danger, but it's a yellow mitigator because she's dipped. So it's a yellow card.
So there you go then. So Rocky Clark apologises to her teammates as she leaves the field. It is a yellow card. Surely then, if that's a try scoring opportunity, is that a penalty try?
I think so, yeah.
Well, it's just a penalty for the moment, though. So Yorkshire 5 metres out, I should say, going to tap and go. And they go quickly. They've got the player advantage for the next 10 minutes. Taylor Roberts out to Brankin. Manson goes now. Yorkshire thought they could have had that penalty try a few moments ago. They're hoping to show that it won't matter either way. Strip, so they're allowed to play on. And now they're going to spin it wide. Floated pass. The scrag tackle again comes in, and Russell,
no more black, please. 5
metres out. Patrick, Katie Patrick that is, changing the line of direction. Yorkshire metres away here now, looking again to have a go. Branking, searching, there was an opportunity for a second.
On the line, black. Thank you.
Becky Patrick fancies this one. 3 players meet the number 8. They know she's the danger woman. Stones. Oh, it's brilliant defence from Alcorn. Wrapped her up, shoved her backwards. The penalty, though, again goes against Buckinghamshire. Morrison diving, and Taylor Roberts goes quickly. Surely the try, yes, it's there. It's Mary Stones who goes over the hooker for Yorkshire. Part of that winning team last year. The Wensleydale hooker puts her side back ahead.
Yeah, and you just could sense that was coming, couldn't you? They were really building. There was opportunities there, and they're really wanting to go for the quick tap. So defensive, good strength. 3 players trying to get underneath that, but absolutely not. Boschin working her way over. Great score.
Wonderful score. They were made to work hard for it. Again, though, Buckinghamshire's defence, especially on the edge, has been unreal so far.
Yeah, they've worked really hard. There's been 2 cover tackles out wide on the wing, and that's good work rate again to get across.
Taylor Roberts then. Seen her side go back into the lead. She wants to try and extend it a little bit if she can. Done just that. 19-14. Yorkshire now lead this one. They've got the player advantage as well. That felt like an important score for Yorkshire there.
Yeah, they needed to come away with something, I think. After the yellow card, the high tackle, like potentially could have looked at whether that was penalty try, but to come away with points anyway, really, really important, and taking that lead.
I'll tell you what, I said a moment ago that my phone said it was the hottest it was going to get throughout the day. It feels like it's got even hotter in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, you jinxed it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, the only 2 people I've caused the harm for are myself and you, Kat, so I'll apologise to you on that one.
Yeah.
At least I've learnt my lesson. Like I said, last year I was here in jeans and a long sleeve T-shirt, literally melting into my seat. So at least learnt the lesson a little bit.
Yeah.
Just need to learn not to jinx things in the commentary box, and then we'll be ready to go again.
Good offload.
Wonderful offload from Yorkshire. That was flowing play there. Brankin coming forwards at pace. This is the sort of play we've been more accustomed to seeing from Yorkshire over the last couple of seasons, wanting to check and go like they're doing there, searching for the offloads to create the space. But Buckinghamshire are stopping them at source every single time, and it's Ellie Marks in there, the open side flanker.
Yeah, good. And again, you've got to time this really well, and you pick your breakdowns and when it's on, and you've seen that, yeah, isolated, slow support to come to it, really great spot to get over and get hands on and force the penalty for the holding on.
Collie then, make sure of that one. Great nudge into the 22, and her side, well, they're going to be a forward light for this one.
No scrums, though, so far, so they haven't had to swap on a prop, so they'll be happy
take the end
with
of the
that.
line for me.
They will be indeed.
End of the line
Peterson
for me,
then,
Black.
drying the ball a little bit.
Yeah. End of
Her
the line for me,
side.
Black. One step, yep.
Readying themselves.
Knock on.
Line out is knocked on though, and Yorkshire managed to get a hand in, disrupt it,
Knock on by Black.
and they've done well there indeed. I think looking at that was Katie Patrick that got her hand in there. It was a really important knock.
Yeah, hugely important to go up and
Knock on
disrupt
us
and
here.
try, because like pressures the throw, but also then pressures the possession, and so now they've got that and they can exit out of this, and now they do have a scrum. So
here,
unless
number
they
line.
are shuffling people around, normally when a prop's gone off on a yellow,
I'll step to
Well,
the
it
left.
looks-
take a wing off or a flanker off, but
Looks like Lauren Aloini, the number 4, has gone in that loose head position.
well, that's useful.
It's really useful, that, isn't it?
They don't have to swap anyone.
Bind. Set. Hold. Hold.
I'll tell you what, even with 7 players, that is a mighty shove. Illegally, though, from Buckinghamshire. You can hear there.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, because that's, again, sometimes in a defensive scrum, you might put an extra on there, might get a winger or someone to go in, or 12 or something to add the weight. But penalty's been given away, and now Yorkshire back on that halfway line.
Thank you.
Or not, 10-metre line. Gave him an extra 10. But there's that scrum, so it's the angle that referee was looking at and boring in, I think was the call on it.
You can see it start to turn there, can't you? But it is very handy, isn't it, when you've got a second row that can step in to that loose head position. And Lauren Aloini, well, she's 4.5 months post-knee surgery, back just in time, she said to us pre-match, with the knee held up in that scrum there, and that's great to see. Here come Yorkshire, though. That was lovely play. Akwiwu
No more Black.
broke
please.
free and then sensibly took the ball to deck. No point chucking those miracle offloads at the moment.
Back foot, Black. 5. It's all right.
They're going down that short side again. Inside
Fine.
pass. But Yorkshire are there to disrupt. And Aloini has got her hands to it. And a penalty. Akwiwu in at the side. You could see the moment she ran round there, she was almost committed to it. Her face was straight away, oh, I know what I've done, but it was just too tempting not to give it a go.
I guess she thought the ball was
hold on.
out, maybe, to
Jenny.
run around like that, but, oh, they're going to, let's
So
listen
the
to what the ref
ball
says
on
here.
the floor, I didn't see what happened. Okay. Yeah, on the floor on the ball. There was a bit of unnatural movement, the ball going backwards, back into the ruck.
Okay, it just rolled, hit foot, rolled forward, so it wasn't played back in, it just rolled forward.
Okay, just a roll forward.
So nothing else. I agree with your decision in the side.
Okay, perfect.
Nice and clear then from
Nothing
our
from
assistant
that.
referee. You can hear
Side
there
entry.
the ball moving forward. That's what Akwiwu was asking about. It's come off of a boot, so it's play on. Penalty stands. And Collie, not masses of metres, but she's made touch, and that's the important thing for her side, trying to kill this yellow card period.
I like that referee in the discussion, innit? I've seen something, it didn't
Yeah,
look
just the ball
natural, but I
wasn't out of
don't
the
know
ruck
what
yet.
it was. I'll just
And I was
clarify
just
it rather than
checking-
blow immediately and like just
So
looking.
I
I like
was
that.
checking the offside line.
Especially a
I
game
can
like
see,
this, which is as tight as it has been as well. You want to make sure the decisions are correct, and like you said, huge props to the
And the player
officiating
singing
team there.
inside, claiming it was out.
Shortened line out.
Back.
Doesn't matter though, because Yorkshire are the ones to pilfer it at the front. Big carry again, Amy Gould. Another huge carry. Amy Needham, the number 17. Patrick again. Still going, Becky Patrick. Oh, my word.
It's okay, the ball's there for you.
She's given herself and her side some front foot possession, and now there is space. Holmes popping up on this far side. Taylor Roberts calling Mary Stones forward. She wanted the reinforcements of a big carry. Roman is up fast to try and slow it down, and she's done just that. Isabella Roman, wonderful work.
Holding on.
And it's Amy Needham that's penalised for holding on. You don't see that very often. Winger against prop, and it's the winger that comes up trumps.
How dare you? As a winger, I take offence to that. Yeah, I see it in the contact collision maybe, but yeah, out wide, different story. But no, and that again, it's just the ability to read the game, to make sure you're doing it legally, to put the pressure on into there. So our referee's come in with a yellow here.
And you can hear the referee there. She said multiple penalties. Can't say I've seen a player receive a yellow card for being penalised in an attacking position for a while. She just said holding on was the call there, our referee, and it's too many team penalties, so now it's 14 apiece.
Yeah, you're right. I've never seen a yellow card for holding on.
Strange that the penalties have been mounting, but it seems strange to have an attacking opportunity and then be penalised. Rocky Clark back on the pitch, and now Buckinghamshire are going to have that player advantage, but that did seem harsh.
I thought I've missed something to be that. I think if you're cynically holding on, but that was just, yeah, it's strange.
And they've had to call for a sub early doors here as well. Cara Cookland, number 23, coming on to the field. Emmy Russell leaving us for the moment.
Okay. Time on. Sorry, time on.
Yeah, that's a great net win for Buckinghamshire, but yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that before.
No. A lot of the time, team yellows tend to be when it's 3 in a row in the 22.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're in attack.
Well, the line out, Patrick decided to come and kick through, and she did well, but it's been tidied up, and now there's a foot race in behind for Buckinghamshire. It's been gobbled up by Ellie Marks. They're into the 22 now. Roman's kick caused all sorts of trouble. And then there's a knock-on. It was a bit messy, it was a bit scrappy. Mary Stones gives a slightly sarcastic applause as her side get away with it.
I think Grace Morrison's very lucky that there's not TMO there. She held a player back by her shirt, so I think she's lucky there's not that coming in.
There's playing on the edge, and then there's playing on the edge, isn't there? But as you said, no TMO here today for these county championship finals, and well, you try everything and anything, don't you? And Grace Morrison, like all good back rows, testing the limits.
Yeah,
White 14. 14. White 14.
So, with Amy Needham in the bin, they're going to have to make a substitution here, Yorkshire. So Chloe Brocklebank is coming off, the right winger. And Elizabeth Innes is down below us, making her way on to make sure they've got a full complement of front row.
She looked a little confused there. I think she thought she was running in to go to flank. It looked like, and then they were like, no, off.
Time
but
on.
I always find that one harsh. You've done nothing wrong as the player, and then you get subbed.
It's horrible, isn't it? Because if you're a winger as well, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be you that gets hooked in that situation because it's the position
Most
furthest out.
Yeah.
Bind. Set. Hold.
Sometimes flanker, they do it too, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes flankers come out. That one, well, not many metres made on it. from Alex Taylor-Roberts. It's a big net win in the end for Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, I think she had more time there. I think she had more time than she thought. I think she rushed the kick because we've seen her boot. She's got more on that. I think she could have got another 20 metres if she'd have took her time a little bit on it, but...
As you said, she's got a huge boot, Alex Taylor-Roberts, but yeah, geometry a little bit off there.
Too much. Take a step, please.
I mean, you'd rather make it safe, and if she did think she was going to be rushed or potentially charged down, which obviously happened to Bucks, and they got scored against, so maybe she had that in her mind. So, but does mean that Bucks have good position for the line out.
And they've got them all going forward. Becky Patrick had got herself in there and made a mess of it, so they've had to go wide. And they're crabbing a bit across the pitch, but they're still going forward through Amelia Surridge.
Had to go. 3-on-1. Had to go.
It had to. We're in the final moments of this first half. A reminder, our stadium clock is not linked in with the referees. That was a huge shot. The ball dislodged, but it's gone backwards. Peterson and Clark tidy it up between them. Huge moment at the end of this first half. Ball spun wide to Colley. Colley goes. Kaz Colley fends. Kaz Colley scores. Buckinghamshire level right at the end of this first half.
That's one thing that Kaz Colley will bring you. She is a finisher. Like, she really does know her way to the try line. She's got a good bend, good pace around the outside, and we haven't seen her with much space with ball in hand, so finally gets a little bit there and just goes around one hand off, two hand off, goes to the try. Great score.
The finish is wonderful, the power even better. As we were saying about our clock, you can hear the referee down below. It's 3 minutes still to go in this one. It's a time for both teams, but level, and Colley with a chance to edge her side back ahead.
Yeah, an important kick here, but Bucks, you have to say, they're making it hard for themselves. They've had two opportunities, just past the ball. As a winger, I'd be going absolutely wild. Got the numbers, got to use them, but it doesn't matter, they score anyway on this opposite wing.
I warned them once already, and there was 3 after.
Colley then lining this one up. 5 metres in from the touchline. It's a good strike, but it's going to drift wide. So we're level.
Time for restart mine.
And the referee then has said there is still time for that restart. But also hear her there just chatting with the water carrier for Buckinghamshire. Even he was asking why that yellow card was a yellow card.
Oh, really?
And you could hear our officials just explaining, saying that given a warning, but then had 3 more penalties in quick succession, so that's why she gave the card. Still can't say I've seen a yellow card for an attacking team, but Buckinghamshire won't mind too much because they're level with 30 seconds left of this first period.
Maybe off feet in the ruck, yellow, potentially is the only attacking one you could maybe see close to the try line, something like that. But yeah, a holding on one seems very harsh.
Huge collision. Chloe Alcorn, but she's lost the ball forwards. That is time, that's half time. She stayed down in a bit of discomfort. Huge collision. I'd actually quite like to have another look at that one, Kat, because it looked like there was a boot in the air from the Yorkshire player. I'm not sure if that was just the ferocity of the collision, but it is half time either way. Or is it just it's that brutal a fend from Alcorn? I think it's just the fend was that brutal that she sent the player airborne.
Yeah, going back, legs up. So I think good fend, but then ended up losing the ball in contact. So comes into the half now. But both sides can be pretty, I mean, 19-all probably is the right score, you'd say, for how it's been going. It's been very close, and some interesting plays in there. And I'm really intrigued as to how the second half's going to go, because it is the peak of the heat of the day. Like, there are going to be some tired bodies out there. Both smart teams, going to be interesting.
It's been a great first half, as you said. Both teams nip and tuck, a yellow card each as well. And I think we're in a position here to look at some of the best moments from that opening 40, and there were a lot of them. Wait for it to come through. Here's the first one then.
Yorkshire, taking advantage of Morrison, who's flown up, got created the I'm saying dead leg, the dog leg, that's it. And there's a really good offloading to finish, and they just started so strong. I mean, that was within a couple of minutes on the clock. but Bucks do respond pretty quickly as well with their own forward play, and it's Nikki Gross who goes over for her score with a little dart from 9.
Thank you.
But then a good kick over here and chase. That's not the 50-22, is it?
No, this was that charge down, the pressure coming on Kaz Colley, and Tharm, right place, right time.
Yeah, really good being able to, again, to be able to pace it, to re-go and get the score, really great.
The game just kept motoring forward, didn't it? And Yorkshire, well, they were defending for their lives, but in the end, they couldn't do anything about this power game.
Yeah, and it was the decision, Nikki do that quick tap, which he's often known for, and then the ability to carry twice in a row there for Sian Mills to get the score, but then Yorkshire getting the last of it.
So the tries kept coming. Mary Stones eventually going over with Rocky Clark in the bin, but there was still time right at the end of the first half for Kaz Colley to stretch the legs, get the pretty venomous fend out and race over to level this one.
Yeah, good fend, but actually re-watching that poor defence, like they're going to be disappointed with that. One of them's just got to go low, go for the legs, chop into that and be a bit kind of braver in the contact point.
But it set us up beautifully for the second half. We are 19 points apiece, level in this one. We've already had one final this morning, the Jason Leonard men's under-20s, which was won by Lancashire. After we finish, you'll have the men's England 15 against French 15. It's an uncapped match, but plenty of internationals on show for both sides. And I think more importantly for you and I, Kat, an opportunity to go and get a bit of shade.
Shade and rest my voice. Yeah.
And
But you said these games were going to be tight, and both have been tight earlier. You know, Lancashire did end up running away with it just slightly in that second half, but it has been neck and neck, and it was very close at that half-time as well, just as this game is.
It's been brilliant so far. 5 points in it at half-time in the first one, level pegging here. And obviously, yes, that uncapped international to come, and then we'll be back with you. The last one of the day, the men's Bill Beaumont National Division 1 final. It's Kent versus Yorkshire. It's a repeat of last year's final, which came down to a missed Lewis Minikin penalty. He's starting for Yorkshire again this afternoon, and he'll be wanting to try and make up for that. Kickers, they don't lose you games, they can only win you games. There was the opportunities beforehand. Yorkshire had a red card early in the second half and still very nearly managed to secure that victory. But there's some great history in that one as well. Kent, they're going for their third men's Division 1 title in a row, looking to become the first team since Lancashire 2009 to 2011 to do that in the men's Division 1. And Yorkshire, well, they got close last year. They got within a missed penalty, but they will be looking to try and secure their first county championships Division 1 title since 2008. It's been a long time for Yorkshire since they got into it. It's been a long time for Buckinghamshire as well. It's not been too long, though, for Yorkshire women. They're going to be looking to try and do the double after last year. And last year was, I don't want to say a canter, they were made to work hard, but they ran away with it in the end. I think it's fair to say significantly tougher assignment this time out.
Yeah, definitely a battle on their hands today.
So Buckinghamshire, it's their third time here at Twickenham. 2019, they played in the Division 2 title against Leicestershire. We won that one.
I was coach then.
There you go.
Yeah.
County Championships royalty, not just England international royalty.
Yeah, county coach.
Wonderful occasion there. And then 2023, they got to the final against Lancashire. Sadly lost that one. They're back again today, third time. Oh, there you go. Exactly that. That was why. The Midas touch back in 2019. Half-time water taken on. For both of these sides.
You're talking about the opportunity to play at Twickenham in the first game, but I know a few of those Bucks County girls, and they live and breathe county. They are obsessed with county. They just always think about. So this to them is going to be just such an incredible experience. And as you said, Yorkshire defending their title, and both teams playing so well to start with.
It's been a great game. There's players wanting to put on a show. And Kat, as you said, you're playing for yourself, you're playing for your club, but there's something so special about representing your county.
Definitely.
Patrick ran out of breath in the end, the amount of times we were having to say her name in that first half. And she's gone again there, lost the ball forward in contact.
Offside.
But penalty offside, an opportunity for Yorkshire to clear their lines, get down into that attacking half. And a good start for them. No time being wasted though. And that is a really good nudge from Alex Taylor-Roberts.
Good nudge, because from the middle of the pitch, always difficult to try and get distance on, but she's got some decent distance on there.
It's your line.
And then this is the
just hang back a bit,
the offside.
Okay? That was against you.
So Rocky flying up, deemed offside.
See it in there. Talking about kicking from the middle of the pitch, obviously you've played out there as well. I don't think, unless you've been on it and in the middle of it, you don't realise how wide it is.
Oh, try playing sevens on it. I mean, you look up and you're like, seriously? Like, there's not very many of us here. And we've got to cover this whole pitch. Great in attack and defence, very scary.
I was going to say, I can imagine. I can imagine. I can't really do anything about it. I've not got the sevens build, I think it's fair to say. Crash ball 10, that's what I think I'd be. It's what I'd call myself anyway.
Thank you.
So the wingers wouldn't like you.
I think many people would like me. I've not got much to it. You fling the ball, it's probably about it. Yorkshire are happy to fling the ball around in these opening moments, though. They're back up to the 22 through Mary Stones.
Lucky there, because they got themselves isolated. That could have been a candidate for turnover there, but they've done well to regather it and keep possession.
Taylor-Roberts feeds it on to Patrick.
She's just... How many times have we said her name? I reckon 30 times.
Unbelievable, as was that offload in there from Putnam to Amy Gould. And it's given Yorkshire some momentum now. What can they do with it? It's a little bit slow. The forwards want to have a go themselves. Brankin carries the captain. And there goes Patrick. Still going, still searching. She's short. Got the ball back just about. And they're searching for it there. Still short.
They've got numbers.
If they go, they're in. But they've checked and gone themselves through Alex Taylor-Roberts. And she goes under the sticks. Yorkshire hit the front again. Who needs wingers when you can step inside of the 10?
I mean, that was really smart as well, because it was slightly slow to recognise that it should have gone. It should have gone phase before. But actually, Bucks recognise that they fly. Look at the speed that they come up. So actually just that dummy and go, really clever, because if she'd have done the pass, there's a risk of intercept or them getting hit, player on ball. So really smart from the 10 there. Nice step back inside, an easy score and a big tap for her from her teammates.
Wonderful finish. She's now going to try and convert her own score as well. The Barnsley fly half. Science teacher day by day, but she had the chemistry there to find the gap and go over, and her side are 7 points ahead again.
How far in advance did you prep that one? Or was that off the cuff?
Took a good 30 seconds to build up.
Oh, okay, that's all right. It wasn't a pre-arrival one of, yeah, 30 seconds. We'll take that as quick.
I'll take it for the moment. But Alex Taylor-Roberts, she'll certainly take that. And Kat, as you said, it's composure. She's had experience in county championship finals before, knows how to play these big moments. Played that one perfectly.
I think really talented players just look like they have more time. So she just looked up, made the decision, no panic. No, okay, I'm going to go into here. Which is why I was surprised when she rushed the kick earlier and it was a bit short. Nothing bad, but like, I think she, yeah, the talented player that she is, that's a good offload.
Oh, it's a beautiful offload. And Yorkshire are coming forwards again. They are back up to their full complement now again, so it's 15 on 15. With the pass, well, the referee said it's gone off the knee, even though you could hear those shouts of knock-on from Buckinghamshire. Charge down, bouncing around and into Buckinghamshire hands. Hannah Dawes is on, number 20.
Stripped.
As is Bella Petit, but it's been stripped again. That's well taken in the air.
Retreat.
Kick.
Please.
It's a little bit of a bouncer. And Cookland tidies up.
Black roll.
That was route one, and Cookland trying to steamroller over Rachel Taylor. Taylor Roberts boot to ball, but it's gone straight out. We can hear the referee panting there on the mic, non-stop for her as well as the players, and relentless from both teams again, with subs being made below us.
11 sub. Okay.
So there is a change. Romont had come off for Petit, and she's now replacing Holly Maylands underneath us. Switching things up on the wings, and it's probably not a bad shout from Buckinghamshire, just to pose a few different questions, ask a few questions, as to say, pose a few different pictures for this Yorkshire defence.
Yeah, and I think also in finals, like, you've come along, you want everyone to get decent game time as well. So, like, get players on, and it's important that everyone gets to experience it. And yeah, because it doesn't just take 15 of you to get to a final; it takes a whole squad effort. So it's important.
It's a whole squad effort indeed. At the moment, though, it's Yorkshire that have the advantage on the scoreboard. No longer the knock-on advantage, but they are finding opportunities. They're posing questions, crabbing across the field a little bit there, though.
That's kind. Should have been a 2-on-1. Got to give it. Can't run sideways.
Akwiwu. The ball was bouncing around, and Rocky Clark meets the player as she tidies it up in midfield. Oh, brutal carry again from Amy Needham back on the field. And it was a high tackle, penalty advantage. Jess Taylor-Roberts wants it. Oh, she took it too quickly for the referee. She was lining that one up early doors as well. Bounced the ball, saying, I want to go, I want to go.
Yeah, she really was. She was saying, like, she wanted to go. She was saying that she's ready to do it. So, yeah, I think she's disappointed there that she wasn't able to tap, because she was through, if that was able. But another big kick then from the middle of the pitch, but it has gone. It's safe, and a line out here.
Okay.
Taylor Roberts.
White 9.
Finding touch.
She's been told she's been
16.
subbed, but
16 and 9 substitution.
Substitution for
9
Lois.
and 16.
Yeah.
No, I think they're chasing it now. So Jess Taylor-Roberts is being replaced by Holly Veach.
The card's in already.
And Hannah Dawes is also making her way on to the field. Elspeth Innes is off for the moment, so there's going to be a little bit of a reshuffle.
Time on. You're attacking, you set to get.
For this Yorkshire side. A little bit of a delay on the line out as well. It is 5 players.
Fine.
Goes over the top. Drifts forward.
So, taken in.
And then Romont popping up off of her wing. Good carry from the winger.
No more.
It's a lovely floated pass, and there's space here. Collie gives it.
Okay,
And
release.
Bella Petit
Thank you.
gets her way up to the 10-metre line. Clark with the tip on. Gross gets the ball wide now. Marks is holding on. Yorkshire with the penalty.
7 black holding on.
And they've gone quickly now. Unbelievable pace from Hannah Dawes.
Lost feet.
Didn't want to wait around at all.
Okay. No.
Let's hear what the referee says here.
Ball just wasn't playable. Let's restart for scrum. White.
You can hear there, Buckinghamshire wanted the scrum. They think that they got the turnover. But again, Kat, a final like this, as tight and tense as this, if you're not sure, just keep it neutral. You're in possession, you have the ball. I'm not going to give a decision that's going to impact the game that might be wrong.
Yeah, unless it's something clearly obvious.
Yeah, no.
But quite often when a team has taken a ball into contact and then it becomes unplayable, it does normally go to the other team.
Unplayable, scrum white, okay? Physio's in, yes, you can have water.
Time off as well, physio's in at the moment.
Physio's in.
Oh, you could hear the question as well, can we have the water? Referee, think taking pity. Yes, of course you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, guys, 10 seconds, please. Got to restart. We'll have a water break in 10 minutes, guys.
You can have your water break in 10 minutes.
You can hear the questions coming in.
Yeah. But it makes sense when there is a stoppage, especially when it's hard to run the water on.
Stoppage that both sides are going to have been grateful for, I have no doubt.
For unplayable, scrum white. Here, please, here's the mark. Okay.
Again, a good number of fans in down below us here at Allianz Stadium already. The stewarding team make sure that everything is set for when they open up the rest of the ground.
And the music going, which I'm a fan of.
Music's going, music's keeping us going up here in the commentary box. There's a good few number of people come in, as I said. They're obviously doing the checks around the rest of the stadium. If anybody's watching this stream, they're outside at the moment enjoying a couple of pre-match beverages, then I'd recommend you get yourselves in and take your seat, because we've got a thriller in store for this last half an hour.
Absolutely.
6 shoulders, please. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold.
Hannah Dawes then, with the ball in her hand. The West Park lead scrum half. And her side have got the penalty, a huge shunt coming in. Oh, and Patrick wanted to go quickly. The referee's not having any of it this afternoon.
No, I mean, that was the other side of the scrum, so she's never going to let her go from there. I mean, if it's you within, like, you know, yeah, she couldn't see.
Not driving straight, 16.
The scrum not driving straight, because it looked like the scrum was dominant, didn't it? But not legally.
It is a penalty. They've opted for the sticks.
Yeah.
In a game as tight as this, it's a really sensible option. Taylor Roberts has shown she's got the legs with a couple of the nudges we've seen already so far this afternoon.
Yeah, and if you think, because sometimes after you win a scrum penalty, you might then go for another scrum to put pressure on. But line out is from the middle, and they've had a couple of messy line outs, so more high risk. So yeah, take a 3 if they're on option as a safe bet.
Got to try and slot it first, though. But a game like this, where it's been going score for score, 10 points would feel like a big margin. It's got the legs, not got the accuracy, though, from Taylor Roberts. It stays at a 1-score game.
3-2.
And Buckinghamshire, the 22 dropout, will send this one as deep as they possibly can. But you could hear the call from one of the Buckinghamshire players of kick left. Taylor does just that and finds a wonderful bit of real estate in the backfield.
Good kick chase, though.
That old adage, isn't it? The kick is only as good as the chase.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really good chase, good tackle as well.
Not giving Yorkshire an opportunity to breathe. And challenging them to come up to the gain line again. They're up to halfway. The carrying has been ferocious.
Back foot.
Taylor Roberts gets it onto Brankin, feeds it out. And there's a big carry coming in from Beth Arnold. Buckinghamshire want the penalty, get the penalty.
She didn't release. Yeah, she can't do that. If you're going to get back up, got to release the ball like you see in sevens a lot. Release, pick it back up, carry on. But once you've been held, you can't get back up with the ball.
And again, really quick, really clear comms from our referee.
Yeah, as you can see here, so it's a good initial break, but yeah, no let go of the ball and just tries to get back up. I think she even realises as she's doing it and it's like, oh no, I'm present, but no, referee's right there. She's like, no, double, can't do that.
One of those, with the referees just a second or two behind, you might be able to. But our referee was right there on the spot.
Substitution.
Interesting that Bucks are, sorry, just looking at Bucks and their body language, it's their penalty, they're trailing and they're walking very slowly to this line out. You kind of expect them to start to want to ramp this up. There's no need to panic, but when they've got possession in a good area, you'd think they'd want to go in and try and catch Yorkshire off guard.
Okay.
You certainly would. They're making a sub as well. Becky Andrews is coming on for Lauren Aloini.
Okay, are you ready?
Chesham Rugby Club woman.
I think there's been some shirt swapping. That's not Becky Andrews.
Well, that clearly isn't Becky Andrews then. We'll have a check and see. But we can confirm it's Lauren Aloini who has made her way off the field. And the shirt swapping confirmation, it's actually Leisha Burgess who's come on to the field.
I was like, I've not seen Becky for a while, but she's not changed her face. Like, yeah.
So, substitutions cleared up. And Yorkshire clearing up with possession again.
Knees on the ground.
Leisha Burgess then is another Buckingham Swans player. Was here 5 weeks ago, playing for her club side. Right now, though, her county have got the ball.
Yep.
They're chasing a 7-point game. And Steph Farm lines this one up. Looked for the options, assessed them. Put her head down and went into contact. And there's space out here on this far side if the ball can go. Stone gets it out to Cookland and beautiful, intricate handling. And Amy Gould with the pass. It's gone backwards into Adden. Yorkshire was celebrating. The referee paused for a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably would look at it because it did. That looked live, that looked forward. So you can sometimes get away with those as flat, but I think that did look forward.
Yeah, I think it was. I was trying to give it the big build-up for Jazz Brankin in case the referee didn't call it. But she did come back. I think, Kat, as you said in one of those first games, I think it's the AR calling that one in. And a really good call, but the handling here.
Yeah, so that offload, keep the ball alive, really good. Here, just the fullback to beat, and you can see, yeah, forward. But it's one of those that is marginal. It's not one of the ones that's super, super obvious, but AR right on it, and yeah, right call.
Yorkshire were going wild down below us for a good 3-4 seconds until they realised a substitution being made as well here for Buckinghamshire. Referee applauding the injured player off the field.
Okay. Right.
Karis Coletta then making her way on to the field, number 22.
Okay, I just need you to drive straight, okay? On engagement, you tend to drive in. That's why you got the 2 penalties against you earlier, okay?
And a round of applause down below for the captain, Nikki Gross, holding her shoulder a bit gingerly.
Forward pass.
Shame if that is the end of her final, because she's had another really strong game, a try as well.
Yeah, smart player, feisty player as well, so she'll be really disappointed not to be there on the end of the game.
Bind. Set. Hold. Hold in.
That scrum is crabbing around, and Alcorn has to get it out. First touch for Coletta. She frees the hands to Romont. Amy Lee was in there.
18 ball, thank you. Back.
Buckinghamshire looking to play it from deep again. Colley with the fend, and Colley trying to break free. Wrapped up well though. She's made valuable meters.
Thank you. Use.
Still looking down that short side at the moment. Not many options. But they're still coming again. Alcorn now with the carry. Taylor was the one to get it on there. There's Alcorn again. Good hands. Little bit of a crab across the field. So Roman checks back inside. Is met by Becky Patrick. She's helped out by her teammate. She needed to be helped out there because Patrick was all over that one.
Release.
Amy Lee goes forward. Buckinghamshire penalised though. Patrick over the ball with a steal. And she's gone herself. Penalty advantage as well, not 10.
Penalty advantage.
Needham goes now.
Okay.
We'll come back
No. Wait. No. Not a
for
second
the penalty.
one.
Patrick there. That's a big moment from a big player. The turnover, taking it quickly, and then just drawing a little bit more space.
Yeah, and they got the extra meters for the second penalty of obviously not being back 10. The first one for the holding on, and Buck's just a little bit too slow to get to the ball carrier there, and ends up with the holding on.
Yeah, so another 2 minutes or what? Okay. Sub.
2 minutes then until that water break.
Yep. Sub.
And we're looking at our numbers. I believe that is now Becky Andrews that is making her way onto the field.
That is Becky.
So Rocky Clark trudges off. Becky Andrews, we gave her a big build-up incorrectly a few moments ago, but Buckingham Swans player is onto the field, and Rocky Clark is off the field for the moment. Yorkshire take the line out, look to try and trundle this one forwards now.
Okay, off the mark now.
Stone is controlling things at the back.
Seven out. Thank you.
It's starting to motor beautifully. It's been pulled down as well, so there will be a penalty advantage coming the way
Penalty advantage.
of the reigning champions. Putman, it was with a go.
It's still your penalty advantage.
And then it's that woman again, Patrick. The engine on that number 8 is exceptional. So close for Yorkshire now. Surely if they go wide, they're in. They're recycling. Deliberate knock on. And the referee is going to pause, and she was walking back originally for the first penalty. Surely this is a word with the AR, because I thought that was last defender.
I'll go back to that.
It should be a yellow.
At the very least.
Yeah. I think there was cover coming across, so I don't think it would be penalty try, but I'll listen to Rev.
15. So even though, and for me, there was just penalty only, and we give them 2 options for penalty over here and over there. Okay. Okay. I didn't see that. Okay. Captain, Rachel. No worries. 15. There was an intentional knock on the left-hand side, and there was cover, so not penalty try. That would be a yellow card.
That's what that's exactly the conclusion I came to. Like, it looked like it should be yellow, but cover was there coming across, wouldn't necessarily have been scored. So right call, an assistant referee feeding in. Referee being really open and listening to that as well, and going, okay, didn't see that, but I'll take what you said. Good refereeing.
You can see it here. It was from Kaz Colley. That hand is coming out and around. There's no intention. It's not upright either.
Yeah. So whenever it's one hand out, you're always in these positions are going to end up being yellows. So right call.
Okay, just hit.
Right call, as you said, Kat. The AR coming in with it. The referee listening, and we talk about teamwork from the 2 sides. Great teamwork from the officials. Yorkshire now, though, looking to stretch forward. Oh, I thought they were there for a second. They go again, though, and they're held up.
Yeah, that's literally putting your body on the line, getting underneath the ball there.
Ball line dropouts.
Needham went over, but Marks was there underneath. As you said, Kat, body quite literally on the line there. Huge defence, keeping her side in it.
Blood. Okay. All right. We're going to take the 20-minute break now. We'll restart the goal line dropout.
I think that's a good decision as well by the referee for the water break.
Okay.
We've missed that 60-minute mark. But they need that drinks break, and you can just hear now an opportunity for the referee to speak to Alex Taylor-Roberts as well.
Yeah.
So Alex Taylor-Roberts is having a chat, the vice-captain, just asking to watch out for some of the collisions, talking about a head knock that Jazz Brankin has picked up. Referee, though, is happy with what she's seen so far, and 15 minutes to go. One score in it again, and we're beautifully poised. Speaking of the captain, Jazz Brankin, she was on your screen for a moment or two there. And she is going to be leaving the field before we get back underway. The officials, you can hear, just confirming. The officials then just confirming they hadn't seen any head contacts. It's an unfortunate end for Jazz Brankin at the moment. I'm not sure if you can hear this discussion between the officials on the stream, but we can hear it in our ears, and it is incredibly insightful, listening to the four of them working in unison, working as a team. Just going through some of the messages, going through some discussion points, and yeah, working as a team. Drinks break over, discussion over in the middle of the field from the officials as well. And we've got 15 minutes left to go in this one. Jazz Brankin off, so Alex Taylor-Roberts taking over the captaincy. This time 12 months ago, Yorkshire were nearly home and hosed. This time, however, very much still in play.
Just you said hose, then I'm just thinking of a nice cold hose pipe to cool me down right now. So, yeah, that's haunting.
Oh, so we're commentating, so you can't see us up here, but we've just had a member of the staff here at the stadium come up and say there's a lovely room with aircon that Kat and I are going to be able to go to in about 20 minutes' time. I think both of us will be looking forward to that one. Both sets of teams will be looking forward to going inside and getting some aircon as well after this. They've worked incredibly hard, and there's 15 minutes to go. Yorkshire on the front foot. Hayley Swan, the number 19 with the carry. And the ball goes wide. Steph Tharm searching for the offload. She finds it to Cookland. Taylor Roberts into Needham. Taylor Roberts again, keeping things moving. Stones goes next. There's numbers, there's space here. And they're going to find a way over the line, but they're held up again on the leg, you can hear. And how on earth has Emily Partridge managed to get her leg under that?
Just two players out wide. Pass the ball. Just pass the ball, pass the ball, pass the ball. Right, and that's the score.
I can hear the frustration in your voice as well. It was on, it was there. Its last pass had to go, but naming lights moment, and yeah, opportunity gone for the moment, especially with the knock on, and that should now be a full penalty. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And it can quickly swing like that, but that's, you know, they've been in an area where they could look like they're going to score, but you've got to do your basics, your catch pass, your 2v1s, and there was two players out on the right there. Could either one of them would have walked in, and especially with the held up rule, I understand beforehand it would be like you get the scrum back, fine, but now there's just it is a bugbear of mine. And I think there's been a lot of positives in this final, but one thing I will always, it's a hill I will die on, pass 2-on-1s to wingers. Yeah.
That feels like a career's worth of frustrations coming out in that sentence there as well.
Yeah. Like many years of standing in the cold in space and no one giving you the ball. Although it's not cold today, so maybe I'd have been happy out there sunbathing.
Just stood there, arms out, taking in the sun.
Sun's out, guns out, all good. Yeah.
It's a lovely kick from Rachel Taylor to take play up towards the halfway line. And it's not the cleanest or the prettiest, but importantly for Buckinghamshire, it's in their hands, and they've got the penalty as well. Back chat as well, another 10 metres, and Taylor Roberts carries on marching backwards as Taylor takes quickly. Looking to inject some pace into this one for Buckinghamshire. There's Alcorn out the back. Remember, there's still a player down with Colley in the bin. Partridge sets off, fends, goes into the 22. Strong run from Emily Partridge, and she's still going, gets the offload away.
Incredible run from Partridge. Really fantastic.
Blink of an eye, and Buckinghamshire have got an attacking opportunity. McAlevey, number 21, had the ball in her hands. Now it's Alcorn, the vice-captain, who goes. Maya Gill next. Buckinghamshire are edging closer, getting nearer, and a penalty advantage coming. So now surely is the time to fan it out. They're going to keep going route one for the moment, though. Yorkshire's defence is doing what it needs to do so far.
The Bucks have no one to fan it out to. They're all in tight.
Exactly that. How long can Yorkshire's defence sustain? Well, Patrick, she's certainly still there. Gets the turnover. Will come back for the penalty.
19 white. Offside.
Hayley Swan offside. Player in the bin.
Okay.
10 minutes to go.
Time off.
And Becky Patrick, whether that is a genuine injury or not,
By white. White 8.
I think that is what is known as a clock killer, taking the time off, taking the sting out of it, and that's experienced play again. We've seen it in her actions on the field. We're seeing it here just with asking for the physio.
Yeah, definitely. And just watching through this as they're going, so they're already playing with that advantage, but not getting it very wide at all. And it's an interesting decision for them now. So 7 points down, if my maths is correct. So do they go for a 3 to close the gap? And then they've got another 10 minutes, so they're within a score. Or do they go for more? So it'll be interesting what the captains are talking and thinking.
Difficult decision. Kat, if you were in their shoes, what would you be going with?
Oh, I'd never choose kit. I'd tap, go for the score. But coach-wise, coaching Kat would go for 3.
Yeah.
Get it, bank it, and then come back and back yourself to score. Player Kat would be like, let's go! Yeah. And that was a great run from Partridge. Oh, she must have made 30 metres on her own, like really good strength as well to in contact, staying up long enough so her teammates could get to her to keep the ball and then getting an offload. So yeah, really great running.
Wonderful running from Emily Partridge, and her side are going to go quickly. Alcorn shifting it on to Peterson.
They're rolling, thank you.
Into the final 10 minutes of this one as Alcorn goes again.
Thank you. Release. Cheers.
Continuing to charge forward, Becky Andrews it was with her hands on it. It's been picked up this time by Alicia Burgess. Partridge, the handling hasn't worked and it's come into Yorkshire's hands, and now they can break. A gilt-edged opportunity goes slipping by, and now Yorkshire can get the noise up and look to break themselves.
I'm surprised they didn't clear that, just hoof that down the pitch as far as you possibly can. The back 3 aren't back there for Bucks, and then just kick and chase, but got the ball for now.
You wonder if we'll be looking back in 10 minutes' time on that moment. That's a good kick in behind, though, from Taylor Roberts, and it's bouncing and bobbling. And the pressure's going to come on here. Oh!
I think there was a hand to that. I think that was a knock-on.
The referee happy to let it go and says that White have lost the ball, so Buckinghamshire survive for now.
Thought there was a little fingertip on it.
Yeah. They could well have been. It's a great carry, though, from Peterson. But her side are now 60 metres further back than they were a few moments ago. Surely Hayley Swan was offside there.
No, White. Lost.
Buckinghamshire are going to have to launch this one from range. They're a player down again as well. And it wasn't touched by Isabel Ramon. But then as a huge shot comes in, it's a high tackle, a penalty.
Yeah. I think she might think about a team yellow again soon, because if the first half was one, then they've given quite a few away in a row, and then high tackle. I think next one, I think maybe she goes to pocket, or at least gives a warning here, because that's a lot in a row.
Sorry?
It is, and actually you can see there Alcorn was asking, can I go quickly? And actually, again, really good play in the end by Stone. She just sort of walked across that line, so she couldn't actually come through.
Yeah, we've got a bit of cramp there as well.
Can I check how long on the yellow? Okay.
Now just checking how much time is left on Kaz Colley's yellow card. A player that Buckinghamshire are going to want back on the field as soon as they can.
Well, if you're looking for try scorers, just give it a ball, you know, have a run, like you just get the ball in space for her.
Okay.
Oh, Steph's arm, she's got cramp, and it looks like it's pretty bad. There's been a couple of moments there where her lower half of her body's convulsed, and it's not looked great. She's been solid as a rock, though, at full-back today for Yorkshire.
Oh, she has. Yeah, some really good pace on the balls, good lines of running, been covered very well.
The substitution for Yorkshire, Becky Patrick's day is done. Jazz Brankin patched up past the HIA and back onto the field, and Becky Patrick comes off to a rapturous applause. And I'll tell you what, there's a big number of Yorkshire fans down below us, but there's some of the fans that are in here just to enjoy the game applauding as well, and that is deserved. She has been a standout.
Oh, she's been absolutely everywhere, and yeah, great performance.
No more black, lost, 20.
The line out for Buckinghamshire didn't go to hand, and it needs to start going to hand now. if they're going to have an opportunity to fight back. Oh, Cookland, huge fend. Frees the hands again, and Buckinghamshire, you can hear them starting to shout and appeal for crossing and lots of other different penalties. They're starting to get desperate now as we go into the final 5 minutes of this one. The pass has gone forward, and they are going to get an opportunity, and Kaz Colley, oh, she's Johnny on the spot. She's jogging up and down, ready to come back on. She's itching to get on and make amends.
Absolutely, and you can see that one was going to be forward all day, because you come out the back to the player in behind. There was options there, but yeah, went for the flat one and ended up creeping forward. There's some more cramp over for the Buck side.
Farm again, stretching out
no water
for Yorkshire on the Buckinghamshire side. Bit of cramp going on as well.
This is the show.
Not surprising in this heat.
Yeah, referee just saying no water. Get on with it. Come on.
1 more minute. Okay, let's go. Time is off. Time's
One more minute
going on
for
now.
the yellow. You might have just heard.
I think that is.
Yep.
And Buckinghamshire loading up some players down below us as
Okay,
well.
over here,
Rocky
Mark.
Clark, Lorna Cook are standing up. I wonder if they're going to try and bring them back on. Into the final few moments of this one. And we will bring you the player of the match shortly, but for the moment we'll stick with what's happening on the field. Free kick goes the way of Buckinghamshire.
Back of the line out.
And there's going to be time off again with players down all over the field. And it's probably the most British apology I think I've heard from Alcorn there. Tried to take it quickly. The referee said, nope, you've got to come back. Just heard her in the referee there. Oh, I'm so sorry. There are players down needing treatment as Colley returns from the bin. And Kat, we've got a couple of minutes to go, but I think this is a good opportunity. Who stood out for you? Who's your player of the match?
Oh yeah, well I think there's there's been some good runners, some great play, but there's been one standout player. They couldn't go to anyone else, and that's the number 8, Becky Patrick. I just think for Yorkshire, we've said her name about 15,000 times it feels, so because she has just been popping up everywhere, tackling big carriers. I think, yeah, fantastic player.
Up 17, sub.
Been absolutely incredible.
Okay, let's go.
Those subs are being made. Switched around a bit, and Lorna Cook is coming back on with 15 on 15 for the last couple of moments. But Becky Patrick is the player of the match, and Kat, as you said, stand out. It's a team game, but you essentially would have fancied it on her own, taking on the 23 women from Buckinghamshire today.
Oh yeah, definitely. The men's game just before this one, there was very much like massive team performances, and went for the captain, but not necessarily that standout individual performance. But like Becky absolutely has done that, and Bucks get us underway for the last remaining few minutes.
So here we go then, ball spun wide, Colley, vicious fend, and again looking to make up for that yellow card. Petite cuts back in field.
Okay, the ball's there.
And this really is it now for Buckinghamshire. Final strolls of the game. And they need the try. They'll also need the conversion.
Thank you.
Got the numbers on the right. Yorkshire was slow there to bring their numbers round if it does manage to get out, which they have.
Half opportunity, Partridge couldn't free the hands, and Yorkshire have got it back. They had to go for it. Could that be the moment? Could that be the last hurrah? Yorkshire now kicked the ball away. Seconds left on our clock, a minute or two left on the referees, and a knock-on comes in from Buckinghamshire. Yorkshire have got them exactly where they want them.
Come back here.
And they will have a scrum on the attacking 10-metre line. And you sense, unless something miraculous happens, Yorkshire there with that suffocating defence could have just won themselves a title.
Yeah, that really good. And again, that kick chase, pressure on, like really, really important. And you know, both teams have massively put bodies on the line. They've put, you know, they've really put everything they have into this. But yeah, Yorkshire just really capitalising on every opportunity that they've had.
Okay, thank you.
They've been so strong, and now, well, the referee heard her say, "I've got 5," so I wonder if we have still got a bit more time to go in this one.
Well, the clock did keep running at one point. I did notice, I thought there was 5 minutes left. I looked up, there was 2, so I thought there was at least 3. But yeah, our clock is not linked to the referees today. Is the timekeeper not yet in, so it's an estimate. But what we do know is whatever time is left, it's not long.
Not long left at all. Big moments left. 7 points in it, a converted try, the difference.
Go. Wait, now.
And Dawes puts into the scrum. Buckinghamshire getting the shove on, and it's picked up at the base. It's an important pickup for Yorkshire. Such a difficult skill to control the ball whilst you're going backwards. And now they're looking for the openings. Don't want to play any miracle passes. They've got the lead, they've got the control.
Keep the ball. That's what they'll be thinking, keep this ball.
Exactly that. And they've called it on. And now the break, the skirt and the go. And Hannah Dawes is up into the 22, but it's been turned over. And Taylor comes away with it. It was wonderful initially. And then there's penalty, not onside, and Buckinghamshire still live again. But they've taken the quick tap penalty from their own 22. It's all going on here.
They didn't want to maybe risk a line out, maybe, and thought actually try and catch people off guard, maybe try and get the knockback 10, but here we go, you get it to the danger runner here.
Colley frees the hands, into touch.
Oh, there's time.
There is still time.
I think they thought for a moment there that was it, but there is time for the line out. They might be looking at the clock, pretty stressed by it, but...
And there you can go. Our referee there down below said, "I've got 3." So we're working on 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, and then here's the run from Colley. Very dangerous runner, but that one-hand pass out the back, there's not been that connect between getting the winger's ball in space. It's been either drifting across, just something that maybe they want to work on as a team.
Taylor Roberts takes the ball. Hugely important carry from the fly half. And another important carry there. Alcorn was over there. Burgess went to strip it, but it was no release, and you could hear someone shouting, "No, go slow," but Yorkshire have gone quickly, and Cookland with a monster show and go. That's all going on. It's been boot put to ball, charged down, and somehow Yorkshire have come away with the ball again.
Back. Thank you.
Helter-skelter rugby in these final moments here.
Both teams very tight. Yorkshire are tight in their attack, and Bucks are really bunched. There's not a defender outside the 15-metre currently either side.
Swan it was with the first carry. Then it's Amy Gould who has a go.
Thank you.
The seconds are ticking down now, and Yorkshire are right where they want to be. Beth Arnold has a go. They've got no intention at the moment with doing anything other than taking this one and keeping it tight. They've got a penalty advantage as well. And Taylor Roberts again finds space, weaving through, frees the hands. It's still a free hit, this for Yorkshire. Taylor Roberts to Swan, and Swan's still going. Buckinghamshire defending for their lives as Stones ships it on to Brankin. It's gone forwards, but it doesn't matter. They have a penalty.
8 black, offside.
And surely now you kick a goal, you use the full minute. that the referee has said is left, and that should be that. And back-to-back titles will be Yorkshire's. It's exactly what they've chosen.
Yeah. So there's an offside from Alcorn, which meant that they now get that shot. They had that penalty advantage they were playing for. So right call, go for the post, take the full minute, kick it, done, 1.
And Buckinghamshire, they're going to look back and they're going to rue that opportunity where they went from one end to the other. Yorkshire have had chances as well, though. You forget they've been held up over the line twice in this match.
15. Don't remind me that they didn't pass it. I've just calmed down from that. You don't need to bring it back up.
Taylor Roberts lines it up, slots it, and seals it. Yorkshire have been tested today by Buckinghamshire, but they have gone back-to-back in the Gill Burns County Championship Division 1 final. 29-19, they take the victory. And you can see there the two sides of sport, the jubilation for the women in white, the heartbreak for the women in black.
Well, it really is. You've got, you know, we said about some of the experienced players in our Bucks teams. There's some players that maybe this is their last, their last season of doing it, and it's the cool thing about sport. Like, for one team, it's absolute elation, and then for the others, they're gutted. But you have to say Yorkshire definitely deserved winners of that. I think they put in a fantastic performance. They were relentless, really, really good. But you know, Bucks put up a good fight. They can be proud of their efforts. But Yorkshire really, absolutely brilliant.
Yorkshire really did take it to Buckinghamshire at the crucial moments. Apologies there if you heard a little bit of fruity language, let's say. Both teams congratulating each other and, well, celebrating the moment as well. Maybe not quite the unsavoury language, but the gesture was spot on about how brilliant the players have been out on the field today, and a 46-player effort to give us that occasion. Yeah,
exactly. And, you know, everybody got to experience playing at Twickenham, and it does. Yeah, losing is so horrible, and especially in a game which you've made like so exciting in finals, and you play it over in your head, and you do think about it, but going out and having the opportunity for them has been fantastic, and I think you know, they can all hold their heads up high.
And they will have to do that walk past the trophy that is going to go back to Yorkshire again. The men's team will be looking to make it a double whammy of Division 1 titles later this afternoon. They're looking to end 17 years of hurt. The women's team, well, they've just gone back-to-back, and they fully deserved it. Stood up at the big moments, and the likes of Becky Patrick, obviously the player of the match, the standout performer, I think, by a distance.
Yeah.
But there were some great composed showings as well. Alex Taylor-Roberts at fly half showing that experience, that nous when they needed it. Mary Stones, nothing flashy, but so composed at hooker, and big moments from big players.
Yeah, definitely stood up when it counted, and I think just really good teamwork there, and there really was some great rugby out there, some good offloading, some like that back and forth. And you did say before we started today, you were like, they're going to be really close games, and so far you've nailed that, because it's been absolutely back and forth, and scores in the last bit there just take that just away from one score within it. But yeah, that was definitely a fight of a game.
Oh, it was a wonderful game, and Buckinghamshire down below us applauding their fans, waiting to go up and receive the medal that, as you were saying about Kat earlier, at the time you don't want to receive. In time you might look back at it with pride. In time it might be one that finds its way to the back of the sock drawer, but yeah. You're at a final, you're at the National Stadium, and you still get something to show for your efforts across the campaign.
And you have to be gracious, because someone once said it to me, and they said, oh, actually someone else would love to have that silver medal that you're there, that you don't like. And yeah, fair enough, but yeah, like, I think it's going together as a team. They've got to the final. It's a representation of that. It's not the colour medal they wanted, but they're getting a medal.
Exactly that. And some of the crowd that have been outside have made their way in to see the end of this one as well. Our officials making their way back down as the Buckinghamshire team make their way up. And I think actually just a quick word on the officiating team as well, because that was a full team effort in that one, and the comms work was so clear between the four of them.
Yeah, really clear, and it's nice because then the people that are watching us as well, like listening in, we're really clear, we understand what's going on, and that just helps the game, because what makes rugby frustrating is when you don't know, you're like, why is that? What's going on? Like, how's that? And especially for people new into the sport and watching. But today, really, really clear in both games. I think fantastic refereeing so far.
We talked about some players that have, well, written their name up in lights and put on a fine show today. You can see Rocky Clark on the screen just going past. There's another legend there, Gill Burns, ready to present the trophy that has her name adorned on it as well.
Yeah, Gill Burns is absolute. She is women's rugby. Yeah. Like there's just, that's it. I think you can say that sentence and every single player would go, yeah. Yeah.
I think it's 100% true. An unbelievable player in her time. What she's done since she retired, incredible. Yeah. But I think the mark of the woman is that she always has so much time for everybody as well. She's and one of the nicest people. Nicest
and most humble for what she's done, what she's achieved, what she's still achieving. You won't meet a nicer person.
And it will be Gill Burns who will have the honour of presenting that trophy across to Yorkshire in a second. Well, they're keen to pick up the trophy. They're jogging up the steps. I don't know how they've got the energy to do that after that 80 minutes.
No idea. Yeah, considering people were lying down with cramp and now they're running up the steps, you're like, that's a long way. Calm it down.
Great work. And, well, the teams for the uncapped men's match that kicks off after us have made their way out to have a little bit of a look around as well. And, well, some of the French players just now making their way back in, as Yorkshire make their way up. And Yorkshire readying themselves to lift the trophy. There's, I think, Kat, there might have just been a proposal pitch side as well.
I think there was. I think that Nikki Gross has just been proposed to. So quite a moment in front of everybody there.
Slightly unexpected, I think, for Nikki Gross, not expecting that one, and see, with the shoulder injury as well.
Yeah, well, that's one way of turning away a loss, but okay, you've gained a fiance, so yeah, there we go.
It's a good thing she said yes, isn't it? But here we go then. At the moment, the attention focuses back on to this Yorkshire side. Jazz Brankin will get herself in the middle. The skipper, the number 7, ready to lift the trophy again. The phones are out, the shutters are on. And for the second year in a row, it's Yorkshire's women, the Gill Burns County Champions, here at Allianz Stadium. The songs start blaring out, the celebrations can begin. As they make their way down, they'll go in for the obligatory team photo that will go up all over social media, go up in the clubhouses around the county, I'm sure, as well. And a great occasion here. 2 games down. We're halfway through the marathon of fixtures here today at Allianz Stadium. And if you are just joining us and you missed the men's under-20s final earlier, that was another brilliant game. Lancashire eventually edging away in that one. This one went down to the wire. Yorkshire's women doing just enough. And saying to the men's team later, go on then, follow that, see if you can join us in the victor's corner. Wonderful occasion. gravity being played on the PA around us as well. It probably is the only thing that has held Becky Patrick down today. She was a woman possessed out on the field. And she's going to be right in the middle of the celebrations, I am sure. That's not bad. 2 appearances at Allianz Stadium, 3 tries, 2 titles, and a Player of the Match trophy to boot.
Yeah, not bad, is it?
Not bad for a day's work, that. And there, after that trophy lift photo, they're now getting all of the backroom staff in as well. We keep saying it, it's not just the squad effort, it's the team behind the team, the coaches, the physios, everyone that puts in those hard yards off the field as well.
Oh, 100%, because most of the time it's voluntary as well, and there's people giving up their time, and there's, you know, a lot of the coaches have been doing it for years and giving up all their time and energy into putting into the game. So yeah, you have to respect every single person that's been a part of it.
It's been a wonderful occasion so far, and we've got just enough time to look at some of the best bits from that second half as the Yorkshire players look to go and start finding their friends and family in the crowd. Here we go then. That was the experience of Taylor Roberts with that try.
Yeah, that looking up, deciding, no, not going to get, it's not on, out to the right. I'm going to step back in and score and build on the lead.
Did well to finish that, and in the end that was the crucial try. Added the conversion, added the penalty at the end as well, and here was that nudge right at the end. Decent little leg on that one. It was a fair distance to get it across, but obviously they were waiting. They thought there might be time for the restart, and then look at the jubilation the moment that final whistle went. And there's that trophy lift as well. They've done it back to back. Plenty of this squad did it last season, but it's just as good doing it second time round.
Oh yeah, even better, I think, because you backed it up. So you've gone and you know what it takes. So yeah, no, like a double, that's amazing.
Incredible effort from Yorkshire. Well, Kat and I are, I'm very pleased to see, going to be able to go and get a little bit of shade, and Kat's fist pumping and celebrating next to me. So we will be back with you for the final County Championships game of the day a little bit later on, after 5 p.m. That one is the Men's Division 1 Beaumont County Championships final. It's Yorkshire versus Kent. It's a repeat of last year's humdinger. So make sure you join us back here for that one. And in the meantime, go and grab yourselves a coffee, maybe something a little bit colder than that in these conditions. Make it an iced one, like Kat and I are going to do. And make sure you head over to Rugby Pass TV to join Joe Burns and Rachel Burford for the England Men's 15 taking on France. That one is coming up for you in just over an hour's time.
Everyone in? 2, 3!
The Dublin dust has settled, and now it's time to turn our attention to the next biggest match of the weekend. England are at home for the final time before they board a flight to South America. And in town are Les Bleus. Last time they ventured to this part of London, they left heartbroken and denied a Grand Slam in the Six Nations. They have the taste of revenge on their lips in a match that is a test in all but name. And a man who knows a thing or two about that is co-captain Jamie George. 102 caps, sharing the captaincy with George Ford. 200 between them, but a number of individuals like Guy Pepper out there yet to know. is a late shift to fullback. Leo Barret injured on Thursday, so shifted to fullback, and Alivereti de Guivalu brought in on the wing. Bit of a surprise to see the Perpignan man out there in all truth, but no surprise to see Tom Willis being deployed like a cannonball, shot out at the French line. Some abrasive carrying, and Ezekwe delivering the same. England with a bit of momentum. Guy Pepper, player of the final last week in Bath's Premiership glory. Oh, beautiful line from Ted Hill. The Bath connection combining, and Faye were both so, again, uncharacteristically spills. And France breaking transition through to Guivalu.
Advantage over. Wait there, boys.
50-22, well and truly on, but it's a skidding kick that holds up. And Ford seeks the salvation of the touchline.
Nolan, just speak to the boys at the breakdown. Get them to roll out, okay? Okay. Time off. Yeah, blood.
It's unfortunate there for Faye Weboso. You could see him powering through the tackle.
Yeah, I'll get them.
Just couldn't quite hold on to it. You can see he's getting a bit of sticky spray put onto his hands now. It is really hot. Naturally humid, sweating.
Take your time.
Well, we're taking a pause for an injury. There are going to be water breaks today, scheduled at 20 and 60 minutes. I don't know if this sort of constitutes an informal one, and whether that we will have it halfway through this half.
Injuries cleared. He was the tackler, head to knee.
Okay, thanks, Mikey.
But it is for a head injury for one of France's bigger boys out there, being mummified out in the midfield, and a shot at the coaching group. Steve Borthwick, shorn of the many England players involved in the Lions. He's spoken, well, in our interviews and throughout the week, that he wants to see as many England players out there playing for the Lions as possible. He's not protectionist about his troops. And I'll tell you that Jack Van Portfleet was spotted around Twickenham today. Full Lions stash. No, not, he had his bag, but he was showing off, definitely.
He'll come for you from that comment.
Okay, guys. Time back on.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Great competition, and Oradu just about beats Coles to it, but enough disruption is delivered from the Northampton Saint.
Great reactions there from Cole, just to get up and do enough. Provides England a platform off this scrum now. Obviously, free kick on that last scrum, so that'll be on the mind of the French. Seb Atkinson, he's had such a good season, hasn't he? Got an all-court game. It's exciting to see him in an England shirt and what he can do in that centre partnership with Henry Slade.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Use the ball. Straight across.
Well, the scrum chews itself up somewhat, so we get a reset as Spencer waits patiently. Some week he's had. I wonder what the heads are like on the Bath boys. The celebrations look like they went hard. Not quite as hard as Alfie Barbary, but
Crouch. Bind. Set.
minor blindside threat, but a penalty advantage in the back pocket of England, and Slade arrives on the ball and drifts to deliver to Carpenter. Now the burst down the short side. Boboso looping one from half-back.
Advantage. Yep.
And England come back for that penalty.
Well, compared to the scrum beforehand that you described as getting chewed up, much more steady, stable there from England, just holding the body weight there.
Familiar sight. Henry Slade shaping up with that sweet left boot of his to chew off as big a chunk of the touchline as possible. Maybe not his best there.
On you guys. How many?
But for him, this game and the tour to Argentina, an opportunity to get back on the horse as well. Fell out of favour the back end of the Six Nations. It's been a trying year down in Devon. And he's wrapping round, but he doesn't get it. Instead, it is a thunderbolt. Brilliant defence from France as George deploys a little bit of footwork to find a softer French shoulder. Willis, at first receiver, muscling through. Ford, crossfield bomb. Ted Hill in pursuit. It's going to be a big leap, but LeGarrett's a match. Taps and he was away if it hadn't already been penalty advantage.
Number 12, not rolling.
Yeah, fair play to LeGarrette. Half the size of Roy Buck. But just again, recognising the momentum. What a quality carry there from Willis. He's so physical, as you already mentioned. The stats from the Premiership this year, the amount of carries and work that he gets through, the defenders that he's beaten. Great work from LeGarrette. But much better line-out set piece from England. Big opportunity here for them.
Well, the sound of the Allianz Stadium tells us that this is England's finest attacking platform so far. Coles to claim.
That's one.
George
in the 5.
In the armchair. Little momentum for England. So they'll be forced to go to the backs. Boboso rides out of the challenge and goes back for more. Pistons bumping, more penalty advantage for England as big bruising carriers come round the corner. No one at home for George Ford. But again, England with that insurance policy.
Number 12, offside.
Yeah, Ficou penalised there. But initially, France did really well to stop the driving maul. Boboso just seems to be able to beat the first defender every time. Slips through, starts the momentum for England. And just that connection from George Ford and outside shoulders, just not quite clicking yet.
How many guys? 5? 5.
Take 2 for England and Ezekwe. This time the target, and England again looking to drop it into the low ratio gears.
Use the ball, use it.
Boboso, this time the decoy, and Atkinson shows that he's a match of the carry. Spencer on the plunge, inches short.
Advantage.
The penalty stacking up against France. Ball squirms free. Surely a conversation coming the way of the French.
He's on the line.
Jamie George tries to catch the French napping. Willis, periscope up, opts to move right. Drives through. Is he held up by Ficou?
That's held up.
think that warning's going to be coming now.
Yeah, but there's too many penalties around this area, okay? Discipline. Good. Time back on.
England will tap. George will go. Still battling in close quarters. A little bit more width offered this time. Spencer burrowing with urgency. But the French hold firm. Closer England go. Ted Hill dropped in an instant. But eventually, the French resolve is broken. And it is the Saracen, it is the number 8, it is Tom Willis.
The French were holding him out. The double tackles coming in, but the work rate from Willis round the corner and the last inch of fighting to get over on the white line. England been knocking and knocking. Recognises a mismatch there with Legaret. Manages to get over.
TMO's cleared everything, okay? Yeah, we'll time off. T is good.
Boy, have France made England work for those opening points. Now Ford with 414 already in white. Adds another pair to his personal career tally. England to within 5. And it's time for a water break and a bit of a breather after a relentless first 24 minutes or so, Berth.
Yeah, you can see out there the ice towels. Just trying to cool the players down. It has been a fast and frantic first 25 opening minutes. Actually gone over on the water break because that last passage of play, but much better there from England in the last 5-6 minutes, being real tightness about them, togetherness, recognising where the opportunities might be. The physicality's taken up another notch as soon as they get into that 22.
Anything else? It feels tight to
the French defence
set the lineups up when they're
been impressive, as they always are, aren't they? There's no shortage of the French attitude in defence when Sean Edwards is your coach.
Well, that score felt really quite crucial for England. France have been ruthless. Every entry to the 22 has yielded points. This the first through the driving maul, and Gaetan Barlow. And England, they've shown a bit of expanse. Some enterprising play, a few crossfield kicks, but there ain't no school like the old school, is there? Up the jumper, point-blank range. And Tom Willis has been one of the bright lights for England in this first quarter or so, and rewarded with the try after the pick and drive from Hill.
Double efforts from him, involved in a number of carries.
Like, there's not been a stable platform yet, okay? Yeah, just not on our one, yeah. Yeah, just out. Sam, did you speak to Gael? Okay, perfect, thank you. Do I take off? Okay, time back on.
La Rochelle's Antoine Astoy kicks long into the arms of, well, of all of England's 15, the man you least want catching it, Tom Willis. Takes some customary meters. You do feel that that number 8 jersey is very much up for grabs in English terms. Don Brown on the bench, Earl away on the Lions. And England with a little bit of imprecision in the hands again. Spencer spots an opportunity cross-field against the grain. Needs a kind bounce, but doesn't get one. Atisogbe loves running at broken field. We've already seen him create for Oradu. And it's just by a tightly clenched fist round a shoelace, he's dragged down within his 22. Ford on hand alongside Carpenter. Sales Mr. Dependable.
6, don't trap him.
Coles, who was a tour de force in that losing cause in Cardiff for the Saints in the final. Astoy crunched on reception.
Yes, France.
And there is a coolness, a calmness to the way that France
Okay, not now, you're around the side.
are navigating their way around the field.
Yes, 9, use it.
Le Garec looking for a bit of additional scaffolding on the ruck. And Carpenter again encouraged to counter. Gill chasing hard. Hill, Ford, Slade, a gift. And an audible sigh of relief from the Exeter chief.
Offside.
So are they on a warning in general, or are they just
in the 22?
Big sigh of relief there. Henry Slade trying to release his outside man. Fortunately coming back for an offside, but France are playing really well in terms of their composure. They're not forcing anything. We've obviously talk about Jouet moving the ball around, offloading a lot, but they're being really composed, being really mature in their play so far.
Slade makes more than amends with a fine touch finder that puts England position A in the French 22 once more. And just the sense of momentum shifting. Atkinson injected into the line, takes a huge amount of meters, jagged back to the right. Coles won't be denied. He loves scoring on the big stage, does Alex Coles. A brace at Cardiff in the European Cup final, and now one at HQ with a rose on his chest.
There's a lovely little change of play off the line out. France getting ready for the driving maul again, but they play away. Great carry from Atkinson, gets them inches from the try line, and then the lovely deception there, ball out the back to hit Coles. Really, really good start after this water break from England.
Well, Ford displays it to the right of the upright, and we are a dozen apiece. England have clawed their way back from an early deficit, and the waves of white beginning to crack the French defence. Cartier was out there in the middle in the captain's run yesterday. He's a very firm referee, I can tell you, having watched the way that he marshalled that.
Yes,
and it was a pretty lively captain's run too as well. Arrived yesterday and had to battle the West London traffic in the heat to get here.
Yep.
Ben Spencer circumnavigates all the French traffic via his left boot. And France
On the line, yeah. Thank you.
They'll throw in the English half, and
On the line.
having dominated the early exchanges, it's they who need a bit of time on the ball now, isn't it? And they ain't hanging around either. Tyler Duguid, the Canadian. Oh, picked off by Pepper. Joe Hayes, surely not. Joe Hayes from 40 metres almost. Popped, picked off by Atisogbe. Harem-scarem stuff. Ford better hit the jets because he's being hunted down. He's got no support. But Atkinson arrives. And the danger is averted. The game breaking up to the delight of those at the Allianz. And Atisogbe with a partially sliced kick, but about 35,000 denied an incredible Joe Hayes moment.
Yeah, I think we need a slow replay of that, of how Pepper that manages to get the ball. For all money, it looked like Hayes was going to be in, but last-ditch tackle there. And then Atisogbe just gets in the right channel.
Put you in.
England's beginning to play with a real bit of zip, and that is a devil of a crossfield for Roebuck to get after.
Captain, scrum or line it?
And it's a judge to have gone forward off the sail man.
Melee?
Atisogbe's getting a bit of aerial treatment, but he's stood up pretty well so far.
Yeah, for somebody who potentially hasn't played a lot at fullback, he's marshalling the backfield, getting himself in the right places, and he's giving Roebuck a contest for certain.
Okay, we all need to get a good, stable platform. Yeah? In, set, hold. The break foot is not an issue.
Angle adjust this one. Yes, Becky! Squeeze face! Squeeze face! Down!
Crouch!
Either one.
Over leaning. You did, you're really far forward. 10. On the 5, thank you. Hold.
Well, Roebuck does himself a couple of times and then sends a thunderbolt off the right boot. Astoy is there, and so too Atisogbe. But this one's going to come down with Cloudwiss on, and Atisogbe had more time than he knew because he could have taken it cleanly. Instead, he went volleyball style. And now Faye Weboso is free. I think that he was the only person at Twickenham who wanted to kick that, and that is an ugly and really out of control challenge from Faye Weboso. And that may be the last we see of him.
Thanks, guys.
Doesn't look great, does it?
I've got it, okay? You don't need to come in like that. Yep. TMO check, please, Mike.
Go ahead, Holly.
I want to check level of sanction on the high tackle by 11 England, please.
Okay, checking level of sanction against high tackle on England 11. Stand by.
Thank you.
Well, I think the realisation was immediate for Faye Weboso that he got it wrong there. And this is purely a case of what colour card, not if.
I'm seeing it as a rat, but it is foul play because it's high, meets our yellow card threshold. Mikey, do you agree with all those facts?
Yeah, I agree with those facts, Holly.
Okay, so it's going to be a yellow card against 11 and off-field review.
Agree.
Thank you. 11. 11. And off-field review. Yellow and off-field. Yeah. Number 11. Penalty's going to be here.
Such a challenging tackle, is it? You can just see that he hasn't got control of his feet there. He's desperately trying to get across to not allow Astoy to get away. But you've got to drop your body height, otherwise you're going to put yourself at risk.
Well, I think the yellow was never in doubt, was it? And it is there for review as well, so there could be further retribution for Faye Weboso, who, as we heard before, champing at the bit to get out there. 6 months on the sideline in rehab club, the worst club in the world.
Okay, line's in.
And France now get to attack against 14 Englishmen. Antoine Astoy has dusted himself down. He's good to go, and he takes a back seat as his sizable pack make a dent towards the English 22. Le Gallet organises Barlow beyond him. The hooker buries his head into some white jerseys. Le Gallet on the travel. Ficou loses control,
no advantage.
But advantage was already France's.
Yeah, another infringement at the maul time. Just compounding errors. Discipline for England. It's going to be really, really important that they hold their discipline. 14 players. It's hard enough playing at that heat, in this heat, at that tempo, with 15 on the field. It's going to be a critical 10 for England. Maintain their composure and their discipline.
Line's going to be yours, guys, on the line.
Well, it's just what France needed, wasn't it? Because England growing, stringing those back-to-back tries, achieving parity, but now all hands to the pump for the final 5 of this first 40.
Yes. Keep him at the front there, Ben.
Well, it doesn't go to Oradu. Duguid instead keeps his feet on the ground, but France get themselves in a tangle, and that is an opportunity spurned.
Yeah, obviously, miscommunication on the call there. Maybe not the right lift.
It's going to be on the 5,
and forces the error. Ezekwe in there, just trying to disrupt as much as possible.
Guys, hold that weight back. 4 and 5, hold the weight back.
The big men of the engine room, a shot of Kylian Ticheron, the Clermont blind side. One of those to get his first cap on tour in Argentina last summer. He'll be looking to increase his tally in New Zealand as France go for a tumultuous 3-test series against New Zealand, but they're going to have to sort their scrum out because it is England who are very much in the ascendancy right now.
Loose head collapse.
Yeah, I think that's twice now. Loose head's been called on.
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Astosio.
No, it's just here. Yeah.
Twice just losing his binding and collapsing. A big let-off for England. Allows them a minute to breathe, clear their lines.
Paulette, this line-out will discuss the yellow card decision.
Okay. Yeah, ready now, Mikey.
So it will be upgraded to a red card. It's a high degree of danger, direct contact to the head, and there's no mitigation.
Okay, time off. George. Time off, yeah. There's a decision back from the bunker. Yeah. It's going to be upgraded. It's a high degree of danger with no mitigation. 20-minute red card.
It is a sad return to England colours to the rugby field for Mani Faye Weboso, as this challenge earns him a red card.
Yeah, obviously not what you want to see, but obviously they see it's a high degree of danger, just the lack of control going into that contact area. Real shame for him.
Do not trap him in. There's
First time back.
You're good. Okay, 9, use
For
it.
so long. 182 days. And now he'll watch on from the sidelines. England will have to re-steel themselves. And Ben Spencer will have to dip into all of his match management armoury, and that's almost a peach. Ati Sogbe is there as he has been dependably all game. His positional play has been outstanding.
And his work rate to get back there. George Ford and Ben Spencer recognising that bit of space in behind, trying to find the grass. On that occasion, just too much on it.
Stay behind, guys.
Doesn't look phased at all, does he? Ati Sobi in the backfield.
Spencer looks to steal through the fringes. England undeterred by their numerical disadvantage. Ford wiped out, but the pass enough to semi-unlock the French defence. They're down to 13 now because Spencer has worn one in the passage, so Jamie George steps in at scrum half. I bet he loves that. Slade elegantly drifts from a bit of depth, and George turns from scrum half to battering ram. Ford asks Roebuck to chase, asks Roebuck to rise, and Ati Sogbe can only knock on into the grip of Ted Hill.
Great clear out by Roebuck then.
Ford to Atkinson, and it's worked out beautifully. Ricocheted off the chest and still not down. England, have they scored? Finally, yes. Well, it is the most unorthodox, crazy try you'll see. Almost bench pressed by Atkinson, he didn't finish. Carpenter arrived like a cruise missile and pirouetted to the paint.
Atkinson did so well to hold on to that ball. Felt like he's over the line there, but does so good to keep the ball alive. Good work from Carpenter, just recognising the Legarat. Shoulders are turned, coming across field for the desperation defence, and steps back inside and spins and gets over.
It's just there, George.
Ford adds the extras, and England, against all the odds, having trailed 12 points to nil in the early stages, leave the field with a 7-point lead, down to 14, because Manife Waboso has seen red. But they are up 7 points on the scoreboard. A first 40 full of drama, with 5 tries and a 15th contest in the balance. Much to ponder for both Steve Borthwick and Fabien Galtier in the half-time huddles in the bowels of the Allianz Stadium. But as the fans pour out of their seats for some well-earned refreshments, it is England 15-19, France 15-12 at half-time. Right, Berth, let's pick the bones out of this first 40 minutes. 5 tries, real pendulum swing, and France have been more clinical, but they haven't created as many opportunities. This was their fast start.
Yeah, England actually came out the blocks, didn't they? But the discipline allowed France that opportunity, and they absolutely took it. And then this was a masterclass of French rugby, the quick turnover, the transition. Atisobi, and that missed tackle in the midfield from Atkinson just opens up the opportunities for all Hardu to go over. It was a really good start for them, but England did come back. Just banging at the door, using the physicality and the brute strength for the forward pack. And in the end, the double efforts from the forwards round the corner. And the French really did make them work for it in this area, but Willis in the end gets back up after his first carry and then recognises a mismatch there. Ticks it on a bit late to get round the corner, and then Willis gets his team back in the score.
England were getting a roll on at this stage, and Atkinson has carried supremely well, brought his form in cherry and white to the England jersey, and Coles and his try levelling things before the complexion of the game changed through this challenge, Berth.
Yeah, Faywas Mabozo just got it wrong, not got control in that tackle area. Obviously has led to a red card now, which potentially will pay some attention to what it's going to look like for his future at the Argentinian tour. But then Seb Atkinson, you already mentioned about his carrying ability through the middle, does so well to keep the ball alive, hold his composure and find Carpenter.
Well, everybody, I think you'll agree that we have a 15-match finally poised here, and expectant everybody here at the Allianz for the second half, as should you. But the O2 Inside Line is bringing you the Rose, and the weekly docu-series following England Rugby return this week. So here is a snippet to give you a flavour of the full episode you can find on England Rugby's YouTube page.
The biggest thing for us on the lineman camp is getting players from clubs on the same page, aligned in thinking about how we play the game the England way, whilst closing the gap between Premiership and international rugby through physical demands and the intensity required for the duration of those games, and just how we close those gaps are probably the two biggest things we've gone after as a coaching group and as a team. When change occurs, opportunity arises. I think the thing for us there is players will be going away with the Lions or aren't available due to the finals and semi-finals. So it's provided us the opportunity to look at the group, the depth of the group of English players within the Premiership. It's provided other players to come in and have the opportunity to train at the level we're training at and put their case forward for selection. That's what you want as a programme, and as a coach, you want players coming in and pushing players, and you want to be in that position where the Lions players do come back, the players around them are pushing for their positions, and it's hard for them to get back into the team, and then we're having selection headaches again.
Everyone lower your height half and in. There we go, Trent. There we go. Living in the abyss.
England A has been huge for our player pathway and that transition into the senior team. I look over the last 2 years, and even from my positional group around front row, Finn Baxter, Joe Hayes, Curtis Langdon, they played against Portugal when it first came back into it. And then you obviously have Asher, who's been involved in it, Afo, who's been involved in it, George Klosker's been involved in it. So the list in terms of players who've been involved in that programme, it's been massive for us. And I think for them, the experience of even going and working, and I know Lee Blackett was involved within the A programme, so the continuity of the way we play in the A team into the first team, and that transition there has been smooth, and the idea of them having the exposure of one, the training and the way we want to play, and two, the opportunity to come together with different clubs and get aligned to play the same way.
A bit of an end-of-season summer party here, and the sack's in full flow, and a pretty vibrant whistle as well. So you can catch the full episode of that on England Rugby's YouTube page, and make sure you're subscribed to get the latest episodes. And that's going to be key because the boys are off to Argentina and the United States on tour, so it'll give you all the BTS action and highlights. Now, let's hear it from England head coach Steve Borthwick, who's been giving back to the community game for the Honda Volunteer Recognition Programme heading down the Lensbury.
We're here today at the Lensbury in Teddington, where we have a group of players, 15 to 17-year-olds from Tiffin School, and we're doing a coaching session as part of a programme with Honda, where a group of coaches from around the country who coach grassroots are then here today, where we're doing a session with the players, and they're getting a chance to coach them now. How you doing? Good to see you again. You well? There's a couple of boys in trouble here. A couple of boys are real trouble. This first part of the session, I've been working on the support play of the players and their offloading skills. Go on, pass me the ball. And then I get to that middle, and what you're going to do, because I've got another support player there. Oh, brilliant. And it's world class, and we're joyous, and we're celebrating, yes? Guess what you're going to do?
Hopefully.
Okay, excellent. It's a beautiful day here today. So it's hot, and you have to work really hard, run very hard to be in support. Yes, but left! Love it! Oh, it's a tie of the day! Oh, it's not! So it's challenging, but they've been absolutely terrific. One, yes, go back in the game. Beautiful. Get back behind him. What is your name? Stuart, your ability to get back in the support position was amazing. You went forward and then you went back. Boys, right, Stuart, round of applause. Stuart, yes. Yes, beautiful play! Any chance we get to help continue to grow our great game, and if we can help support coaches who help support their players at grassroots level that are coaching young boys and girls that are coming through our system, and hopefully we'll be wearing an England shirt, either an England men's team or as a Red Rose at some point in the future, it'd be absolutely terrific. Train tracks, you're on the train tracks. Yes, boys, that's wonderful, I'm loving it. Go, 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 go. Brilliant, you're already making a change. They are a wonderful group. You guys are awesome. Look here, train tracks, stay on those train tracks. Stay on them, stay on them, stay on them, stay on, stay on. Go. If we can all have some positive impact on even just a couple of people, that effect multiplies. I want to be a bit faster, a bit harder. I'm sticking a defender in now. The England head coach is stepping in. We're going to play off here. We're going to play off here. Go, 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 go. Excellent decision. Love it. Finish. Hands, hands, hands. Go, 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 go. Working with the players in the men's team, I know they care deeply about the supporters, they care deeply about the sport in this country and the next generation. And I think any chance we have, any opportunity we have to influence positively the rugby in this country to grow, even if it's people that hopefully will be playing in the England team one day, or even if it's just people who get a bit more exercise or become part of the team, they're great friends of this fantastic sport. That's part of the opportunity that today presents.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. To the global audience, from Doncaster to the Dordogne, and even as far as Dubrovnik. You're tuning in from everywhere, and you're very welcome on Rugby Pass TV, and of course, England Rugby's YouTube channel. You don't want to miss a minute of this. I've got Rugby World Cup winner Rachel Burford alongside me for a contest that England are edging 19 points to 12, but they'll see out the remainder of the match with just 14 after a red card to Manife Uwaboso. On balance from the first half that we enjoyed, do you feel that the scoreline reflects the game, the contest?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams have had their moments in the first half, gaining that momentum, pressurising the other team, but both teams really struggling to hold on to it. It'll be interesting what was said in the changing rooms at half-time to both of these teams. Obviously, England may have to manage being a player down now for the remainder of this game. How they're going to play, maybe go more territorial. But there's plenty of excitement on that bench as well to unleash. Cullen himself, Alex Dombrandt, Jack Kenningham, all ready to come on, bring some energy into this game.
Antoine Astoy does as he's done on multiple occasions, kicks long and into the arms of Tom Willis, who will just eat that and all the meters up all day. He's full of venom in his carrying this afternoon in West London. A high claim from Leo Burdett, the uncapped back three replacement wearing 23. And a bit of confusion.
You've just run around
well,
him.
See England get a soft penalty.
It's a good start. Good contest in the air. Forces France to not play on their own terms. And that miscommunication in the midfield.
Okay, thank you.
Just indecisive from El Dossio.
9's in.
Burdett seemingly on for Atisogbe, by the way. And he'll be called on defensively here as England launch through Guy Pepper. Denied one of the great Premiership final tries by a TMO intervention a week ago. He's being overshadowed at the moment by his back row companions in Hill and Willis thus far. England, well, stretching. It's Trevor Davidson, who has risen from the pine in the front row. And that is the most artful of touch finders from George Ford.
It's no surprise, is it? Managing the game really well, recognising that they haven't got any front football, they're going backwards, the double tackles. She's losing their momentum, so just thinks, right, let's turn them, put them into the corner and make them play out.
Line out circumvented, and Guillard leaping to claim. Smartly done by the French. And Legare just squeezes it across the touchline.
Thanks, Boxy.
George Ford's birth, you know, we've just watched the artistry of him there with the boot, and he's really someone who's felt the full fickleness of fans and media alike this season. One moment to blame for an average autumn, and the next, you know, lines of mission outcry from people. You know, you can't catch a break sometimes.
Number 1.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it goes, and unfortunately, you know, it hasn't gone his way at times, but he's been on fine form for his club. You know, so much of what came good of Sale this year was through that man, and he'll be relishing at the opportunity to go to Argentina and lead this side with Jamie George.
Number 1, underneath at the line out.
Jamie, good ball.
Empty net. They are still on one.
In the 22.
Are you happy? Yes. 3. Yeah, I think so, yeah. 3.
Shot called.
Oh, interesting. Shot called, I guess. 14 men on the field. Scoreboard accumulation. A shrewd move.
Yeah, just probably need to manage this 40 minutes, don't they? It's going to be a lot of tired bodies when you're playing a player down. Take the 3 points on offer here. Have another look at that. Or not. But yeah, just take a bit of momentum out of the game. Give everyone a breather, reset, take the 3 points while they're on offer, reset and go again.
Well, Ford is 2 from 3 in conversions. The one that he missed was from this side of the uprights. And history, sadly for him and England, repeats itself. So the deficit remains 7 for the French. And it's interesting that the red card to Feywe Bosso has done anything but supercharge the French force. They've become far flatter, if anything. Ford shoots Carpenter off in pursuit of his high ball, and counter-rucking is really troublesome almost for France. Bit of link-up play with Duguid in the midfield, and all of a sudden the fluency of the French that was apparent from minute 1 seems to have deserted them. Real absence of organisational leadership as Le Gallec swipes his laces long to Ford. Plenty of hang time, maybe not the distance, but Carpenter claims having a good game. The Sharks fullback, so too Willis, who just uses a French defender as a speed bump. Well, the crossfield bomb causes troubles again for the French, and it's messy, but it's working for England right now.
Substitutions.
Well, speaking of bomb, I believe the French is l'équipe de bomb for that, as wholesale changes are made in the pack. Rabah Slimani makes way amongst the try scorer, Hugo Oladu. I'm just frantically looking for numbers on the backs of players who've poured onto the field. Romain Tao Fifenua, one of them. Paul Malaise, who's been playing Pro D2 for Provence this season on loan from Toulouse. An outstanding endorsement of what he brings to the party, having not even played top 14 this year. And Cameron Woki, who many of you will be very familiar with, out of favour at the moment in France. Having started every Rugby World Cup game. Ford hurriedly and inaccurately picks out Le Gallec, who wastes no time in punishing those in white to the tune of, what do you make that, 70 metres?
Yeah, super impressive. And you saw George Ford, as soon as he made the hit, he knows that he misjudged it. Started to sprint to that corner, knowing exactly the mindset from Le Gallec and what he can do on the boot. Straight look up, sees the space, and then the power to kick through.
Time off, please. It's okay, time's off. Don't worry, take your time. There's a couple of boys down as well.
Well, the weather sapping many a man out there. Ted Hill, he's had a big few weeks with Bath
how long left?
in their treble campaign. Jamie George
on the 20-minute red?
riding high, having reclaimed the captaincy.
5 minutes.
He's been in with the Lions, hasn't he, Jamie George? And he's openly said the rhythm. He was taking notes in camp to try and employ on the Argentinians when they do travel to South America. On Tuesday they fly. And if anything's to go by Los Pumas' performance last night against the Lions, it is going to be the sternest of examinations for this young England side. And it mirrors a tour of 2017, which was the making of a new national nucleus for England. The likes of Sam Underhill, the Curry twins.
Okay, use it.
Making their debuts. Ellis Genge only had a solitary cap when England last toured to play the Pumas. And this is a big summer. And likewise for France and the likes of de Guivalu, who can't quite claim that high ball. And the bitty nature at the moment is suiting 14-man England.
England scrum.
Yeah, it was a really good kick chase. Number of players in and around the French team just forcing that error as he's coming down. You heard Holly Davison saying there's 5 minutes left on the 20-minute red card. So England will be back to 15 shortly.
Come on now. Hips, too good. Seconds. Tight. Too good.
Crouch. Bind.
Legal.
Up we come. Stay down. I will control the weight. I'm not seeing any overleaning. Reset.
Come on now, Eve. Come on now, let's go. Go back. Come on, Eve. Let's go. Let's go now. Yes. Let's go now. Hips. So good. Wait. Hey, I'm with you. Squeeze.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Second time.
France just can't seem to settle at scrum time, despite the fresh-looking front row that also includes Demba Bamba. And England will take these penalties all day.
It's not 1 or 2, it's the whole scrum is moving. Yeah.
I believe that style of kick, that touch finder, is known as doing a slade.
Okay, on the line. On the line.
Famously, all those many moons ago for Exeter in their semi-final against Saracens in the Premiership. It's some trademark to have in your left foot locker. And England are back, banging on the French defensive door. Full stretch, Pepper can't reel it in. It's mayhem. All the crossbars in play. And has Carpenter claimed another score? Carpenter thriving in chaos and bagging himself a brace at the home of English rugby.
Holly, team will check. Team will check. I want to check for knock-on by white 13 when the white 13 and blue 12 are competing for the ball.
Okay. So on-field decision is try. We're just checking potential knock-on by 13 in the midfield.
Correct.
Thanks.
What are you saying, Berth? Try or no try?
From that angle, it's really not clear and obvious that it's come off Henry Slade. That's a better angle to be able to get the right call here. It looks like his right hand gets to it.
Well, the question is does his right hand come here and knock it forward? Well, there's nothing conclusive there, is there?
I know it's tight, Mikey. Take your time.
Yeah, for me it hits his hand, Holly.
Okay, so we're saying...
Yeah, there is a touch by white 13, so we have a decision.
Okay, back to me.
To Holly, there is a knock-on by white 13. It does touch his hand and goes forward.
Okay.
So just like the try and back for a knock-on.
Okay, no try. Yeah, knock-on by 13.
The Allianz Stadium gives its opinion on the TMO intervention from Mikey Adamson, but I think
guys,
on balance,
hold on the hit.
few deep down
Okay.
would disagree, though.
No
The stern, furrowed brows of the England coaching department may tell a different
I've said to
tale.
hold on the hit. Come on. Keep it further out.
Well, even though that's been chalked off, Joe Carpenter has had a fabulous season. He's started every Premiership match for Sale this season. He's only missed 67 minutes all season. And this is his third promising exhibition with 15 on his back, with a rose on his chest. And this is a promising demonstration in scrum power as well from this young England forward pack. Roebuck full of running, slaloming through the blue jerseys. There's a real verve to which England are attacking now. Ezekwe arriving on a lovely straightening line. Carpenter absolutely slotted. And then the pass asking too much of the fingertip stretch of Slade.
Great bit of intent, wasn't it, from the kick. Roebuck, seeing him work that right-hand angle. Huge tackle coming in on Carpenter, but just manages to get the ball away. But the pass to Slade just wasn't clinical enough to be able to exploit that outside channel.
That's the squeeze, boys. Yes. Give it to me again, Cozy. Hips. Let's go. Seconds. Let's go, Beardy. Got you. Come on back here. Come on back here.
Crouch.
You can just see there in the bottom hand side of your, well, you could have, of the camera there, Oscar Beard's just joined the team, so they're back to the full complement of 15.
Tight head. Collapse. Tight head collapse.
Well, Oscar Beard, who is the nailed-on starter for Harlequins as far as 13 on his back goes.
When you're ready, Tim. I'll put White on the line. Line's yours, guys.
But there he is with 23, and he's installed himself on the left wing. He actually played quite a lot on the wing in the early days of his career. I say early days, he's still only 23 years old. But, you know, early days of Harlequins, deployed out there on the edge, very much sees himself, and I think everyone as a centre. And he's performed impressively for England A across the programme since it was rebooted in February last year. France are at 6s and 7s, and England are sensing blood right now.
Stay here. Stay here. No way.
Hold in front, guys. On now.
And Beard gets his first touch in his 22. And he finds a very handy touch.
It's a great touch from him. As you already mentioned, he's got great versatility. He can play in the centre, can play on the wing, can manage that backfield there with Carpenter. Just I feel there's a bit more urgency in this England side. Getting off the line, really pressurising this French team, trying to force the errors, force them to kick it to you.
He can be pleased with what he's offered today, can't he?
Yeah, I think he's picked up his form, hasn't he? Been really direct, really physical, exactly what you need.
The England player has moved.
As your England number 8.
There's no obstruction. Onside.
France operating in some congested areas. touchline on their right.
6.
Legarrette goes for a quadruple caterpillar. And Beard shows that he's comfortable, rising high and claiming a high ball. Jamie George, plenty of industry from the co-captain. Alex Dombrandt, another Harlequin, is onto the field. And he's in pursuit alongside Beard. With pressure on Berdeur, who claims it sweetly. Oh, gorgeous offload. Legarrette inside. No one will catch the man from Racing as he hits the Jets. Well, that's France to a T. Dorman, all half for 16 long minutes, but sizzling in 20 seconds and ruthlessly punishing England.
It was so good from Bardou just to keep the ball alive and to find Galenton, and then the inside support from Legarrette. Knows exactly where it's opening up. Defensively, England have to fill those holes if Beard's going to go up and try and contest.
Shoulder straight and head back.
Okay.
55-22 on the clock.
We'll make sure that there's no head contact against Jamie.
Jamie George obviously protesting some head contact in there.
The scrum half converts his own score. He's off to La Rochelle next season to form a half-back axis with Antoine Astoy. And I'm not going to say he's a find because he's already arrived, but...
He's checking.
How many world-class scrum halves do France have?
Okay, Holly.
Including that one there in his pomp.
Okay, Holly, Timo, check.
Yeah, there's no wonder that they're producing world-class scrum halves. But it looks like we are coming back for that Jamie George foul play.
So we're looking at potential foul play.
Blue 21.
By blue 21.
That's the wisdom of 101 caps right there.
And this is before the try.
Taking the time to ask the question, to plant the seed in the officiating party's mind. And let's see what Jamie George thought he saw.
That's us at the screen, Mike.
Okay, so it's the clear coming in now. Number 20.
Yes, I can see that. I'll tell you what I'm seeing. It's a tucked shoulder into the clear, into the player on the ground. I'm not seeing it as a high degree of danger, but it meets the yellow card threshold. Okay. So I think that's a good question. Okay, so my initial view is that it's a tucked shoulder and then the arm comes. Mike, do you see that as a legal wrap or a tucked shoulder?
I'm not seeing it as a legal action.
Yeah.
I think the arm comes late, so I'm seeing that as always a legal action initially.
Yeah, so am I. So I'm not seeing it as a high degree of danger, but it does meet our yellow card threshold. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
So it'll be a yellow card to 21 blue and off-field review.
Agree.
So it's going to be no try as well. Because the okay, let me explain.
Well, that is some swing for England.
We have foul play by 21 blue. So it's going to be a yellow card and off-field review because it's always illegal. The wrap is late, and then it'll be no try because this happens before. Okay.
You won't take the guys, huh?
Yeah, after the fact.
Well, they're going to have to get the number right here because it was
20.
Cameron Wackey wearing 20 who has fallen on his sword. He was due to wear 21. Cameron Wackey, and in his quest to get back into the good graces of Fabien Galtier, he has come up with a 10-minute sin bin act.
Put blue on the line. Line's going to be yours. 6.
France now with 14. England, the full complement. And on the doorstep of the 22. Off the top they go. Davidson almost gets in the way. Beard arrives from the blind side. Oh, it was a great ball and arrival from Don Brandt, but there was too much spice on the pass to hold. Atkinson, what's he trying to fashion? Astoy, across.
It was a shame that Don Brandt just couldn't hold on to that. We see him running those lines out the back so often in a Harlequin shirt and going through. Just there, just on the shoulder, not quite enough in front.
Wobbly drop clearance. Alex Don Brandt takes his knock-on frustration on the French defensive line, running it straight. Carpenter been pretty faultless today. Coles incredibly dynamic too. Started with 6 on his back in that European final. In fact, every second row out there for England has played back row in their time. Slick hands, super speed from Roebuck. He wants an offload but doesn't have the support. Numbers queuing up out wide. Slade to Don Brandt, who does precisely what he does week in, week out across the road. He brings his stoop form to the Allianz, and England have a 4th try.
Well, that whole build-up started with that man, Alex Don Brandt, through the heart. Massive carry, getting them on the front foot. And then the work rate to get round the short side, recognise that France are light on numbers. And then recycling. George Ford, perfectly timely, weighted pass to Slade. This was the initial build-up. Row back on the inside. Looking for that offload, trying to keep the tempo in the game. And then there, the play back down the short side, picked off by George Ford and Slade. The two of the most experienced out there.
Time off for the water break.
It's not George Ford's side today, right of the uprights. But England have a cushion now to the tune of 12 points. Well, Slade had a bevy of bodies to choose from. He went to Don Brandt.
I just had some.
And the Queen's captain did the rest.
Yeah.
Well, you're really seeing the punishing conditions that these players are out in. It is leaden skied. A bit of blue is breaking through here. It's so close and humid. It is draining for these players, and it's an interesting 30 degrees, Berth is telling me by her weather app at the moment. And it's an interesting mix because some of these players, they haven't played in a while. You look at the Northampton players, they haven't played since that Cardiff final. How good were these hands from England in clammy conditions, Berth?
Yeah, you could just see everybody on the same page, recognising, reloading after the first breakdown, to giving themselves self-options both sides of the breakdown. Little short pass from George Ford, just does enough to hold up the defender. And it's a 3-on-1, executed brilliantly by Henley Slade.
So Holly, we'll have a decision for the... So it will be upgraded to a 20-minute red card because it isn't always a legal action with not a high degree of danger.
Not a high degree?
Because it's always a legal action. If it was always a legal action and a high degree of danger, it would be a permanent red card. Because it's always a legal action with not a high degree of danger, it is a 20-minute red card.
Okay. Gail? decision back from the bunker for where the decision from the bunker is going to be upgraded because it's always an illegal act and we're not seeing as a high degree of danger. It's going to be upgraded to a red. 20-minute red. Because it's a shoulder card.
Cameron Wacky there.
Okay, time back on.
As it's an always illegal action, there won't be mitigation to be found. So it's been upgraded to a red card. So I see this final part of the game out now with 14 players on the field.
It was clumsy, if anything, wasn't it? You know, it wasn't high velocity or with malicious intent, seemingly. I think I see a number of those types of clear outs, but the positioning of George and unable to protect himself, probably feeding in to that decision. So
that's yours. Thank you.
It's only a day that I'm not sure that anyone expected would see 2 red cards. But here we are, and France will see out the remainder, well, the lion's share of the match with 14. A 20-minute red. Zekwe popped up, popped down, and Ford orchestrating and delivering to Don Brown. Berdur in a tussle with Roebuck. Ball bounces kindly for the French, and that is some jackal coming in from Seb Atkinson. He is all court, isn't he?
Yes.
He's been brilliant. Just the work rate to get there and then to contest in the breakdown. It's a great initial carry from Don Brandt again. Gave Ford the platform to be able to execute his kick, and then that allows everybody around that kick to be able to do their job, put pressure onto the French. And then Atkinson in the middle of it, causing disruption.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Down and use the ball.
Smart hands, releasing the Guivalu. Goodness me, some hit arriving. Gill loses the ball. Rafi Quirk's on. First time with a rose on his chest since 2021, if you can believe.
Yes, ball is out.
Kenningham with a first carry. Spencer's still on.
Scrum advantage over weight there.
So Quirk maybe is in at fullback because Carpenter's made way. We saw him receiving some treatment.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
To the back of his thigh.
Take a step, I'll get numbers.
And I tell you what, that is full-blooded from the Sale shot scrum half.
How many?
Literally just used his body to be a speed bump to get him down. Yeah, he's set up on the right wing at the moment.
One in, one out. Maul. Through the mark.
Well, the plaudits go to the disruptors of England who are making life messy for the French at the moment. They failed to have a really concerted period with ball in hand, haven't they, France? Obviously came up with that marvellous try that was chalked off for Le Garrec, but other than that, they haven't fired a shot since their second try.
And you've got to commend the effort from England, that they're trying to pressurise them. You can feel that there's energy coming off the bench as well. It's just forcing those errors on the French team.
Bind! Set!
2, 3, squeeze!
No.
There we go.
2 is just stepping back.
Baptiste Jeannot is on at scrum half for France, by the way. But he won't get any ball to work with because Fisher's lost it in contact. Roebuck looks such a thoroughbred winger, doesn't he? Oh, the missed ball opens up the wide side, and Ted Hill runs like he's got 11 on his back. Beautiful pick-up from Gaiton. We haven't seen enough of Emilien Gaiton for France this game. He is a fabulous prospect at outside centre.
Yes, 9.
With just a glimmer of his skill set with that silky pick-up under pressure. Jeannot. Slade wants to claim it for himself. Oh, and he lassos the French scrum half, who looked to have feathered it forward as he went to the deck, but Jeannot gets away with one.
Okay, 9.
He huffs and puffs his way to the back of that artificially extended ruck, and it's a tricky kick for Ford. And I think the whole of the Allianz willing France to counter.
Out! Advantage.
Lost forward from Ford. France are on here if they can get it wide. The ball, too much of a threat. Gaiton collects, offloads.
Play on. Scrum advantage is over.
Where do they go here, France? De Guivalu, isolated, locked on, dispossessed. And Quirk now with a chance to drive the tempo. Head up, George is there. Flips it out the back. And now Roebuck's after this. Ficou can only watch as the ball tumbles beyond the touchline. I think it was passed back in, so no 50-22. But again, George Ford just steering the English ship with his right foot.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just such a shame that it just rolled on out.
2.
It's a brilliant turnover, wasn't it, from Dombrandt?
On the line, guys.
And Beard in there. Piling the pressure in the breakdown.
1 second, we still have a medical. Time on.
But Jamie George isn't even off the park. An Englander a go. Theo Dan's come on somewhere in all that.
Okay, 9, use it.
Let's go. Hey, Cozy.
And Jeannot, who plays his rugby for Les Jeannards.
Thank you.
Finds touch.
France have been under pressure for the last 5-10 minutes. That's a really good clearance for the young one. Just Dombrandt with that pick-up, one-handed scoop off the floor.
Sophisticated shapes being offered in the midfield. Roebuck mops up the mess. Slade puts his foot down but can't quite glide free of the hard-working cover. Alexandra Fischer with the tackle, and then France in transition. Jeannot. Well, there's no one at home in the backfield. Oscar Beard looking a little leggy. Tisserand after him. And the utility replacement back gets swallowed by the French open side. This game not done yet.
Use it.
France 12 adrift, but a try now changes things.
Yes, 9.
Spencer plumps for pragmatism and sends it clear and into the stands.
5.
Now this is an interesting change coming up here. As we see the long booming kick and the hard work of Oscar Beard.
Beard does really well, doesn't he, to get back there. See a lot of tired legs and bodies out there.
Advantage early.
Nick Ezekwe off, Chandler Cunningham South on, and right into the thick of things. France, though, are rocking and rolling and taken to the deck in timely fashion. Demba Bamba arrives. Fiku out the back. Berder all alone. Bar to Guivalu. Cunningham South, but the whistle goes.
That was such an important tackle by Rafi Quirk. Doesn't just chop down low, wraps the player up, wraps the ball up.
And Cunningham South, they're almost snaffling the loose ball. Very interesting. He's come on for Nick Ezekwe. He is a back row by trade. He has played second row in his time. There's no other recognised second row on the English bench, which would lead you to believe, do England have designs for the five-round back row to maybe make that shift forward into lock?
Well, I think we saw it, didn't we, in the Six Nations. He came on against Wales, had a really good game in not what he would probably call his first choice position, but to have that interchanging player being able to go from the across the back five, only going to work in your favour.
Well, chatting to a French colleague on the gantry here earlier, Fabien Galtier is of the same opinion. He referred to it as polyvalent, which is French for multi-purpose players, as I understand, and a number of these French back row and second row, the likes of Michael Guillard, adept at that, and Chandler Cunningham South, so too. In fact, all of the second rows and back rows for England. Oh, goodness me. Look up Coach Killer online and you see a video of that double pump on the throw 5 metres out.
Yeah, really frustrating, because you felt like that was a moment for France to get themselves back into this.
That's on the 15. Okay, that's going to be
time ticking in England's favour as they lead by a dozen.
6. Get him out the front, Sammy.
And for France, the second time it's happened in that area. We've seen how devastating their maul can be, and it feels like such a shame that they've got too complicated when all they've really needed to do is claim the ball
Maul, backwards once,
and throw their big bodies at the task. Fiku just building some form after a tricky season at Racing and a broken thumb earlier in the year. He's going to be key down in New Zealand. By and large, there'll be no Toulouse players there because they're into the top 14 final. Galtier has said he'll pick a maximum of 5 players from the finalists of the top 14 to go to New Zealand, and even then he's going to be bearing in mind the number of minutes they've played across the season. You think of guys like Thomas Ramos, you think of all the Bordeaux players who not only, well, they're not in the final yet, they've got the semi this evening, but they've also won a European Cup. That is so many minutes of attritional rugby.
How many?
In the top 14, about a 30-game campaign.
6.
So it really is going to be next generation stuff for France, and this is going to be an experience, a character building clinch. 5 metres out, 5 minutes to go, trailing by 12, desperate for a try to get them back into the contest. A dart from Jeannot, denied. Bodies everywhere. 1, pumping drive from France and so close to the paint. English arms everywhere. A double blast, no decision yet. Have England done enough?
Time off. Mike?
Go ahead, Holly.
My on-field decision is try. I just want to make sure that it's not held up initially before grounding.
So the on-field decision, try.
Check the ball not held up initially. Stand by.
Thank you.
You can see the ball there. The ball's definitely
what do you think,
ground.
It's pretty close, if not inconclusive.
So if you have the ball,
well, you can see the ball there. It's whether or not it's just got on the line. From this angle, it looks like it has.
Okay, so back to referee, you have a decision. So you may award the try. The ball is on the ground and on the line.
That's a really important score for France there. You know, 6 minutes on the clock, young group of players coming back and staying fighting this game still, with time on the clock still. That'll be a really pleasing part about this for the coaching team from France, to see them staying in the fight and taking the moment.
And a crucial kick for Antoine Astoy. Seven points the deficit. This conversion means that France could snatch victory with a late converted score. And Astoy splits the uprights. And it is game on for les Bleus in le demi-crunch.
It's a brilliant strike, wasn't it? Ice cold from him.
France claim it through the monstrous Michael Guillard, who wears a jolting hit as he looks to exit the 22.
Okay, 9, use it.
5 points the difference. France just showing a ruthless edge, and utterly clinical when opportunities have presented themselves. They just haven't gone away.
Thank you.
And now, this will be a test of their character, their belief of whether they can come back here at the Allianz. Whilst for England, it is whether they can repel a late French assault. And they have their pockets picked at the line-out. Fisher barrels forward across the 10. Astoy goes to the skies. Slade is under it, and he's swatted by Berdeur, but cleanly and bravely taken at pace. Spencer to Dan, just explodes into the shoulders of the French.
Not yet. Yes.
The confidence of Spencer to box without the defences around him. Good competition, spilt forward into the hands of Don Brandt, but it's already gone forward off Cunningham South.
I thought he was put onside.
France will have the put in.
Do we have an offside at all there, Ben? So we think live, we think that after he's touched it, he's then played onside. So it's no, it's just a scrum. Okay? Yeah. Time off, please. Okay, thank you.
A number of ricochets. Quirk's shoulder, Cunningham South's hands.
Sorry. Good height, keep it off the ground, stability once the ball's in.
But the net result is France, who remember have been playing with 14 all this time, with Cameron Watkey off the field, and now back to the full complement. The Canadian Frenchman Tyler Duguay reinstated to the field with 5 on his back.
Come on.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
And a penalty, the first at scrum time all game to the French. And suddenly, the Mexican waves have ground to a halt in the stadium, and the nerves of players and supporters in white alike beginning to jingle and jangle.
Yep,
because one last French assault is coming.
7, 6, 6, 6. Drop 1. Oh, sorry, mate. Keep him out of the front, Ben. Ball in the 5.
The multi-purpose man. The polyvalent. Nestled in the nucleus of a blue drive. Duguay, the Canadian bruiser, makes a dent, and Jeannot just keeps the fringes honest.
Okay, advantage.
And penalty advantage for France too. They can attack without consequence.
Advantage.
They know whatever happens, they'll come back. England must defend for their lives. But the meters are coming easy from the French, who are emboldened by the prospect of a revenge victory at the Allianz.
No advantage.
On the 22, outside the 22.
Well, how about that? The French.
No arms.
Giving themselves another lifeline here.
Number 12.
I think it was Atkinson's there. Been done for a no-arms tackle, just throwing his body into the player. Big moment for France. England need to keep their discipline, be composed.
The final stage of the audition for the 2 touring parties. New Zealand, the destination for Les Bleus. Argentina and Los Pumas awaiting England. Who will go with the taste of victory on their lips? England infringe again, and once more they must survive a French battery, knowing that a penalty is already coming their way. Now it's Jacobus van Tonder, the South African-born back row. Jeannot just powers on through. A carry belying his size. Demba Bamba. Now England a dish to taste of pick and go. Oh, it squirts free, and it's almost there for the French back row. Ticheron. They've wriggled forward. They've wriggled close. They've wriggled to victory. Wave after wave of blue jersey crashing upon the English shores. And eventually, it is the gargantuan frame of Romain Tawa-Fifenua with a levelling try and a cinch of the conversion to snatch the match.
It's really tough, isn't it, for England on their line, trying to defend wave after wave, and he nails it.
Astoy, with a minimum of fuss, wraps up a French smash and grab in Le Demi-Crunch, trailing by 12. They played 20 minutes of the second half with 14 after a Cameron Waukee red card. But they've dug deep and they will board the flight to New Zealand with a Twickenham experience that has resulted in victory in the most dramatic of fashion. And Rachel Burford, your Champagne Bollinger player of the match.
Yeah, right to the wire, that one, unbelievable. But Nolan Legrat, he was so good in the 60-65 minutes that he played, really instrumental around the park. The lovely link-up play to get that score, to get his team back into it. So he is our Bollinger player of the match.
The last one?
Nolan Legrat, the Champagne Bollinger player of the match. And arm in arm with William Servat, one of the great French hookers. There is some coaching team there. Sean Edwards among them, who has reinvented France's opinion of defence. In fact, speaking to him yesterday at the captain's run, he spoke about living and working in France like the glory days of playing league in Wigan. He said that everywhere you go, people just talk rugby. The country is living and breathing it. It is a renaissance. Participation rates better than ever, a refound national pride in the game. And Les Bleus, rather remarkably, emerging on top in this non-cap international that had all the hallmarks of test intensity and quality from the first blast of the whistle to the last bird.
Yeah, there's so many great moments from both teams. You know, we recognise this is an uncapped test and it's preparing these players for the tours that are up and coming, so it is a massive learning opportunity. But super important seeing France, how they came back into that game, never gave up, even though England looked out of sight. And to take it at the death is something is really hard to swallow as a player when you've felt like you've done enough to win the game, and then in the dire moments, it's taken away from you. But lots of new, exciting blood out there, getting a real taste of what it's like to wear the England shirt and perform here at Twickenham.
For tries, red cards, whatever you're into, we've got the lot, because it was a game full of drama and action. France very much starting the brightest. England were enterprising in the opening minutes, but penalties back-to-back for England proved costly as France navigated their way into the 22. And it was a hallmark of the match that each entry, they emerged by and large with points. Clinical, and this probably the creative highlight as far as the French went from Atisogbe.
Yeah, it was just a brilliant transition from defence into attack. Everybody really aware, but England struck back very quickly after that. And you just felt them starting to build their momentum here with their pick and go and their power game. Forwards going to work. A number of England players have definitely put their hands up, and the recipient of this try, Tom Willis, who's been in fine form for the club all season, brings that form into an international.
But this was England getting the bit between their teeth, wasn't it? Atkinson had a couple of bright moments. Cole's careering round the corner, and that was a challenge that not only led to a red, but it could echo into the summer as well from Faye Waboso. incredibly ugly challenge that was upgraded to a red, and you wonder, will he be available for those Argentinian tests now, Rachel?
Yeah, well, he'll obviously have to await the fate of the decision from the disciplinary conclude. But England managed that period without an extra player on the field really, really well. Managed to get over there with Carpenter. And this was Cameron Rocky on Jamie George.
Well, it was a game that really ebbed and flowed, and one that England had the lion's share of dominance in the second half, and the hands looked simple. It was all as a result of the industry of the rest of the team, but France seemed dead and buried. But again, the indiscretions from England, the penalties compounded, gave France that lifeline, and they managed just to force their way to get enough of the ball on the chalk. And then this, the final act, the try from Romain Fifenua, tight to the right upright, that would leave Antoine Astoy with little trouble in clinching the match. And, well, a sobering send-off for England, Rachel.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough review, isn't it? There's moments where we saw absolute brilliance, you know, across the pack. Great to see Willis out there playing so well, carrying hard, exactly what you want to be able to see from him. There's moments across the park that England will take away as positives, good moments, but there is also areas of critical moments that they need to look at. They had control in those last few minutes, and then a penalty led to another infringement, and then all of a sudden they're on the back of losing the game instead of taking the win.
Right, so defeat for England, victory for France, and probably a disappointed England co-captain Jamie George.
Jamie, a difficult afternoon, obviously, losing so late on, really testing conditions. What did you make of the team's performance out there, though?
Yeah, I just said to the team then, I was really proud of a lot of what we did. I think what it showed was we've got a lot of potential. I think it shows the difference when we're right on it and when we're not. We allowed France back into the game, and we've got a lot to fix up with our maul.
In terms of that response in particular, sort of a couple of drives down in the first 10 minutes, 24 unanswered points, to batter through 14 men as well for a short period.
And, like, you know, that's the bare minimum of what this team should be about: character, fight, spirit, all that kind of thing. So really, really pleased with that. I was really pleased with some of the big performances, younger players stepping up. Guy Pepper, I thought, was outstanding today. So really exciting that those guys are going to now kick on and hopefully have a big impact in Argentina too.
Talk to us about the conditions out there, because you look a bit of a broken man as he came off.
Yeah, it was hot. Yeah, it was very hot. We were very well looked after by our backroom staff, but yeah, we had to dig in at stages. There was a couple of long phases there, which are hard work.
Good preparation, though, of course. A long tour, be away from a little one in a few weeks, but the team looks in a good place in some of the performances today.
They're in a good place. Look, we wanted to win today. We always want to win whenever we put on an England shirt, so we're disappointed with that, but like I said, it was a good start. It was a good start. You know, we haven't been together for a huge amount of time. I only came in on Wednesday, so you know we've got a lot of growth. We saw how good Argentina were last night, but I think there's a lot to be excited about.
Jamie, thank you for your time. Go let you enjoy the little one. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Jamie George able to see the lighter side of life in, well, evidently hot conditions. I think you only need to take one look at the England co-captain's face to see quite how challenging the temperatures were there. And, well, good acclimatisation for England, who'll be off to South America with matches in Buenos Aires and San Juan in the first weekends of July. And then lastly, I think rather excitingly, Washington, D.C. to take on the USA. If you're looking for commentators, guys, I know two who would definitely take a tour to Argentina and the US. That sounds like one to get on board with. And these will be the last days as well for players bidding their families farewell as well, going away to create bonds with one another, and the side that will be travelling with a bit more pep in their step will be France. And we're not going to hear from player of the match Nolan Le Garec, but we will hear from Tyler Duguid.
Tyler, a huge result there for France, getting the win at the end. What's the team's feelings like at full time?
I'm sure we're very happy. We showed a lot of resilience in that game. We were down for a bit, and with that card, it was difficult. But we came back. We showed intensity together and resilience in the very last 2-3 minutes. It was great.
In terms of the performance, maybe slightly up and down, really bright start, a couple of tries, England coming back into game, and he had to battle back at that last 10 or 15, but a real kind of strong showing from a team that's been gelled together a very short period of time.
With just that one week of preparation, we really put it together well. Other than just, we really made up for not playing together long, with a lot of intensity, a lot of teamwork. Yeah.
And in terms of the actual conditions out there, just spoke to Jamie George. He said it was a tough afternoon. What was it like playing in that?
Oh, it's my first game at this level, and it's incredibly fast. So it's new. I hope to get a little more used to it. But
in terms of setting you up for the summer as well, should be kind of a pretty nice way to head down to New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. Well played today. Thank you.
So, big smiles on the face of Tyler Duguid and the rest of the French team who are here today, and they'll be tuning in to the top 14 semi-finals this evening, and that will have a huge bearing on Fabien Galtier's squad selection as they travel to New Zealand, and they'll do so in winning form. It's been a fabulous day here today with England 15 against France 15. Plenty of tries, a couple of red cards, and ultimately victory for Les Bleus. So my thanks to Rachel Burford for her company on this journey, and our thanks to all of you tuning in on Rugby Pass TV and England Rugby's YouTube. We look forward to welcoming your company very soon.
There really is no rest then for the wicked. The final game of the day is Yorkshire versus Kent in the Bill Beaumont Division 1 County Championship final. It's a repeat of last year's cracker, and here's the Yorkshire team looking to end 17 years of hurt. Jack Townend, Chris Hooper, Lewis Minikin, Ollie Chiginini, James Norman, Eddie Crossland and Elliot Fisher in the back line. Loma Kivalu, Rodri Campbell, Ricky Stout, Joe Makin, Don Parsons, Archie Crapper, Felix Crapper and George Mewburn make up their pack. Replacements: Will Archer, Chris Moore, Will Schooley, Martin Dodd, Zach Paul, Harvey Harding, Will Smith, Christian Dobson and Lee Denham is the head coach. And as the teams make their way out onto the field, here's the Kent side. Brian Hodson, Tom Kendrick, Luke Talbot, Shaden Osgood, Gary Jones, Sam Evans and Michael Davies. And then the pack: Luke Boone, Ewan O'Donoghue, Bobby Bratton, Charlie Self, Tom Stradwick, the skipper Raphael Dutter, Vince Everett and Ben Charnock. The replacements: Tane Wagstaff, Mark Mulliman, Conor Ganley, Mark Dwarby, Isaac Ridge, Ben Fryatt, Thomas Williams and Samuel Begbie. Tom Stradwick is the Kent head coach. Bit of a quick turnaround, but hopefully we are ready to go. The teams are already out on the field, no stopping that one. And our man in the middle for this final game of the day is Henry Pearson, with Jack Morehouse and Peter Buchanan his ARs and Jenny Burrows the fourth official. Still a decent number of people staying in after the England 15, France 15 match, which is great to see. And hopefully they'll be in for a cracker. It's a repeat of last year's final. Yorkshire looking for their first title since 2008. Kent looking to go 3 in a row, looking to become the first side since Lancashire to do that one, back in 2009 to 2011. And we're underway here at Allianz Stadium, the final game of the day. And a big, quick carry.
Carried back in, holding
from George Mewburn. Cat didn't really have a time to pause for breath there, but we're back in, we're ready to go. And well, you and I have been in the aircon for the last couple of hours, so we're okay, but it is still sweltering out there.
Oh, it absolutely is, and especially, you know, half the pitch is in the sun, half is in the shade, so the high ball game is going to be interesting about where they position it, because it is difficult to sight. But yeah, they were raring to go, these teams, weren't they? It's after the England game, they're running out, they're ready.
Certainly are, and this one, as we keep saying, last year was a cracker. Lewis Minikin had a chance to be a hero at the end for 14-man Yorkshire. Kick just drifted wide to give the opportunity.
Just make sure you put on, all right? What?
To Kent to seal it. That's a lovely little nudge into touch on that far side. Yorkshire composed start to this one, looking to keep things moving early doors. And it's fast and frenetic again. I feel like I've said that at the start of every match, but as you said, everyone's run out, point to prove, flying into it. See how long it lasts for, because the heat is still sweltering, but they're up for it.
Yeah, and I think that's that's finals rugby, and it's why it can produce fantastic games, and we've seen some amazing moments. It can also turn into players losing their heads a little bit, doing things maybe they wouldn't normally do, but so far so good for these two sides.
Kent then taking that one well early doors. Into the hands of Sam Evans, the fly half in the yellow scrum hat. He kicks long, but now here come Yorkshire, and it's a brutal carry, a wonderful offload, and they're away. Minikin races out of the first tackle. He's chipped inside. His number 8's chasing it. He's gonna go under the sticks. It's George Mewburn that goes over for Yorkshire, and what a start to this final game of the day.
Really lovely try, that had it all. Line breaks, offloads, a nice kick, and I do love that kick, that back inside for someone else, and the support play coming in, because he knew defenders might be in the way of a pass. So there's the defend and the offload. Really good power and pace coming through. Another good offload. And again, so 3 offloads already, and then this one here, that kick perfectly weighted and perfectly timed as well. Waited for the bounce, so didn't want to risk knocking it on. What a start.
What a start indeed. George Mewburn, this is his 8th cap for Yorkshire today. Played in that famous Barbarians jersey against Glasgow last year as well, and he's marked
20 seconds, 30.
His first outing at Allianz Stadium with a wonderful try, and Minikin converts that one early doors for his side as well. The two club teammates linking up together. There's a fast start from Yorkshire. Minikin is his 25th game for his county. He's a man who's been there, done it in county colours. We can see there the replay. That was a vicious little step to create that space, and the chip was lovely.
Yeah, just a really nicely weighted kick, and just so composed as well, like just allowed that bounce to happen, didn't look rushed or anything. Nicely weighted kick and try.
Kent then will look to try and respond.
Carried back in. Use, please.
There's another big carry coming in. And the kicking game early doors being employed to great effect by this Yorkshire side, forcing Evans to have to go chasing back.
Keep retreating. You've got to keep going back.
Tunbridge Juddion's fly half wears that scrum hat, brightest colour he could find, so his dad can see him on the pitch, because in his own words, his dad's eyesight is terrible. So hopefully his dad can see him. He's done us a massive favour as well. We'll be able to pick him out for the next 80 minutes or so.
Use.
Kent then is content to go through the phases, set up this caterpillar ruck. It may not be a favourite of the fans, but it's an efficient way to clear your lines. And Mikel Davies does just that. And a penalty goes his side's way as well, perfectly positioned from the scrum half, the former Cardiff University student. And his forwards were there to win the ball back, with Chris Hooper penalised on the floor. Good response from Kent.
Yeah, really good response. Great chase, great tackle onto his feet, released the ball. That's what, you know, the referees have said all throughout today. You've got to paint that picture, and so absolutely hands up. I have the rights to go for the ball, ref, and he did.
Thank you.
Evans then sends that one towards the 22.
5 man, they called it. It's all right.
A first opportunity then for Ewan O'Donoghue, the Canterbury man, to throw in for his side. Gone to the back to his captain Dutta, and it's quick ball off the top as the scrum half comes rampaging round. But Yorkshire are there, stop him well. It's Boone now. His 5th Twickenham appearance, and his side are looking to respond quickly here. Kendrick with the carry. Davis gets the ball away. Stradwick keeps things moving in midfield.
No, 8, no, 6, let go! Second man.
Davis having to hunt. He's seen a little bit of space. Dutta coming onto it. But it's taken in the air. The mark is called, and Chris Hooper takes it quickly. They clear the lines. And that was like trying to find a needle in the haystack, getting the ball out of there. But Chris Hooper rose highest, kept his eye on the ball, and still had all of the self-awareness to call the mark as well. Great defensive play.
Yeah, really good. So he sights it, even though there's lots of pressure on him, manages to call it as he's being almost hit in the air. But, yeah, and then they get the ball back really quickly and kick it out. So that's a great exit there.
Another good bit of line-out play from Kent. And Luke Talbot steps in at first receiver, the outside centre. There's Davis again to his fly half. Short ball. They were looking to free the hands. There's no options at the moment. Bratton gets tied up in contact. Ferocious defence from Yorkshire early doors. They forced the kick to come in. It bounces along the line, and Townend, well, he's tried to tidy it up. He's not actually done too badly in the end on the angle. But Kent with the territorial advantage early door, and they're looking to try and use this kicking game to pin this Yorkshire side back.
Yeah, you can see this line out. They're taking a little bit of time. There's a player down, so opportunity to talk, discuss things, because both sides have gone very quickly in their decisions so far in this game.
Okay,
but a moment's pause here.
Okay,
while the medics do their magic.
You can see the physio actually there as well. It looks like he's signalling that the sub is going to need to be made. That's a shame. Hopefully it's not the last we are going to see today. But Mark Duabi comes on to the field, number 19.
Okay, we come, lads.
Almost looks overly winded, maybe like something like it, or like rib, which means you just need a bit of a breather before coming back on.
The penalty goes the way of Kent, and in the meantime, it's Vince Everett who has left the field for now.
Yeah, offside off the line out.
5 offside.
Tunbridge Judian replacing Tunbridge Judian. And as Kat said, offside from the penalty, an opportunity for Evans to get length and range on that, and he's pretty much got that as perfectly positioned as you can from that angle. 5 metres out for his side now, and a glorious opportunity. Here we go then, O'Donoghue goes in, it's gone over the top,
back by Blue,
but it's been picked up by the new man, Duabi. Opportunity still here for Kent. Boone has a go, Boone has the score, and it's the big man doing the big, heavy lifting for his side. And Luke Boone, the Tunbridge Judian, on his 5th appearance here at HQ, has gone over for Kent's opening score of the final.
Yeah, off that line out. Normally, the defensive side, because they're closer, like they're only 5 metres away, you'd think they'd get there first, but the attacker with 10 metres back ran onto it, they reacted quicker, got the ball, and they turned it into a try. So really smart and quick thinking. I think we saw it earlier in the women's game, that turnover and being able to turn it into attack for Yorkshire in the first couple of minutes, that ability, and they pounced on that ball really well there themselves, did Kent.
The conversion goes over from the fly half, Sam Davies. A bit of pressure being put on him as well. But we're level, 7 apiece here after 10 minutes in the evening sun. Unfortunately, you can't see it with the camera positions, but there's still a pretty healthy crowd in here watching this one as well. Some of them probably been here since 10 a.m. this morning. Some of them probably a lot less than that, but an opportunity to take in some high-quality rugby, and why wouldn't you, with the county championships on show again?
Hughes. Okay, ball is available, start using.
Here for Kent then. And again, they look to set that caterpillar to give as much time and space as possible to Davies.
Touch, mate,
and again, with not much of an angle to work with, it's a really good touch find from the scrum half.
Yeah, good pressure reliever.
Right on the end of the line.
Ewan O'Donoghue then just in your picture there, the Canterbury man, named as the hooker of the year in National 2 East this season. Fine campaign in club colours. He's continuing it to the last in county colours here at Allianz Stadium.
Stay there.
He's controlling things at the back. It's his side set this maul up.
Okay, that's 1 stop. Don't change 5. Start using.
Not much movement. Davis goes quickly, goes to the air, and that one's coming down. But it's taken expertly.
Use.
And there's Newman, the try scorer for Yorkshire. And then one of probably the easiest penalties that our referee is going to have to give today. Scrum half flings that one straight into the Kent man that was offside. And Yorkshire with an opportunity to get back into that attacking half.
Yeah, all smart lines will do that, won't they? A real visual display of, oh look, I genuinely was trying to make that pass. So they know what they're doing.
Perfect.
Eddie Crossland then, vice captain for Yorkshire, fly half, hammers that one into the Kent 22. His club Otley this week announcing that he'll be playing for Leeds Tykes in National 1 next season. Otley, Leeds Tykes, two famous clubs of the English game, and an opportunity for Crossland to step up into National 1 rugby as well.
You've got to be proud as a club when you produce players that go on to higher levels, and because you've really put them through in the right place, and you've just, yeah, that's brilliant for clubs to do.
You're always going to be sorry to see them go, aren't you? But you want to see them develop, and you know if they can take that step up, they're good enough to do it, they're going to.
100% nurture the talent, and if you're a club that becomes able to, well, off you go.
Well, talking about nurturing talent, one of the easiest scores that Yorkshire are going to have. The maul just kept going forwards and forwards and forwards, and in the end, Mewburn looked up, nobody was there, and he's got a brace.
Yeah, just took his moment, opportunity to go for it, and you said that these games are going back and forth for the scores, and this one is no different. So moving there, they think it's gone down.
Thank you.
He beat the cameraman as well, or camerawoman, I don't know, so there we go, but beat the camera crew to that one and across, and yeah, good score.
That's a little one finger in the air to celebrate there as well. Straight out of the Henry Pollock School of Celebrations. And his side hit the front again. An opportunity for Minikin to line this one up and extend their advantage again back out to 7. Pressure's going to come on him, but he's slotted that one straight and true, and it's 14-7 to Yorkshire. A great start again to this final.
Yeah, it really has been. Both sides, when they've had opportunity to go for it, they have, and it's slightly different to some of the other games we've seen so far. Like the forwards play is looking really strong, isn't it? That is something they're both looking to utilise, and utilising their big runners as well.
Big men going forwards at pace. That's been Yorkshire's aim of the game so far. It's made it very difficult for Kent to withhold them, but they do have a try of their own, the reigning champions.
Carried back in.
And that is some distance on that one from Crossland. It's taken well by Hodson in the backfield.
Perfectly weighted as well. You want to get them just outside the 22, so they can't call mark, and that was about 5 centimetres off the 22. Really nice.
Right on the money, and again the kick into the backfield forces Hodson back, and he thought about the kick, but he's dummied and gone several times there, and now he looks to release Kendrick. Fighting to stay in play there, the Kent right wing. Another Tunbridge Juddian player. It's his first year playing for his county. And there goes Talbot now, tidying up, doing a bit of the dirty work. And his side are going to get a penalty. Davis just thought about taking that one quickly. I think he looked up and thought better of it with that welcoming committee glaring him down.
Yeah, I thought the right decision, because they've ran out of their 22, they've kept possession really well, but then when you're rewarded with a penalty, you're like, okay, now let's get out of this danger zone. I love the fact they're trying to keep ball in hand, and that's brilliant, but when you're given an opportunity, middle of the pitch, move it way down there, around the 10-metre, take it.
And Sam Evans so far has been kicking like a dream out of hand as well, so you've got to trust your fly half to get you into those positions, to get those opportunities, and they've done just that again. Safety first with the kick, but still a good 20-30 metres on that one.
Yeah, a good game, they'll be happy with that. And it's, you know, playing out your 22 is one thing, but there's always that risk of turnover and then being cut short, but that's a good line out, and they're looking to move it to their pack in the middle.
Here come Kent again then, Shaden Osgood carrying forward with some real venom in that carry. The early replacement, Mac Duarby. Inside ball, And now they found the danger man. The left wing, it's Gary Jones who powers forward. The ball has bobbled out. The opportunity is still here for Kent. Crabbing across the field is Ben Charnock. And that ball has somehow stayed in. It's helter-skelter stuff in the 22. And Kendrick tries to tidy it up, does well under pressure there. Here's Dutter.
Your own man trapping it, don't go in.
Right in the middle of the 22 here, Kent. Opportunities, especially with that out-the-back pass. And Kendrick is continuing to look dangerous. Big shot comes in from Yorkshire, but it's quick ball from Davis. Zipping around, scooting off the base of that breakdown. And he gets the offload away. It's been flung out wide, and Jones rips the ball away from Osgood. Hodson now weaving and checking around. It's all a little bit messy for Kent, but they've still got possession. Now they just need to try and realign, look to try and reset themselves and get their attacking structure back in play. Dutter, the captain, does just that with a wonderful out-the-back pass. And then the line from Dwabi is exquisite. The break is even better, and the try, if he's got it down, which he has, is one of the best of the day.
Yeah, that is a really great individual effort there, because he's a big, strong lad, and that's a hard line. It was running straight, but it was the footwork that he did that really caused the defence problems, and then the finish on that as well to drag through. What a take about. Great tour.
The Tunbridge Juddy and man, when he came into this match earlier than he would have thought. But wow, what an impact.
We'll take the water now.
I think the defence thought he was just going to do typical forward, just going to run hard, run straight, but it's just that change of direction and that angle which made it impossible to tackle. They do well initially. It looks like they were just about to hold him up, but he managed to wriggle through and get the ball down. But that whole play, to me, I think Kent were really looking, it almost looked like sevens. They were going side to side. They weren't necessarily going forward. They were almost just waiting for a little gap in the defence to then take it. I love the switch play back inside, love that little switch back inside to winger, get the punching in. So they're playing some really interesting rugby. They're biding their time and waiting till it's really on to go. But yeah, great finish there.
And what a response for Kent then. 14-all as we go into the drinks break. And here's a look at some of the best bits so far. Well, this was that Yorkshire try, and this was an absolute rip-roarer of a try. Beautiful handling, Kat, and they were away.
Oh, yeah, just really good offloads, good footwork. And then I've been talking about this kick a lot, but that's not an easy one to do when you're about to get tackled off the right of your boot, kicking into the left for that chase in there. So that was really great work. But Kent didn't take too long before they were in, and they reacted really quickly to this. It did bounce slightly towards them, which initially I thought, watching that live, it was straight, but still had to pounce on it, still had to react. And then it's the pack that go and get over the line.
It's the big man that did the damage. And speaking of big men, well, George Mewburn at number 8 for Yorkshire. They've been a big presence so far, and this one, well, it caught us by surprise. It caught the cameraman by surprise as well. It caught Kent by surprise, because the maul just kept going and going and going. And by the time we looked around, Mewburn was racing in for his second of the match. And then this one right before the drinks break, as you were saying, Kat, the little release from Evans to Dwabe and the power to finish it.
Yeah, the power, but I thought maybe he was going to run straight, he's going to try and fold a 15 over. That's probably what the defender was thinking, oh, I'm really going to have to put in a shot here. And then actually just that change of direction and the footwork throws the defender off.
We've been treated so far, 4 tries in the opening 20 minutes. A couple for the forwards, a couple, I was going to say for the backs, one of the forwards scored them, but a couple that are definitely going to get clipped up and go on those highlight reels later.
Again, that drinks break happened so quickly. Like, that's happened in a couple of the games, because sometimes when you're doing comms, the games can feel a little slow, and you're doing a bit of filler, but that has just been end-to-end stuff.
It's been breakneck speed.
You push the talk, but I think it's straight out.
Perhaps a little bit too breakneck from Yorkshire there as they got that one back underway. The kick drifts straight out on the full. It gives possession back to Kent.
Here we go then, boys.
See on your screens there, Ricky Stout, the number 3 for this Yorkshire side, the Rotherham Titans prop.
Okay, balance, please.
His third visit to Twickenham. Here at the Allianz Stadium, the home of English rugby. He will be hoping it is third time lucky this afternoon, yet to win a game at the National Stadium. He's played for the likes of Rotherham, Sale FC, Coventry, Hull Ionians.
Crouch!
And he will be finishing his season in County Championship colours with Yorkshire.
Okay, fine. Okay, we all just make sure we're holding our weight and we make sure we're binding when I say bind. Here we go, okay? They're long and deliberate, fellas, okay? Hold the balance. Let's go, quick reset.
Let's go, Rich. Come on, Rich. Let's go, Rodders. Fight! Let's hit your second one. Tees!
Reset then at the scrum. Mikael Davies will just take his time, wait to get the call from the referee.
Binds! Set!
Free kick goes the way of Kent, and Davis wastes no time in getting that underway. They're looking for Gary Jones, the big man on the left wing. A wonderful offload out the back, and Duabe, who's at it again, powering forwards. And Evans ships it on to Charlie Self. Readied himself with the contact, made valuable meters.
Advantage. High tackle.
A penalty advantage coming the way of the defending champions here. Boone shifted out of the back, and Duabe can't hold on to that one. We'll come back for the penalty, though. And, Kat, like you said, it's really interesting from the position we've got up here, watching the pictures that Kent are painting in attack. So, like you said, it's not what you'd normally see from a 15 side. It looks so much more like a 7 structure.
Yeah, I think when they're just really taking their time to look at where those gaps were, that was starting to go more into to punch, get it wide to an edge, then bring it back in with your big runners. That was a lovely flat pass, actually, and unfortunate not quite to hold on to that, because I think that gets him in behind the defence, and then they're causing problems. But when you're playing with the advantage, and I think they have gone for
got a minute from
posts here to as it's neck and neck. They're going for the 3.
Sam Evans then is going to line this one up.
See, logically makes sense because it is 14-0, but I feel the momentum was with them. They were really building. So for me, I'd like to see that kicked into the corner and trying to go for the try. But logically, makes total sense to go for posts.
Evans lines it up, got the legs, got the accuracy. He edges his side 3 points into the lead. 17-14 they now lead. And as you said, they had the momentum, but you look at it, they're going for a 3rd win in a row here. 2023, they beat Lancashire 39-37. Last year they beat Yorkshire 31-30. There are games that have gone down to the wire, and in the grand scheme of things, penalties like that are going to be crucial.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You've got to take the points when they are on offer, for sure. Just sometimes when you look at it, there's more than a stats game. There's a feel for a game, and that's why players on the pitch always have to make the decisions, because they know the feel of it. We can look at it and think a certain way of, oh, there's massive momentum there, go for it. They're going, actually, let's settle down, let's take 3. We're happy with that.
And Evans then, he's the man that's put his side into the lead, and he's fed the ball out there to the big bulldozing centre. Shaden Osgood there, carrying forward. And Kent at the moment just seem to have a spring in their step. Yorkshire are defending resolutely, but Kent are continuing to come in waves, and found the space now. The inside ball to Hodson. Hodson goes route 1, he's up to the 22. Yorkshire over that, defending for their lives, and they get a crucial turnover.
Good defence, that was a really nice line back inside, and when that can work so well when you get the ball carrier, just drag the defence over to one side and then get back inside just between the defence who are trying to drift. One of the players down there on the floor for Yorkshire as part of that. But then the defence tracking back, really well worked to steal that.
It was Chris Hooper who got himself over the ball there. Wing on fullback.
Thanks, mate. There you go.
But it's all about the inside ball so far for Kent. They've tried it a good 5 or 6 times, and normally it comes off once or twice in a match. It seems to be coming off every time for them at the moment. It's obviously something they've looked at in the week, and so far they're getting so much reward.
Yeah, I think that's 3 times, because they did the switch one and then the pass back to wing, and then there was one earlier and then that one, and it really is working for them. So Yorkshire really need to tighten up around that middle part to make sure they've got each other's inside shoulders, or just really trust that drift. But at the minute they're leaving a gap.
Good ball off the top of the line out, and they tee up the big on-rushing Newburn, and that ball is fizzed wide to Minikin, who is absolutely battered into contact, and Kent have got the turnover. Huge collision. And Jones steps in at first receiver. Dutter tidies up for his side, still going. A little bit messy in transition, and Davis gets it out to O'Donoghue. Dutter again with the tip on to Duabe. Flat was the call, and he's up to the 22. And a boot's gone flying. Yorkshire have come round, and the ball was out. How on earth have they managed to pilfer that one? And now it's non-stop, because Loma Kivalu has set off. The loose head prop gets the offload away.
The ball, nowhere near it.
And Hooper steps in at scrum half now. Parsons with a carry. And Crossland has seen the space, drills that one down into the 22. And Gary Jones has to go chase him back. A little bit of a loosey-goosey step, and he finds his other winger, Kendrick. And the offloading game is crisp. Kent back up to halfway.
No, back you go.
Davis then has gone to the right. There weren't many options, but Talbot made the most of it. And they're breaking through these first tackles here. And a penalty, offside, playing the scrum half. Yorkshire, well, Loma Kivalu was racing through there, but it's Kent who are keeping the composure, and the offloading game is still clicking for them.
Yeah, they're offloading well. They're taking their time and assume they're going to go for posts again here. Not pointed for it yet. Oh, they have here. Yeah, there we go. So building on that score. But offside was the penalty.
Okay, you got a minute now, 10.
Sam Evans then, another opportunity to line this one up. 3 from 3 so far off the tee this afternoon.
For him, about 40 seconds.
Not even half an hour into this one, there's some tired bodies already down there taking on extra water whenever they can. This game has been 100 miles an hour.
I also just think it's the physicality. We've seen some really big hits and some like strong carries, and the two's just been added there as we're talking through it, but it does seem like a really physical game, and that does take it out on you.
Evans then, in a game of fine margins, has been fine off the tee. 4 from 4. And he stretches the score to 20 points to 14 in Kent's favour. 6 points they lead. And just over half an hour then. Penalty straight back for Yorkshire. And you can see there, they're already pointing to the posts.
Kick a goal.
Lewis Minikin again, a fine kicker off the tee. He's been 100% so far today. And Kent, it's that thing, isn't it, Kat? It's you score the penalty, you score the try, you get yourself into that position. Right? You've just got to get the exit, and they didn't there. Yorkshire have now got the opportunity to narrow the gap again.
Yeah, and I think for Yorkshire, who have been they've had the momentum against them. They've been camped in their half. They've been defending a lot. First time into the attacking half, get a penalty, absolutely points, because there's no, you're like, take a shot, like have to go for that and build onto the score and keep themselves in the game.
Minikin then lining this one up for his side. Good, crisp strike. Touch judges are happy, and the gap is back to 3 points again. Good response from Yorkshire. They've been under the cosh for the last 10 minutes or so, but they've got themselves back within 3.
Yeah, and it's just so important. As you said, the last few finals been decided by between 2 points and 1 point. Like, it just is going to be that back and forth, keeping in the game, taking the opportunities when they present themselves.
Back underway then. And Yorkshire coming forward through Felix Crapper.
Clearly
a penalty for his side as well.
On the floor first, then back onto the ball. 4 off it.
There he is, getting back up.
Just under the 15.
Long, rangy runner at an open side flank of the Sheffield man. And Crossland, decent distance on that one.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, so referee
Yeah,
deems
you've got onto the floor, then dragged
again,
onto the
that's been quite close for referees, in that the hands have just hit the floor before going onto the ball, so it seems like they've been very hot on that law.
Dutter gets himself up and wins the ball back for Kent, and Davis now tidies up. I tell you what, it's a wonderful show and go, and suddenly with that out the back pass, there's space and opportunity here for Kent. Kendrick going down the wing, he's beaten 1, he's beaten 2. In a blink of an eye, Kent with a knock-on advantage. Are up towards the Yorkshire 22. There's been a knock-on and a fumble on the floor, but how about that transition from Mikel Davies?
That whole set of phases was really, really good. So great little dummy and go, and then offload, and then out the back with a one hand go in, then the hands out wide. Hold and go, one of my favourite things to see with that hand off. Footwork. I was thinking if they scored that, I was like, that is the try of the day without a doubt.
It certainly would have been, but I'll tell you what I love about that. Tom Kendrick, it's his first time playing in a county championships final, and he could have seen his name in lights, had that rabbit in the headlights moment and tried to go himself, but he was composed. He did the hard work, cut back inside and kept the momentum going for Kent.
Yeah, and allowing that support play, the link play to go together, because you're right, because if you go for something on your own, you're going to end up isolated. So, yeah, that was very well kept alive.
Stay behind the ball, 9.
That scrum is motoring forward. Kent want the penalty. Kent get the penalty.
Tight head, angle under pressure.
Great work from their front row, Boone, O'Donoghue and Bratton. An interesting one here. Do they go for points again?
Bang where you are.
They have.
They
Pointed at it. Yeah, there's no even normally there's a little bit of a discussion and a slight pause, but no, it's straight into 3 points. We're going to build on this.
Thanks, mate.
And this again potentially highlights the difference between, we saw the under-20s this morning, and they quite often did quick taps and they'd go across, or they'd go, they were going for tries, less of the let's go for 3 and the structure with it. But these men aren't messing around. They know exactly how to win finals, and they're building on that again.
Raphael Dutter, the captain for Kent, choosing pragmatism and getting Sam Evans to have another shot here at goal. That one bounces off the post, but the chase was unbelievable from Kent's second row. Tom Stradwick, and he's forced the knock on. So from a missed penalty attempt, Kent have now got an even better attacking position.
Yeah, massively so. So that and again, that chase was so good because it did really force that knock on, and there's been subs just before half-time, which is unusual.
It is. It's Chris Moore and Will Schooley who are coming on for the two props, Loma Kivalu and Ricky Stout for Yorkshire.
Here we go, boys. Hey, come on.
It is rolling subs, so I do wonder if maybe that's a tactic here of 30 minutes or so, unload the front row, change it up, and then maybe we'll see those two again. But as you say, Kat, it does seem like quite a strange time, 35 minutes in, to be making those two subs.
At 30, I get it, because you do your 10 minutes before the half-time and go, but in quite a hard position on a scrum to go in, defending your scrum 10 metres out. It's quite a tough rotational call.
It's a big ask for the two new men. And Kent are just content at the moment to let this rumble forward and draw the penalty advantage again. And this one, much simpler again for Sam Evans if he fancies it. And he's already gesturing for the ball. I think we know what's coming here.
Absolutely. And was that scrum, was that loose head popping up? We had okay, because sometimes, and I liked actually that when the scrum was under pressure and it started to go, referee didn't just say advantage, because a lot of the time, just a scrum going backwards, refs seem to just go, yeah, advantage, and you're like, well, why? The scrum's just going backwards, no one's actually done anything wrong. But I think possibly they do pop up on that, on the left-hand side. Actually, he pops up second.
Oh, he does.
I think that's...
You've got 30 seconds from now.
Yeah.
I'm a winger, I'm not a scrum expert, but to me, that actually looked like that possibly wasn't the penalty there.
So perhaps then Kent have been given a little gift just before the break. And Evans, well, his last strike hit the post. This one, he's cannoned as far into that stand as he can. No mistake, his side have got a 6-point lead again.
The whole point of a dominant scrum, the advantage is you have a dominant scrum. It doesn't automatically mean it's a penalty, and it is one of the bugbears of mine that it just seems to be, especially high-level rugby, oh yeah, penalty. You're like, why? What actually have you called that you can see that they've done to cause that other than just be weaker in the scrum?
Crossland then gets us back underway. A wonderful leap in the air.
Anything clear, mate?
But Kent somehow managed to get their hands back on it. Bratton was quickest to the floor. O'Donoghue has the carry.
Okay,
again, this has been a common theme of this first half. Kent setting this caterpillar, giving Davies the time and space to put a ball up into the air that can then be challenged for, and the pressure can come on. And Kent have got the penalty again. Jack Townend at 6s and 7s on the floor, and Kent come in, get the turnover, and it's effective, efficient rugby.
I think Yorkshire thought he was taken out in the air from the backs all put their arms up on that one. It did look like an awkward tackle. That's what I was looking at in that, but no, he's clearly landed. It's just an awkward tackle on the ground there. But and then yeah, great on the ball, nice and quick turnover. That was good defence.
And Evans then, well, that one was just outside of his range.
White on the line,
gone
please.
For touch, just outside the 22 here. A reminder then that our clock might not be completely accurate with the referees, but as far as we've got on our screen, we're in the final minute of what's been an engrossing opening 40 minutes, and it's flown by so far.
Absolutely has.
In 5.
Now Dutta has the space, the captain down the short side, and Kent now looking to try and finish with a, I was going to say finish with a flourish, but they've lost the ball forward there. And Yorkshire will have an opportunity to get this one out and try and see themselves through to half-time. A rare mistake from Kent, because the handling has been pretty much perfect so far.
Yeah, it's always stuck, even if it's been messy. It's ended up stuck in. So yeah, last play. So I think Yorkshire will come away with a success if they can get this off the pitch without being scored against, because yeah, you could feel that Kent were building there.
I think from Yorkshire's perspective, if they go in 6 down at the break, they're not going to mind that too much at all with the amount of defending they've had to do in their own half.
Same as them, far side, too much weight.
And they've got the free kick.
Just make sure you tap if you want to go half time, right?
They're just checking the time. And the referee confirms that is the half-time whistle. So Yorkshire 17, Kent 23. It's as tight as we thought it would be, and so far it's the boot of Sam Evans that is the difference between the two sides.
I was just trying to listen into the chat there with the ref and captain Dutter, but couldn't quite pick out what they were saying and asking. But a good captain will always go over and just ask or have a little word and see what's going on.
Captained his side to victory last year. He's back again. A teacher in Blackheath, Raphael Dutter. And it's been a great day of rugby here at Allianz Stadium. It all kicked off at 10 a.m. this morning, the men's under-20s county championship final. That went the way of Lancashire, and in the women's Gill Burns Division 1 final, that one went the way of Yorkshire in a really good game against Buckinghamshire. 10 points of difference in the end thanks to a late Taylor Roberts penalty, but it didn't tell you the full picture of how close that game was. We're being treated again here with another really evenly matched game.
Yeah, and that's how you know you've got the setup and the competition right, when there's finals that are so close, they're not one-sided. It could be either or. And then we had the England-France game, the 15 in the interim of the counties, and then that one was super close and didn't know who was going to win till the last minute. So yeah, we really have had some up in the air rugby here.
And you'll be able to see on your screen here some of the tries that we were talking about in the first half as well. This was that Yorkshire try, and we talked about it when we last saw the replay, so I think we can just let you sit back and watch and applaud at how good this try was. George Mewburn it was going over there then, but then Kent looked to respond quickly. The line-out didn't quite go to hand, but it was picked up quickly by the replacement, Mac Dwabe. And then Luke Boone, their loose head prop, powered his way over. And then the one that called us all napping, George Mewburn went in for his second. And it was just a really good, well-worked maul from Yorkshire. And then as it broke away, he saw the opportunity. And away he went for the finish.
I think as half it peels, half falls on the floor, and then it just carried. No one quite knew what was going on, even his own team, I don't think.
And then this one, well, certainly Kent's try of the half. That Yorkshire one to start things off was pretty special, but so was this from Mac Dwabe.
Yeah, strong shot on it. He's made a good impact, hasn't he, since he came on.
So those have been the 4 tries. The rest of the points have come from the boots of Sam Evans and Eddie Crossland. Lewis Minikin, sorry, I should say. Crossland has been kicking wonderfully for touch, but it's Minikin, the outside centre, who has been kicking at the posts, and is evenly poised. 23-17, Kent lead, chasing an historic three-peat. And Yorkshire, if they want to end 17 years of hurt at county championship level, are going to need to overturn a half-time deficit.
Lads.
Okay.
Is it a bit like first day back at school?
It is, mate. Lots of new faces. Nice to see everyone again. Everyone's smiling.
Where are you bowling from there?
Lots of fresh kit. New kit, which is nice. I think it's gone down well with the lads. It's been very popular so far.
It is a bit 03 actually. Nice bit of kit.
I've not seen any of the celebrations in the shoot, but
Have you got any in the locker?
no, mate. I always disappoint.
And a little friendly fire on the nose.
I know, mate, not what I needed. Steve came up to me straight away and was like, "Oh, we're matching now." I was like, "No, I can't have that."
So the reason why you're here, one is we're going to get aligned as an England team, yes. As we look ahead right now to the summer, and the summer going out to Argentina, going and playing against 2 tests in Argentina, going and playing America and Washington DC, is that all of you who sat here are either already in the squad, as I pick it right now, or you are in to be either in or you're the next in. So it's how change occurs when opportunity rises. You know, somebody goes and grasps the opportunity, and that's how change happens.
We've heard Conor O'Shea say a number of times he believes there's a golden generation coming through now. Do you believe that as well?
I think it's an exciting time for English rugby right now. If you look at the performance of the England team in the Six Nations and the age of the England team, so on average that was the second youngest team in the tournament. So there's a huge amount of growth in the squad. I think you're then starting to look at the emergence of the under-20s team who were world champions last year, and you've seen that the clear example is Henry Pollock, but I think you're also seeing players like Asher come through, Afo come through, getting more and more Premiership experience, and now are now involved in the England squad. Afo for the first time today.
Nearly ready to go then, the final 40 minutes here at Allianz Stadium. It's the Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 1 final. It's Yorkshire and Kent meeting again in a repeat of last year's humdinger. And Yorkshire have been ready, waiting to go for the last couple of minutes. Kent keeping them waiting, and a slow, purposeful stride back into position to receive this restart.
That was good timing. I've just finished my Tang-tastic sweet, so good.
Impeccable timing all round. Duabe takes it from the restart.
Okay, ball's available, start using.
You can hear the referee then just starting to hurry Kent up a little bit at the base of those rucks, and they're going to throw caution to the wind here, getting the ball wide to Gary Jones. Some lovely invention early doors, and it's gone backwards into the hands of Stradwick. Evans, he's seen space, he's chipped in behind. That's taken wonderfully by Jack Townend, and now he sets off, gets the ball away to Mewburn, but the number 8 can't quite hold on. Davis to Duabe, onto his skipper. Big Route 1 carry from the blindside flanker, and a penalty coming his side's way. No clear release.
No release, tackled the man, then straight on the ball, no release.
And a positive start again for Kent.
Just going to look at this.
Thank you.
Breakdown again to got the hit. And yeah, absolutely right. No release from the wing. Hands staying in there to wrestle on the ball. Good spot from the ref.
Chris Hooper, then the man that was penalised there, actually played his age group rugby for Kent, coming up against them today now at senior level.
Just rip the ball.
And he'll want to try and make an impact in the little under 40 minutes that we've got left here on day 1 of the County Championships weekend. That ball goes over the top, and here come Yorkshire away with the ball. Kent have also made a change. Mark Mullerman, number 17, is on for them. Crossland goes aerial, sends that one down into space. The on-rushing chase nearly did the job, and Kent just about survive in the backfield. But Yorkshire are there in waves. They secure the turnover penalty. And Kat, like we said in the first half, the kick is only as good as its chase, and both of those were on the money.
Yeah, really, really good, because that was a long kick as well, so a lot of work to do from the defenders. And so far we've said that they've taken their, they've taken their decisions really quickly of whether to go to post or not. That's the slowest one we've seen. Interesting, because I thought they'll get this penalty, they'll go straight for points.
You got till 43.50,
but they did have just a little chat amongst themselves. But yeah, there's that tackle, nice and low, and then a good fight to get over the ball as well.
They were there, putting the pressure on number 8 Mewburn. And number 9 Elliot Fisher were the two up there, making a nuisance of themselves. And as you said, Kat, there was a little discussion there about what to do. But they've put their faith in Minikin to narrow the gap again. Lines it up. He was happy with that one the moment it left his boot. And Yorkshire narrow the gap again. 20-23 they trail. But so far it's a battle of the fly halves off of the tee, and it could not be closer.
Exactly, yeah, it's so close in this game, and I think for both sides that defence and the ability to transition into attack has been important, or winning the defence winning the penalty to then get the points. So it's defence is so far been really key in this game.
Evans gets us back underway. That one is plucked out of the air.
Use
by James Norman, the number 11. Yorkshire's two wingers switching sides.
Carried back in.
Norman, the taller man between him and Hoopers. You wonder if that is to try and counter the threat of Gary Jones. There's going to be a penalty there. Again, one of those we've seen a couple of times today.
Off his head first.
Where you just can't help yourself. The ball comes towards you. The natural instinct is to try and gather it. And no doubt about that from Sam Evans. He's already put the ball down. Tee's coming on. Scrum hat off, and he wants the shot at the goal.
Yeah, it's just as quick as that. Is an immediate. They know what they're doing. They've obviously chatted about it as a tactic. But, I mean, that is such a high ball. Comes up, and actually, to be fair, he didn't even react to it. It just sort of bounced into his hand. He didn't even try to just get out of the way.
There's a little bit of afters there as well. Dusser just trying to rip the ball out of the hands of Minikin. Nothing more than that, but two big players for each of their sides. Evans then taking his time with this one, lines it up. And just like Minikin before him, he turns away as soon as the ball leaves his boot. Yorkshire narrowed the gap to 3. Kent respond immediately with another penalty of their own, and they stretch that lead again. They're just keeping themselves ahead.
Yeah, and you mentioned afters in the first half. Elliot Fisher, the 9, was having a little go at Dotter, and I was looking and thinking, I'm not sure that there's a bit of a difference in size here. You've got to love when your 9 has a go at a forward.
Just seems like a natural instinct for a scrum half, doesn't it? You need to be a little bit spiky, and you need to challenge, and Fisher's done that there. He has, however, sadly lost the ball forward on the floor, so Kent will be able to come away with it. And there's been a couple of changes down below us for Yorkshire as well. And there's a card. You can hear there Chris Moore leaving the field. No wrap at all. And there's a little bit of afters there from both sides.
He's not wrapped his arm, he's made contact on the chest. It's a yellow card.
Okay, all right. He says chest, we take chest.
Do you need to go?
No, it's fine.
Do you want the medic then? If it's a head?
And here is the replay.
And we don't have a TMO, fellas, so it's a yellow card. No, it's a yellow card, fellas. Thank you. It would be nice. 17, no wrap on the arm.
You could hear Raphael Dusser there just speaking to the referee, saying, come on, that was more than that. That was on the head. The referee said we don't have the TMO for this one. That's what I've seen, yellow card, good clear comms. Then the replay came up on the big screen. Dutta tried to get the referee to have a look, but he was having none of it.
Yeah, but also I did hear someone else, I couldn't tell who it was, but someone in the team went, look, if he says it's chest, it's chest. Like, leave it. You're never going to change a referee's mind. So just leave it. So I actually thought that was really good comms from the players. Because also, if you just stress yourself out, you won't play properly because you feel something's unfair. So you just have to stay focused, and they're staying pretty focused now with this run.
Oh, route one from Shaden Osgood, and Kent are coming forwards at a rate of knots. The kick in behind, though, doesn't quite work. They are going to get the scrum for a knock-on the floor.
Thanks, mate.
And there's going to be a substitution coming up for Kent down below us as well. They've got the scrum.
Yeah. Thank you. 7, you've been replaced.
And also Yorkshire having to make that change with a loose head prop
7, you can go off there. Thank you.
Off the field.
Is that 17?
So Loma Kivalu will make his way back on.
Okay,
and Kent making a change as well. Luke Boone making his
for Blue is also
way
being
back
replaced.
on. So Mark Mullerman's 10-15 minute cameo is over for the moment, but I suspect that won't be the last that we see of him.
Ready? Perfect. Okay, time back on.
So Kent with the player advantage now for the next 10 minutes. And you just get the feeling that both teams are starting to get a little bit twitchy as well. There's a couple of words coming into the referee's ear from players that aren't the captain. There's a little bit of afters, a little bit of needle going on, which adds to all of the drama, it adds to all of the entertainment. But Kat, as you said, Kent are the team in the lead, so it's about keeping cool heads, keeping clinical. And if Yorkshire are going to unravel, that's fine for Kent. You've just got to stay focused and just do what you've been doing.
Exactly. Really just staying focused. Don't get yourself wound up. You can only control what you can control, and you don't need to stress. And that's easier said from up here than when you're in the heat at the moment and you're in that. But actually just having those leaders on the pitch to be able to say, right, done, move on, focus on us now, is really important.
Big scrum from Kent. They've still got the ascendancy. They're controlling it at the back, and they draw the penalty again. Now they go through their number 8, Charnock. And they found the ball out to Mikael Davies, and you can see the scrum half smiling from a mile off as he races in under the sticks. And Kent stretch the advantage again. It's one of the smallest men on the field, but with one of the biggest scores of the day.
Yeah, definitely, and one of the biggest smiles as it was scoring. But I think because that was an important moment as well, so they've got the scrum advantage. There's a good carry here, and then it's just the ability to pick really quickly. No one was there. Good decision, good spot, and the execution as well, and the pace to go, because quite often there you look to almost slow it down, you hit your forwards, you know, you keep pick go until you get over the line. But yeah, the 9 fancied to snipe himself, and it paid off.
Certainly did. Sam Evans converts that one. Kent stretch their lead to 13. We'll have time off of a player down. Not sure if he's receiving treatment or doing up his boot in the backfield, but hopefully he'll be back with us shortly.
Time's off, lads.
This is the biggest gap that we've seen for either side. 13 points it stands at.
But for me, you've got to hold your weight more. You're already going on his shirt than on the arm.
You can hear the referee there giving what he's seen to Loma Kivalu. He needs to hold his weight more to start getting a bit of reward. And Kat, as you said, it's sometimes referees just want to penalise when they see a team shunting forward, but the referee here has been looking to see what is coming up. And what's coming up at the moment is a Yorkshire riposte. Unbelievable take from the restart. And they're right back into the 22. They're a player down. And Minikin bellowing, instructing them to go the other way. Crossland tips it on to Mewburn, but Mewburn is crunched and hit backwards. Townend, though, tidies it up, gets the ball out to Hooper. And he's not held, so he can continue on. James Norman, the next to have a go. Martin Dodds on the field now, 5 metres away, and there's Kivalu freeing the hands to his fullback.
No attempt to make a tackle.
who frees the hands again, but the pass isn't clean, and now with the hack forward, it's a foot race. Minikin wins it against Kendrick, and now he sets off into contact, but Yorkshire are back on halfway. Joe Makin, the captain in the second row, tips that one on. Kent getting themselves over it though. They're feeling like a turnover could be coming.
Okay, ball's available.
And they have got that turnover.
Turnover's legal.
Huge intervention on the floor. And now Kent can come with Dutter on this near side. Foot in touch though, crucial tackle from Mewburn. And there's some tired bodies out there. Space is starting to open up, Kat.
No.
Yeah, you could see that, but they've gone quick, but Leonard was...
He's in the 5. If you shout at me, I'll penalise you. Thank you. You passed it in the 5.
There you go. So you said about players starting to speak to the ref that weren't captain, and referees just told them there, yeah, not telling you how to play rugby, don't be shouting at me. Right, I like that. I really like that.
Great work from our man in the middle, Henry Pearson.
What just shows, take no nonsense, like you're not refereeing this, I'm not letting, no ref will ever change their mind on a decision, and if anything, you'll just rile them up and get in their head in the wrong way.
Well, I've got water on, lads. Well, I've got water on.
You can hear the referee there just asking why the water is on.
Sorry, water.
That wasn't supposed to be one of the drinks breaks. But both teams taking advantage of the opportunity that has been presented to them. I don't think the officials were looking at it like a naughty school kid, wasn't it? The teacher turns their back and suddenly the water boys run for their lives onto the pitch.
Yeah, because the players are like, well, I didn't bring it on, but yeah.
Thank you. It's all right, water off. We've only made a change, that's all. 15 and 14.
2 changes for Yorkshire as well. Jack Townend, Chris Hooper will be leaving us. Will Smith, Christian Dobson making their way on to Sheffield and Rotherham coming off, and Sheffield and Harrogate coming on.
Okay, we happy, lads? We in?
Will Archer is also with us. Let's hope for his sake, with a name like that his darts are straight and true. That one wasn't quite on the money, but he's tidied it up well. And Yorkshire have brought some big men off the bench here, looking just to try and use that power game to find a way back into this one. Hodson had to go chase him back a little bit, and he sliced that one into touch under pressure.
Good positioning, Pete.
So a good net gain for Yorkshire, but Hodson will be disappointed with himself on that one.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire really need to be taking this score, they've got to chase it now because it's important that it doesn't get away from them. But yeah, this one, not one for the replays.
Sadly for Brian Hodson, we're going to show it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still plenty of time to go in this one, but if Yorkshire get penalties coming their way, now the opportunity is going to be to go for the try rather than the points.
I think you did, fellas, ball.
A little bit of a mess there. Archer having a little bit of a difficult time at the line out, but a knock on from O'Donoghue as he tried to collect it. So Yorkshire have got away with one there, and they've now got an attacking scrum.
Yeah, I think they were saying it's in the air off of Kent before Yorkshire then knocked it on, I think is what the referee was saying. The wind is slightly more than it was earlier, but I don't think it's enough to affect the line out.
No, it's starting to pick up a little bit here.
Crouch! Bind!
The floodlights starting to come on as well, perhaps a little bit prematurely. It's still glorious sunshine here at Allianz Stadium. And a wonderful break coming in there. James Norman it was, and now the big men come forward. Schooley has a go. Yorkshire continuing to probe forwards. They're a player down, remember. And Mewburn He got the offload away, but it bounced and ricocheted and came back into the hands of Michael Davies. And Yorkshire just overplaying things slightly there. Kent coming away with it. And Davies to Evans. Seen space for Gary Jones. It's textbook out to the winger. And now he looks to attack.
Offside lines.
Big man on the left wing. And Davies has seen space himself, scragged back. Tackle had to be made. But the offload is good. And Charnock finds space, the chip over the top. It's bouncing, but it's not bouncing the right way for Sam Davies. Sam Evans, sorry, was so close there. Eddie Crossland was back. His side will be thanking their lucky stars, he was, and they will be thanking their lucky stars that the rugby ball bounces in funny ways, because Evans nearly had a beautiful individual finish.
Yeah, because that crossfield kick, beautifully weighted, good footwork as well. And then I think actually there was an opportunity for hands in there rather than the kick, but I don't know if he knows he's on his inside, so he decides to go for the kick instead. So here, yeah, there's the pass back inside to 9 he could have gone for, but goes for it forward instead. But if that bounces up, then it's try time.
Kent with the line-out ball, though, and Dutter.
Okay, lost White.
Takes it for his side. Big carry in from O'Donoghue. And there's Dwabe going again, hunting a second try. Quick ball, but it doesn't really land in the hands of anybody, and Crossland picks it up now. Got to get the ball back for his side, and, well, someone was going to get a penalty there. Kent are the ones who have got it, holding on the call.
Yeah, I think it looked like the ball was out and they ran in to go for it. But yeah, that did look, it did just look like a penalty was happening. We're not sure why, but a penalty has come in, and no surprise here, straight away to the posts. They point, and there's that pickup, lovely pickup as well. Really good scanning.
We're going to have a water break.
And then here's the holding on.
And there we have it then. And where Yorkshire are going to have to press the accelerator after this drinks break and go for touch, look for those opportunities. Kent are in the driving seat. And Sam Evans lining this one up before we go for the final drinks break of this match has got an opportunity to take his side over 2 scores ahead. Puffs out his cheeks, lines it up. Extends the lead to 16. So far, so good for Kent. And after this drinks break, they will have 20 more minutes to try and take themselves to a 3rd title in a row. Yorkshire, this drinks break's come at the perfect time, Kat. Yes, they've conceded another 3 on the scoreboard, but there's a chance to reset,
I'm 30 seconds
go through those key messaging, and then they've got nothing to lose anymore. So whilst we see some of the replays of some of those tries, just talk us through that Yorkshire mindset now, because, like I said, they might as well just go for it.
They have to go for it, because the score line now is 16 away from them, so 17 to take the lead. So they can't do that with threes. They're not going to have enough of them, not enough opportunities in the next 20 minutes to do that. So they have to now decide to be a bit braver, maybe quick tap, think outside the box a little bit, do things that aren't expected, because, as you said, this game otherwise is gone. So they need to shake it up and do something, not go into themselves. They have to, this is where leaders need to step up and do something they don't normally do, because that's what you do in finals rugby.
And as we're going through some of the tries that we've seen earlier in the game, that opening score from Yorkshire, that's exactly the pattern of play that you think they probably now need to look to try and find again, getting themselves to the outside, and then with that lovely kick in behind, like you said, doing something unexpected and catching Kent unawares.
Yeah, because they have to, it's like rolling the dice. You just got to go for it, because it's otherwise you're just going to sit and they're going to watch Kent just pull away 3 by 3 by 3.
There's no point sitting there wondering what if you don't give it a crack. It's exactly that for Yorkshire, and they are already lining up ready to go for this restart. Kent now getting themselves back into position. And interestingly, Kent actually haven't used too many of their subs so far. There is one, Isaac Ridge, wearing number 20, who is making his way on. Another of the Tunbridge Julians club. But in these conditions, Yorkshire has shuffled the pack early. I think it's huge testament to the fitness of this Kent side that so many of them are still here 61 minutes in this heat, and they've not made those changes yet.
Yeah, that is definitely testament. So you'd expect players to be rotated soon. You can't ask your props to be on for that long, especially in this heat.
Well, Luke Boone had a nice little bit of a rest, but that was about it so far for the tight five for this Kent side. There's 20 minutes left in this one.
OK, balls available, start using.
Referee keen to get Davies to start using this ball a little bit quicker at the back of the Caterpillar still. And Yorkshire coming forwards, a penalty, and it's taken quickly by their scrum half, Fisher, and Fisher is powering up to the 22. We said Yorkshire needed to inject something different. Could that be the catalyst for them, that carry? Now they've got to make the most of this possession. Townend is back on the 50. Penalty goes the way of Kent.
Counter-up was legal, and then he sealed the ball off to kill the contest.
You can hear the referee there. Counter-up was fine from Kent, and then there was sealing off coming in from Yorkshire.
10, let's go.
Disappointment for the men in white, but so far the men in blue are playing the more composed rugby.
Thanks, mate. Outstanding. End of the paint, lads. Right here. 9 white being replaced.
Substitution coming up for Yorkshire. Elliot Fisher, that little half break was his last act of this final. Harvey Harding, the Hull RUFC man, makes his way onto the field. It's a solid line out from Kent. Now they look to set this maul up.
Happy with that.
But Yorkshire have come through and pilfered it. Illegally, though. Changing bind the call. We were wondering how he managed to find his way through there. That was why. Changing his bind, coming around, and it's Zach Paul that's penalised.
Yeah, sometimes you can look at something live at speed and you don't, I don't know why it looks wrong, but it looks wrong. And then, thankfully, that's what the referees are in there to look at and spot. From that angle from us, no way we're seeing that. No, the opposite side of that ball, we're not going to see it.
No hope at all for either of us to have seen that one. It's a good thing that our AR called that in as well, because our referee was unsighted there. It's good teamwork again from our officials this afternoon. And O'Donoghue. Again, it's clean and crisp at line-out time from Kent.
Don't change!
But they've lost it forward in the transition. A wry smile from Raphael Dutter. He knew that could have been a game killer for his side if they'd managed to get that one trundling forwards. But Yorkshire, they need 3 scores, but they're still alive just in this final.
Yeah, they're just dangling, aren't they? They've got, you know, that little bit of hope still left in there, but they do need to score early to keep that hope alive.
Crouch! Bind!
Harvey Harding then.
Set!
Readying himself to put in to the scrum for Yorkshire. He's had to have 2 stabs at getting that one in, but it has eventually found its way to Mewburn. He feeds Sigonini.
Hold in front, lads, hold in front.
And Crossland cannons that one down the field again. Kent tracking and covering well in the backfield.
Inside.
They're able to take their time with that one, get a decent amount of distance in the end on the clearance. But Yorkshire will be pretty happy with that net gain.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in this for sure. They'll want a good solid line out here. But they're working their way up the pitch, aren't they? But you have to feel that they need to do something a little bit quicker, because that deficit is quite a large one.
It certainly is, and you feel like they're going to need a score quickly. That was quick ball off the top of the line out, and it's spun out wide. Now here's an opportunity. Now the hands have been freed, and here go Yorkshire. Norman it was, breaking free, and then Smith the next to have a go. You feel like if the comeback is going to be on, it has to start now. Harding hunting for the ball. Crossland out to Dodds. And then again, you could hear the shouts of frustration, and suddenly the hooker, O'Donoghue, bursts off. What on earth was he doing there? It's gone backwards for Kent. And now the chip through, now the chase is on, and now potentially a run-in for the title. Kendrick is hauled to ground. But this is Kent's moment now to look to respond. Evans with the tip on. Penalty advantage coming now as well. And even if they don't go for the try, 3 points here sucks another minute out of the clock and sucks the life further out of this Yorkshire side.
Yeah, you have to feel that they would go for free just to build it, save the bodies. There's a few, again, cramps going on out there. Bit of hamstring cramp out wide.
Offside. Yep, send water on. We've got 2 men getting treatment.
And the referee then happy for treatment to take players and water to come on as well. Evans is just stretching himself out a little bit.
Say again, mate. They haven't said yeah, water strip choke.
And Kent, they've got some tired bodies there. They're lining up Samuel Begbie below us as well. He will soon be entering the fray. Sevenoaks player. Australian, who came here for a rugby tour and ended up staying, well, he said, for the lush weather. So, fair play. I think the weather has been lush, to use that exact terminology, over the last couple of days. I don't know how long ago it was he came over from Australia, because I don't think it's always quite like that.
And I'm not sure today is lush either. I think it's been quite horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Humid and sweaty.
Okay, water off, please, gents.
Everyone back on their feet. Referee wants us to get moving again.
Yeah, okay. Time back on, and they're going for goal.
And unsurprisingly,
you got till it hits 69 on the clock, right?
The penalty is the option. Because 16 points feels like a lot, Kat, but one that could be clawed back. 19, it's still 3 scores, but it feels like that's sizable.
Yeah, and I think especially when they've worked all the way up the pitch, they look like they might score, and then Kent come back up this end and end up getting 3 points. So that then gets very frustrating.
No mistake again from Evans. Extends the advantage for his side to 19 points. They've equalled their tally that they scored here in 2023 in their first Bill Beaumont County Championship Division 1 final of what could be an historic 3-peat.
Okay, ball's available. Start
Yorkshire
using.
will not go down easily, though. They will keep fighting until the last. They've got just over 10 minutes. And that kick from Davis goes very far into the air. And then it's hacked forward, and now there is a chase on here. Who's going to win it? Crossland, O'Donoghue on the touchline. It's the touchline that comes up trumps.
Inside the 5.
And Crossland's taken it quickly. They've got to throw caution to the wind here, Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. You've got to do something like that because, you know, time is ticking, and actually that really long, nice pass could end up to a line break and just be something that creates that difference.
Inside.
Crossland again, nothing coming, so he's put boot to ball. And that one has bounced and bobbled beautifully into touch. It's a great kick. It's good positioning for his side, but they don't have possession, and that's what they desperately need at the moment.
11 white. 11
Absolutely.
white.
They just have to get a handle into it because Kent have just been... They've been relentless. They really can't relax even for a second, because as soon as they get the sniff of the ball, they just, yeah, absolutely smash it.
We're having blue 1 being replaced and 10 blues also being replaced. I'm not
Substitutions being lined up. You can hear the referee below us. Conor Ganley, Ben Fryatt, readying themselves to come on in blue. And Luke Boone makes his way off, and it looks like Sam Evans is departing us as well. Boone, the try scorer, Evans, the metronome, off the tee.
Joe, that's still running. There's 12 to go, all right?
And you can hear the referee there just confirming the clock is still running, so there's 12 minutes
Good to go.
Still to go in this one.
Still 12 to go, all right? Thank you.
So not much time, but potentially enough time. And a huge round of applause for Boone and Evans as they make their ways off the field.
Don't change!
Ben Fry, as we said, number 21, is on the Westcombe Park player. And Chris Hooper, who we said played age grade county level rugby for Kent. Well, him and Fry used to be in that same age grade county team together. They've been up against each other today.
Okay, lost now, White. Don't step over, don't step over. Use. It's not yet.
And Davis goes aerial. Taken in well by Yorkshire on that far side, and Crossland looks to set off. He's the man that's trying to spark something. A great carry through the middle there. Joe Makin, the captain, but it's been lost. And now the other captain, Dutta, has got a race to the line to seal the title for his side. He's going to be hauled down just short. And Yorkshire are there to salvage things at the last. For a second there, it looked like the skipper was about to seal the title in spectacular fashion, but Yorkshire survive. And Hooper looks to come again, but it's lost now. And it will be a scrum for Kent. So close, but what about that pace from Dutta?
Oh, it's brilliant. He's actually on the floor now, bless him. He's picked up a little bit of an injury, but he really worked hard to get back there, and like to go from ripping the ball and then to be able to put the pace on that he did as a back rower as well, just getting snagged down. So you can see he's getting clear, and then this cover tackle here you can see, and then gets to his feet as well.
I'm going to be hard to find a nice cool spot here.
Christian Dobson it was, racing back, saving a certain score for his side, and Kent now starting to get
water's fine.
A few more players onto the field. Hugs and applause coming in as they make their way off. O'Donoghue is one of those. Been an absolute pocket rocket at hooker. Wonderful performance.
Yeah, they've really stepped up, and there's been some big performances today, and I think they've just showed their class. They've shown why they've won it previously. They really are so dominant.
Sorry.
And there was Dutta just having a look up at the big screen as he marched back into the thick of the action.
Thank you. Please, from.
Shows you how competitive county championship rugby is, especially here at this Division 1 level. It's going to be the first time since 2009 to 2011, if it stays this way, that a side in the men's Bill Beaumont competition has gone 3 in a row. That's a huge, huge achievement for Kent after having so long without actually making a Division 1 final.
Yeah, to dominate and to hold that, and it's just really impressive, because winning it once is one thing, but to then back it up, not just twice, but potentially 3 times, and it's looking that way today. Although that was teamed forward there in that attack.
Shaden Osgood it is getting up there. A lovely little moment there between him and Ollie Cianini as well, helping each other back to their feet.
Yep, 14 blue.
You can see, yeah, that was just drifting forward off of the hands. Kat, you don't agree?
No, I think that was lateral, to be honest. I think we've seen a few forward passes today, but for me, I thought that was lateral.
Well, we're in slight disagreement up here in the commentary box. The only decision that does matter, though, for the moment, is our referee in the middle, and he fell on the side of it, drifting forwards.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Lots of fresh faces on for both sides. And Yorkshire are still under pressure at scrum time, so they're going to have to check and cut back in. And Minikin with a lovely, powerful carry for his side. Trying to get them into the ascendancy. And that ball has gone forwards again. Yorkshire have got to try something, but they've got to be sensible with possession. And they've given Kent the ball back here.
Okay, advantage over for the
Ben Fryatt gets it on. Mikael Davies is now stepping in at fly half, but he's lost the ball forward just after the referee had called the end of advantage. So Yorkshire will have an opportunity again from deep, but time is ticking away. It's not their friend anymore.
Right, bang on. Let's go, come on. Quick mind up.
And Kat, we think we now know the way this game is going. There's been some great performances from both sides, but who's been your standout? Who's been your player of the match in this final game of the day, the Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 1 final?
I think in a game like this, where they've steadily built on score, they've been getting points, they've been going for penalties, it's got to be Sam Evans, because his composure has been absolutely amazing. My maths is terrible, so I don't know the exact amount of points. You probably do, but it's been incredible, just ticking away at it, like loads of scores on the board. So yeah, he's my man of the match.
He's been wonderful for his side, as Sam Evans. An opportunity here, though, for Yorkshire, flinging it inside. They had to go for it, and the referee said it's gone forwards. But great pace from Chris Hooper.
3 blue.
And he had to chuck that inside. He was going into touch anyway, so he had to give it the Hail Mary. But Kent were there in numbers again.
Yeah, Kent were, and I actually wonder if it was Dutta that got a hand to it and moved it back rather than a knock-on for Yorkshire. But either way, getting back, it had to throw the pass. And the last 90 seconds-ish, or you said there might be slightly longer on the clock there, but yeah, they've put in such a good shift, and Yorkshire it just hasn't gone their way. I think that knock on the last one just sums up their day.
A microcosm of this final right there.
Crouch.
And Kent are on their way now to that 3rd title in a row. Controlled at the base by Charnock, getting the ball out to Fryatt. And they're still coming forwards here.
Okay, ball's available, start using.
Davis, again, that familiar routine, goes to the air. And it's contested. Well, contested with his own teammate, but in the end, it's an unbelievable take from Begbie. And now they come again. The pass was a little bit of a brutal one, though. And now Yorkshire can come away again. They've freed the hands. Archie Crapper breaking free. And good, quick hands. The race is on. The offload to Crossland. Crossland going himself, going all the way, Eddie Crossland. Not quite able to get the final pass in. Penalty advantage coming the way of Yorkshire though, and they are going to race in. Christian Dobson has the score. It may be too late for Yorkshire, but they're making sure they still have a say in what happens here.
Yeah, because they've done really well. They've done some great offloads this game, and they have got so close. They've got inches away from the try line, and then it's ended up being knocked on or turned over. So really glad for them to get that, and it starts right back in their own half. It's the line break, it's the strong carries, and then the one-hand offloads. Really great work, and Crossland there nearly goes there 22 metres himself, got scrags just before the line, but they managed to recycle it and then move it out to that right-hand side to score on the wing.
Quick conversion taken by Minikin. The gap is 12. There is still time. As we said, the referee said that the stadium clock was a couple of minutes faster than what he has got. But Yorkshire are still going to need 2 converted scores to try and win this one. It's a great, quickly taken conversion there from Lewis Minikin. And say, even in a losing cause, one thing you would say, Eddie Crossland, brilliant at fly half. And obviously Otley fans will be sad to lose him, but this is a perfect little appetizer for Leeds Tykes fans of what they've got coming next season.
Yeah, and it's that and taking opportunities and standing up in big games, but that was a lovely break there, and he's done a couple of those. He's been, yeah, he's sharp, very sharp player.
Yorkshire continuing to come again. Big men carrying in midfield. And there is Crossland zipping it out wide. Yorkshire again have the penalty. And Dutta, it was who was in there walking away.
No, let's go.
Bit of calf cramp kicking in.
Can't say I'm surprised at this stage. Well, there is Dutta striding purposefully back onto the pitch. Very shortly, he will be lifting that trophy, it seems, again for Kent, captaining them again. He used to be a body double for Anthony Joshua, but he's put in a heavyweight performance at open side flanker today. Crossland is still searching, looking for the opportunity, and he's got his knees to ground. And Kent give away another penalty.
It isn't. I don't need to know 5, thank you. Stay alive, last minute.
Yorkshire are taking it quickly. They're still fighting here, and Hooper using all of his muscle to power forward the right wing.
Tackle move!
Mewburn, he's hunting a hat-trick in a final. Minikin still going, 5 metres out, throws the offload. Wonderful, wonderful play, and it's Will Smith who goes in, out wide. The Sheffield man flies in. It might be too late, but Yorkshire are going to make sure that the scoreboard is as close as it possibly can be.
Yeah, I mean, they have all been really close finals, but where was this Yorkshire team just 15 minutes ago where they needed to be pulling performances out like this? Because when they click so well, and they do look so dangerous. But yeah, 39-32 with a kick to come.
Well, Yorkshire are walking back into position for a restart. We're waiting for the referee to confirm whether that was the final play. The gap is down to 7. Minikin lines it up from the touchline.
Nope.
But that was the final act. Yorkshire's riposte comes just too late. It's Kent's day again. 3 in a row here at Allianz Stadium. And after a nail-biter last year that came down to the final kick of the game, Kent managed to flex their muscles, had just enough in the tank this year, despite that late onslaught from Yorkshire.
Yeah, and I think it was Yorkshire showing up, but also I think that Kent knew they'd done enough, and they took their foot off the gas just a little bit because they knew that they could, really. But no, great, they've been absolutely dominant, really, really physical, but Yorkshire showed glimpses of what they could do, and they really did pull some really great rugby out the bag, but just not consistently enough and not for long enough durations.
And Kat, like you said, when that try went in, where was this Yorkshire earlier in the match? Because the moment they started flying through, getting those offloads going, they were leaving gaps that they were then exploiting, and Kent were under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. They had to chase back. They're not probably used to having to do that, but yeah, no, a great final.
It was a great final. 7 points the difference on the scoreboard. That late little salvo from Yorkshire just dragging themselves back within a score, but there's a great scene, an embrace between the two starting props, Boone and Bratton, with their captain Dutta. And this is going to be a fantastic night, you feel, for Kent. The sun is still up, but the weather is cooling down. Perfect conditions for a celebration and a party. And as we build up and we watch, there's Mikel Davis, another one who had a fantastic game, a wonderful scrum half special of a try, sniping and spotting the gap. Here's some of the highlights from that game. This was that try right at the very beginning of the game, and it looked for a moment, or for a long time, like this was as good as it was going to get for Yorkshire until that fight back. But this was the pattern of play they needed to keep going with. Wonderful play. Yeah, well, I think their offloading game was really good. So when they got it to the edge in a little bit of space and they were able to offload, we saw a great one-hand offload. We saw the back insides. They did link really well with each other, but they just needed more of the same of that. And as we saw in the first half, as we saw when we were going through these highlights at half-time, Kent, though, whenever Yorkshire scored, they came back. They were in the ascendancy. Boone with the power there. And despite this Mewburn try, from this point onwards, after he'd scored, it was pretty much all Kent. Yeah, and I think that it just, for Kent, they just never got rattled. Other than the last 5 minutes where they had a little switch off, other than that, the whole way through this game, they were just on it.
Oh, good, Jack.
And this was certainly the pick of the Kent tries.
Yeah, we've spoke about this quite a lot already, so great footwork, but I won't go on about it because we've seen it a few times.
I think we just sit back and enjoy that one.
Yeah.
And then this was in the second half. Mikel Davies, all good scrum halves are alert to the opportunity, and he certainly was there. And that really was the try that sort of turned things in the favour of Kent. Yorkshire then kept coming again, freeing the hand, some wonderful interplay. And this was arguably one of the picks of the tries right at the end. Crossland with the feet, and they got it wide, but it was just too little too late.
Yeah, because that was a really good run, link play, and then they managed to get it out that ruck and get it across. And there's 2 tries in quick succession, but yeah, just needed to happen just slightly earlier.
And then again, Yorkshire right at the death, refusing to go down without a final say. Wonderful work from Hooper, brilliant power and strength through the contact. And then after Mewburn had a little bit of a show and a go, they sent it wide. And it was another one of the replacements that profited from that out the back pass from Minikin, with Will Smith going over in the corner. And Yorkshire, for them, it's a familiar feeling. It's the same as last year. They've got to take that agonising walk up the steps and past the trophy. They can be proud again of their efforts today. But in truth, I think when they reflect on this one, Kent had the edge on them throughout. And that drought waiting for the Bill Beaumont Division 1 County Championship title will extend by at least another 12 months. You've got to feel for them. So many of that group were part of the team last year that were within an inch of the ball drifting back in through the post of taking the title. Today, 7 points on the scoreboard, but as we were saying, Kent in truth were a couple of scores ahead all the way through. Huge round of applause from all of the fans that have stayed behind for this Yorkshire side as they make their way back down the staircase. And back on to the pitch. Some fans deciding that now is the opportunity to try and beat some of the crowds back to the station. But I don't know where they're going because they're going to miss the trophy lift, the final one of the day. And Kent now begin to slowly make their way up the stairs. They say winning is a habit. Kent have found that and then some. Learned to grit it out the first 2 years. This year, they were so composed.
Really composed, and I absolutely agree with that. Winning is a habit. It really is. Same as losing can become a habit, because you just go, we're here again, and whether that's a winning way again or a losing way again, you just set into that pattern, and it takes something to shake out of that. But yeah, Kent, I feel the whole way through that game, believed they were going to win. Like, even when it was super, super close, they believed they were going to win. Even when they got scored against first, it didn't rattle them. So yeah, deserved winners.
There was so much conviction in the performance. And you might be able to see it on your screen shortly, but this is a lovely sight. The Kent players all making their way up and collecting their medals, but all of the coaching staff, the backroom staff, the players that have been involved throughout as well. Raphael Dutter, he's taking the applause and the celebrations. He's also got half a pint in his hand. The match has barely been finished 5 minutes.
That's fair play. That's what you want, I think, when you come off and have that.
A leader on and off the field, Raphael Dutter. And potentially they're just a little insight into what the rest of the night is going to be like for these Kent players. And you can see on your screens there the phones going up, the videos being turned on. We said it earlier today, it's a tight squeeze to try and fit everybody in there. They're still trying to squeeze them in. There's Dutter just starting to make his way up. He's going to try and squeeze into the middle. And once again, here at Allianz Stadium, it's the men in blue. It's the men from Kent who rule supreme. They're the Beaumont County Championship Division 1 champions for the 3rd time in a row. The first side since Lancashire over a decade ago to achieve that historic three-peat. And they are going to enjoy the celebrations this evening.
And as they should, they've shown up year in, year out and really proved themselves. And yeah, they've got a great display of rugby for us this evening.
And the players, staff all starting to make their way back down for that final obligatory photo. Brian Hodson, the fullback, celebrating as he made his way down there. Rather preemptively, he told us this morning that his hobbies included working, fishing, winning at the Allianz Stadium. He had a premonition, it came true again, and it's 3 times in a row for him and his county. And some great scenes in there. You can see Charlie Self with some of his mates getting some photos and bits and pieces taken up there. He's going to have to run pretty quickly because otherwise he's going to miss that team photo at the bottom. But there's such a melee of players still coming back down the stairs, fans wanting to celebrate with them, that he's got plenty of time. There's Gary Jones as well. Another man who came over from Australia and discovered the winning habit, the Canterbury winger. The staff making their way back down now. You can see on your screen Dutter's in position for the photos. A couple of players, including the player of the match, Sam Evans, that have got to try and get themselves down there quickly for the photo. Trying to squeeze in, trying to find space in amongst it there. And, well, the Kent team at the moment look like they're getting a bit of half-time coaching instruction from the photographer down there, but they're now in position.
They're finally ready.
And the big build-up again. You might just in the top of your camera there be able to see Kat and I giving you a quick wave right at the top of your screen. And probably fortunately for everybody else with the state that I'm in at the moment, having been in the sun for the last 8 hours, the camera's panned and zoomed back in on the 23 players that we should be focusing on.
I think it was because of that, yeah. Yeah. No, I can't show that. The state of them, they've looked like they've played 4 games. We've got to move away from them.
I mean, I'm in better nick than I was this time last year.
Yeah.
I think by this time last year I was keeling over on the side.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about county championship weekends and the British summertime deciding that's when it's going to go absolutely nuclear.
Next year, tank top.
It's getting there, it's getting there.
Yeah.
But, Kat, it has been great today. Conditions have been challenging at times. We've talked about the weather an awful lot. We're 2 British people, of course we're going to talk about the weather. But it's made for some brilliant, entertaining rugby and some really fast-paced stuff out on that today.
Yeah, we've seen really, really quality rugby, and from all of the sides, whether they lost, won, didn't matter. All teams put in some really great quality.
They did across the board. 3 games from the county championship for you today, plus that England versus France 15s game sandwiched in the middle, and there'll be another 4 tomorrow as well. You can tell it's the end of the day because all of the photographers now are trying to get themselves involved and trying to orchestrate that perfect shot down below us. But they're now milling about, they're now looking to try and find friends and family and go back up to them to celebrate with them. And the Yorkshire players, some of them already in the stands, being consoled by their friends and family, still celebrating their achievements. And as the players start to make their way over, the fans, well, some of them start to try and make their way out. we will very shortly be bringing you some reaction from our champions. A couple of royal waves going up there from Sam Evans to people in the crowd, lapping it up, and rightly so. And it looks like we're ready to go then. Down there is player of the match, Sam Evans, and vice-captain, Tom Stradwick.
First of all, massive congratulations. What does it mean to come out here and win for the 3rd consecutive time?
Massive. We've been calling it the three-peat. That's been our motivation. I mean, to do it once in the first place was unbelievable, and then to do it 3 times in a row. Yeah, dream come true stuff, really. Yeah, massive. And he's been class again. 3rd time he's got man of the match in a row. He doesn't miss a kick as well. I don't think you've missed one at Twickenham in 3 years. Unbelievable.
You had an absolutely fantastic game, and you and your team really dug in right until the last couple of minutes, especially when Yorkshire got their last score. Like, how did it feel, and what did you tell the team to stick down?
Yeah, there's a lot of momentum shifts, especially in that first half. We knew that would happen, so we made it important that when we were under the pump a little bit, we stuck together, reset, and then went from there. And the boys really dug in. It was really hot out there, so it was some phase play where we're defending for a lot. But yeah, we really stuck at it, and proud of all the lads.
You managed to keep onto your converted try score lead. What was said at half-time to keep momentum going?
I think one of the things we identified that we were doing pretty well was moving the point of contact, so trying to tip the ball, play out the back, and when we did that, we were creating line breaks, so that was the message. To be fair, I think if we'd been a little bit more careful with the ball in the first half, we could have had a couple more scores, but fair play to Yorkshire in that final bit. We came out and we said win the next 10 minutes, which we did after half-time, but they came back and I was just counting down the minutes thinking, come on, you've got to blow up now, don't take it to one more kick-off, for goodness sakes. But yeah, really proud of the boys.
And you had some absolutely fantastic kicking today. Was that part of your game plan?
Yeah, no, I guess we just, we wanted to play our game, implement ourselves into the game, and then, yeah, luckily the boot was doing all right today, so yeah.
He doesn't miss. He packs a laser on the end of his boot when he comes to Twickenham. Doesn't miss.
I can see you have a lot of friends and family here who are absolutely roaring. Do you have a lot of supporters, and if so, what are you going to do tonight?
I would imagine get drunk. But yeah, spend some time with friends and family, celebrate with them, thank them for coming down and supporting us. It does mean a lot, doesn't it? When you've got a lot of people cheering for you, you can see your mates up there in the stand and your family, it's huge.
Yeah, just a big shout out to my mum and dad over there, my nan and granddad as well. My nan's battling cancer at the minute, she's going through chemotherapy, but yeah, she managed to come today, so yeah, proud of her.
What a way to see man of the match and you win, fantastic for your whole family. Thank you so much, and massive congratulations, enjoy tonight.
Wonderful to hear there from Tom Stradwick and Sam Evans, and our thoughts go out to him and his family as well, and we wish his nan all the best in her fight against cancer. Kat, just before we sum up the day and close the stream, because I know you've got to rest your voice again for another 4 games tomorrow. Yes. I think that brings it home, really, doesn't it? It's not just what happens on the field. There's so many amazing stories and memories, and that one for Sam Evans and his family is a huge one that they're going to cherish.
Oh, completely. And it is. Rugby is about family, and it sounds very cheesy, but it is. You get those moments and the ones you remember. I mentioned it earlier on in the day. I remember my nan coming to watch me play at London Sevens, and the crowd sort of parted, and I just saw her, and it's like, she's come all this way to see me. And, there's just moments which are fantastic, and it brings the community together. And, yeah, we've had great rugby, some really nice stories there, and the support, and yeah, it's been great, hasn't it?
It's been a fantastic day, and well, by Tom Stradwick's words, it's going to be a fantastic evening for the Kent side as well. Kent have gone 3 in a row in the Bill Beaumont County Championship Division 1. First team since Lancashire to do that since 2009 to 2011. We've had a fantastic day of rugby. It kicked off this morning. That was Lancashire under-20s taking the spoils. Yorkshire women, they won the Gill Burns title against Buckinghamshire. And here, Yorkshire just coming up short again against Kent in the Bill Beaumont Division 1 final. We hope you've enjoyed the day's action here from Allianz Stadium. Thank you so much for joining me if you've been watching on the stream. Kat, thank you so much for joining me in commentary today. And you'll have Kat's dulcet tones back with you tomorrow in the commentary box. That's all from me. That's all from us here at Allianz Stadium. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning.